Audiobook title, Edge of Finality, 00-26, non-edited by Lycoris. This work belongs to author, Lycoris. Source equals scribblehub.com. Prologue, The Great Dissolution, The Infinite Cycle. Location, unknown. Time, unknown. Within this dark and empty void where all things ceases to be, the land and sky appeared as if the universe itself had textures missing. A cloaked woman could be seen gracefully maneuvering through a hail of bullets, the glint of her blade dancing solemnly through the air as if it was a ritual dedicated to the gods, causing a shower of sparks with each bullet she parries. Though the gunfire had nary an effect on her, it had served its purpose in suppressing her movements, preventing her from closing the distance towards her target. In the distance stood a dark figure, cloaked within a veil of shadowy mist that obfuscated their figure. It blended in almost perfectly against the pitch-black emptiness of the void, detectable only due to its glowing red eyes. The figure stood there unmoving, its eyes trained onto the hooded woman. "You have no fight left to fight, so why do you still resist? Everything you hold dear is already gone," a voice whispered from behind the cloaked woman. She slashed her blade instinctively behind her, cutting open the throat of a small girl no older than the age of 8. A comically large amount of blood poured out of the wound, and pooled around the girl's feet, dyeing the ground a bright crimson. The girl's emotionless face suddenly changed as if her expressions were lagging behind. Her eyes widened and started tearing up. She opened her mouth to speak, but all that came out was gurgling noises as blood started pouring out of her mouth. She gripped at her throat attempting to plug the wound, but to no avail as blood continuously leaked out through the gaps of her fingers. She collapsed onto the ground, writhing in pain as the pool of blood on the ground stained her white dress and deep crimson. "Why, sister, didn't you say you were gonna protect me?" the girl painfully moaned, as the light began to leave her eyes. The woman looked at the struggling girl with cold dead eyes, her facing unflinching in front of such a sight. The girl crawled towards the cloaked woman, her hand outstretched before a blade plunged into her body, severing her life completely as her hand tumbled lifelessly onto the ground. He, my how cold you have grown, sister. What the name of this child again? Oh right, it was something like Lilia. Oh, how she loved you so much after you saved her from those monsters. You were like her knight in shining armor that saved the princess from evil. She fell in love with you immediately, even though she knew that you and her will never work out. I wonder what she will think seeing you now." A snickering voice came out from within the lifeless corpse of the child known as Lilia. Silence. With a snap of her finger, the body of Lilia ignited in a blaze, causing a horrific scream to echo through the area as her body squirmed within the flames. After the blaze went out, nothing remained of Lilia's corpse. "Ha ha ha, I can see it. The fires of vengeance yet burns within you. Very well, if you are not willing to give up, I have but no choice." The temperature in the area suddenly began rising as beads of sweat began trickling down the cloaked woman's face. She turned around and saw the area around the shadowed figure has started shimmering as the view around them starts to distort. The time of rest is at hand. At this moment, the life of the stars shall know only death. Let the fires of dissolution manifest as its breath encompasses all. At road's end shall the cycle repeat. An ominous chant ensued, originating from the shadowed figure. Its voice male yet female, young yet old, distant yet close, all overlapping with one another. Even at a distance, the heat was piercing as her sweat began to evaporate as soon as it forms. She started panting, gasping for air, as breathing was beginning to get difficult, the scorching air searing her lungs. Through the heat and pain she raised her arms in front of her and began chanting. With each word spoken, the blinding pain threatened to sever her consciousness, as she inhaled more of the burning air. "Weary the weight of the stars, but under their withers does your eternal power stand indomitable. Shield of the shining goddess, all shalt burn should you fall. You who stands before the stars." With her words, her breathing returned to normal as the temperature in her immediate surroundings began to notably drop. However, the respite was but fleeting as her power was inferior to that of her opponents and the temperature around her steadily began to rise once again. I believe in an age long past this was called, "Manifest yourself as thy name is Falin, eternal chilling shield of the goddess." Brahma Pralaya, the great dissolution. Within the dark void a brilliant flash of light chased away the eternal darkness, before a destructive wave of energy rent the land asunder, colliding with the thin veil of light deployed by the hooded woman. Though the thin barrier looks like it should have been shattered almost immediately from the barrage of chaotic energies, it stood unyielding, stemming the tide of energies. Anything that came in contact with the light was immediately disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. Even the ground, which was normally indestructible, was not spared as the primordial energies reduced them to their base particles. The cloaked woman falls to her knees, as she struggles to maintain Svalin. Though Svalin managed to mitigate most of the damage, her flesh began to sizzle as an acrid smell of burning flesh began filling the air. Layers of skin started sloughing off in droves, and blackened chunks of flesh fell onto the ground, still smoldering as the ground nearly turns molten. Her body slowly falling apart due to the extreme heat, exposing both muscle and bone, her blood boiling away. The only consolation was that she could not feel any of it, as majority of her nerves had long been burned off. She stood there unmoving, facing the relentless onslaught of the destructive energies able to tear universes asunder, her will unbending. For a moment of hesitation or the faltering of her concentration will surely spell her demise. Within what felt like eternity, she reminisced on the past, about how she lost everything to the monster that she currently faces: her friends, her home, her loved ones, her family, everything she cared about ripped away from her with unfeeling cruelty. Her heart long exhausted, her emotions dried up, the only thing pushing her forward was the flames of vengeance still burning within her chest. Now she stands alone at the end of everything, facing her inevitable end against evil incarnate. She didn't care what happened to her. Even should she walk out of here alive, there would be nothing awaiting her return. She needed to at least damage her target. She wanted to. She had to, even should she perish in the process. She didn't know how much time had passed. It could have been a few seconds, minutes, or even hours. She didn't know. But the primordial energies battering Svalin soon settled down and everything returned to normal. One wouldn't have been able to tell that anything had happened were it not for the massive crater that stretched on indefinitely that opened within the void. The only places spared was a small section of land where Svalin was deployed, and at the epicenter of the crater where the cause of the destruction stood. Clap clap clap. Amazing. Though it wasn't at full power, you managed to survive the energies meant to destroy universes. For such a feat, reward is certainly in order. I know. How about I allow you to hit me once? I won't defend or evade your attack. It's a good deal for you, know, the shadowed figure exclaimed, as if it was a child that found a new toy to play with. Ah, I would like nothing better. I can only manage one final attack anyways. Her voice was hoarse and cracked. It was painful even to breathe, much less speak. Half of her face was burnt beyond recognition. She was missing an eye and her jaw was partially exposed. Chunks of flesh were missing from various parts of her body. The only silver lining was that the heat also managed to cauterize her injuries, so she was in no danger of bleeding out at the moment. Her clothes and cloak was almost completely incinerated, and the remaining pieces of fabric had melted onto her skin, or at least what remained of it. It was a miracle she was even alive, much less conscious and standing. Then let me experience the final embers of your life in all its glory. Hopefully, it will suitably entertain me. Ah, I will make sure you enjoy it, so much that you perish. Well said, I would expect nothing less. Come at me. This cycle's final life form. With this final attack, she channeled every ounce of remaining energy she had, every ounce of her being, every ounce of her hatred. Everything of hers was drained with not a single drop remaining. This was her last stand. She was granted her final chance at revenge. She would make sure that that monster would forever regret its decision. Restraints lifted. Limiter released. Awaken. Vengeful cursed blade, your bloodthirst shall be sated. Let thy hatred consume me and all. Her beloved blade that she had used for years, once a pure white blade with golden accents and hilt, was now dyed a pitch black, as though one is staring straight into the abyss. An ominous purple-black energy coated the blade, its energy causing a localized space-time distortion. With its true name released, its strike defies causality, its blade never breaking, its strike never missing, and its target always eliminated, capable of cutting down anything in its way. Its power comes with great cost, more than most would be willing to pay, their life. Here and now let the second of the three great evils be committed. Kill, tiffing loathsome curse of three great evils. The cursed blade sung and its strike true. There was no fanfare, no explosions, no nothing, just silence. Ha ha, Well done. Small fractures started forming on the shadowed figure, slowly propagating across its entire body. Its form soon shattered like broken glass, its particles scattering gently into the wind, before disappearing entirely. Sigh, so I failed, even after everything. She pierced Tiffing into the ground using it for support as she can feel the last vestiges of her life slipping away. Devoured by Tiffing. Partially correct, what you destroyed was but a shadow of myself, but your attack did successfully injure my main body, albeit a minor wound. Still, causality was overturned and this wound will never heal even should an eternity go by. Your blade had killed it, whispered the entity, its voice entering directly into her head. Countless eyes began opening from within the darkness from every direction, as numerous as the stars that could be observed in the night sky, their focus solely on her. Tentacles then breached the abyss, surrounding her, each tentacle the size of mountains, enough to crush her easily even at her peak. From within the mass of giant squirming tentacles, a smaller one approached her, slowly, barely the width of an arm. The entity extended the small tentacle in front of her as if for a handshake. You are the first to ever damage me, so I will give you an offer. Join me and I will grant you eternal life. Be an extension of my will in the next world and I shall grant your every desire. If you accept, you need only grab my hand. I refuse, she said without hesitation. There was no need to consider. Even should her existence disappear for eternity, she would never accept that offer. Why? I do not understand. Throughout history, the quest for eternal life, immortality, free from worries, have been the objective for many species throughout the entire universe. I have seen it, I know it. And yet, you deny such an opportunity when many others wouldn't hesitate in accepting such an offer. Why? The entity said, puzzled at her decision. A moment of silence drifted between the two. Ahahaha. Her manic laughter resounded through the void. Is my query that amusing? I do not understand, the entity replied, perplexed. For a near-omnipotent entity that holds the knowledge of the entire universe, you sure are dull. With how you acted earlier in our fight I expected different, but it seems I was wrong. Go figure it out yourself. You have an eternity to do so after all, she said amused. She walked closer to the edge of the crater. In front of her a drop into the never-ending infinite void awaits. See you, oh pitiful one. I'm tired, I will head off now. Bidding her farewell, she raised what remained of her tattered arm and gave a sarcastic wave off to the entity. She grabbed her beloved Tiffing as she tipped herself over the edge, her body plummeting into the primordial sea below, never to be seen again. What a shame. The entity's voice resounding in the now empty universe of its own making. Now at road's end, the time of rest is at hand. All alone once again. The infinite cycle shall commence. Announcement. Thank you for reading this novel. This is my first ever writing project, thus comments and criticism would be much appreciated. I will try and slowly improve based on feedback as I continue writing. Release schedule will be Monday, Wednesday, Friday and Saturday, GMT +8, 12 A0C1 Avalon and the Coalition meeting. Location, Bridge, Planetary Assault Carrier Avalon, Numa Star System. Year, 1500 GSD. At the edge of the Numa Star System gathered a massive fleet of ships. A coalition formed from factions hailing from all sectors of the galaxy. It was unprecedented for all the participating factions to be standing side by side as allies. But through shaky alliances and agreements was such a feat possible. Probably the first and last time these factions would be able to work together in this manner. Commander, we are receiving a transmission from Coalition Command. They want to discuss the battle plans again. A woman entered the bridge and reported. The woman had shoulder-length light blonde hair and blue eyes, a stern yet gentle expression on her face. She was dressed in a standard-looking military officer uniform. She carried a file and information tablet in her hands at all times. Sitting in the center of the bridge was a girl of young age. She had waist-length silver hair and silver eyes. She also wore a black military officer dress, along with black cap and cape. She leaned her head against her hand, legs crossed over each other as she stared out at the ever-increasing amount of ships gathering at the relay point through the bridge's windows. What do they want again? We just had another one of their useless meetings a few hours ago. We all know this meeting will go down the same way as the dozen others that came before. Commander. Yeah, battle plans, right? Talking about tea and biscuits would probably be more productive than whatever will be discussed here. Hey, I know. How about we make a bet, Alyssa? If this meeting is productive, I will fulfill one request of yours, and if it's not, smack. As she climbed atop her chair and turned around to propose this bet of hers, she was smacked in the face with a file that Alyssa carried. As unknown to her, Alyssa had silently approached her seat while she was ranting about the upcoming meeting. Gah. That hurts. More importantly, why are you still carrying the damn thing around with you everywhere you go? Is that like your true body or something? Who even uses those things anymore? Commander, please focus and return to your normal position. The meeting is about to start and I will be patching us through shortly. And remember, show proper decorum suitable for one in your position. How many times have you said that same line already? Rhea said, mimicking Alyssa's voice. It's because, before Alyssa could finish her sentence, 4 holographic screens appeared in front of the pair. Within each screen was a leader of their respective factions. Good day, Captain Rhea. Glad you could join us on short notice and sorry for disturbing you, even as you are certainly busy preparing for the battle ahead. It seems you are well too, Adjutant Alyssa. Good day to you too, Admiral Zekts. It wasn't much of a bother. After all, discussing the battle ahead is important after all. Operating the data tablet, Alyssa pulled up relevant information on the people present in the meeting. Admiral Gregory Zekts, an old grizzled man with a stout and robust body, exceptional for his old age. He is the highest-ranking admiral from the United Terran Systems and is their commander for the battle ahead. Though he sported a stern look all the time, he had a soft heart and often used his stature to hide the fact that he cares dearly for those under his command. He would often drink and eat with the troops, causing him to be very well liked, boosting morale when he was in charge. The United Terran Systems, a democracy made up of people elected representatives from each of the colonized worlds, forming a governing body in their capital world of Terra. They prided themselves on their military presence and served as the so-called peacekeepers of the neutral sector. A beautiful Rhea. It is such an honor for me to be able to grace my eyes with your presence. Your shimmering silver hair like sunlight breaking through the clouds after a stormy night, your silver eyes like a shining pearl glimmering within the dark seas, and your unblemished silky smooth skin white as the purest snow. Marry me. You flatter me, Your Majesty Alan, but I would have to reject your proposal. Your other 6 wives certainly wouldn't appreciate me marrying you out of the blue, wouldn't they? Nonsense. None of my words were but mere flattery. They were nothing but truth. Besides, my wives wouldn't object to the marriage. They all have nothing but good impressions about you, and they will understand my boundless love for all of you. How about as celebration of our marriage I will give you my beautiful daughter Ali? In that instance the video feed from King Alan IV of the Kingdom of Ypres suddenly cut out. Ouch, that hurts. Who dares hit me? When I find out I will. You will what? Ah, my lovely wife Aisha. Let's talk things out, okay? So nicely put that chair down and someone save me. A short scream could be heard through the communicator before the heavy sound of a chair impacting something could be heard. Sorry for the interruption. His Majesty has suffered an unfortunate accident, such a tragedy, and thus will be recuperating in his room for the duration of this meeting. I am General Aisha, leader of the Kingdom's armed forces, and I will be representing the Kingdom during this meeting. Alicia introduced herself, acting as if nothing happened. Perhaps she did not know that the audio was not muted. King Alan IV of Ypres was a famous womanizer throughout the galaxy. He flirted and courted many beautiful and talented women who specialized in a variety of different fields. In the end he married 6 of them who successfully fell for his advances. Though one would have expected massive infighting and chaos within the king's harem when so many beautiful women of such caliber were gathered in one place, but their relationship is known to be harmonious and stable, relatively speaking. General Aisha was the first wife and the current leader of the kingdom's armed forces. The couple met when King Alan and General Aisha was still a prince and a captain respectively. Stories tell that at the time Prince Alan went on many campaigns with Captain Aisha to increase his military achievements before succeeding his father on the throne, and on one fateful night during a bout of heavy drinking at a party to celebrate another successful campaign, the two spent the night together and the next day they declared their marriage. Though the parties involved never seek to accept or deny that such an event ever took place, and thus it remained a mystery till this day. Such drivel. That sight of that weak man sickens me. Were it not for Admiral Zekts and Commander Rhea over here, I would have never bothered to attend this meeting, much less join this coalition. Actually, with the new face of General Aisha here, it makes it 3 of which I approve of being here. Slam. Hold your tongue, you barbaric brute, or I will rip it out from where you stand. I would not stand for your insults against His Majesty. Though he might be a weak-willed, useless man who does nothing but flirt with anything that resembles a woman who passes by those shit-covered eyes of his, he is still a very competent leader in times of crisis. So take back your words, Great Khan, or I will force you to. I like your attitude, General. I will consider it if you can make me. Ha ha ha. The Great Khan, no one knows his real name. His origins are shrouded in mystery. No one knows where he came from. Even those specializing in gathering and digging up information have no information of him before he showed up as the Great Khan. It's as if he popped up from nowhere one day. But what is known is that since his appearance he has gathered up pirates and outcasts of society from various other factions and formed a powerful and strong military force comparable to those of other nations. Most mercenary groups in the galaxy are also affiliated with the Khanate in some way, with only one exception. The Khanate then went on a conquering spree in the neutral sectors, quickly expanding the area of influence, only stopping after half the neutral sectors was under his rule. The Khan rules with an iron fist. He greatly respects those who are strong. Though many do not know what his definition of strength really means. Some were synonymous with strength, such as Admiral Zecht and General Aisha, who had many military achievements under their belt. But there are many others with similar achievements, such as the ever-disappointing King Alan, but unlike the former, the latter wasn't respected by the Great Khan. Another example was Commander Ria, who by all accounts was pretty similar to the Khan in terms of their position, though the early documentation of Commander Ria's activities are much more readily available as compared to that of the Khan. Now, let's not start fighting, all right? A young man interjected into the brewing conflict between the General Aisha and the Great Khan, adjusting his glasses that perpetually hid his eyes, causing a glint. With his word, the two parties in question stopped bickering, showing the massive influence he has even within this meeting filled with some of the most important people in the galaxy. As an old saying goes, time is money, and thus as the major shareholder of Luna Corporation and the appointed representative of the neutral sectors, I say we get the meeting along already. Seeing as I am the one who adjourned this meeting, I would like nothing more than for us to get to the main point, as I know all of you are pretty busy. Frederick Marlin, or simply the owner as most know him by, the major shareholder of Luna Corporation, owning about 65% of the available shares. Luna Corporation was a mega-corporation spanning the entire galaxy. They prided themselves in having everything and anything available for purchase, from things such as raw materials to starships and services ranging from simple things such as food catering or transportation to more shady underground services such as smuggling to contract killing. As long as one had the purchasing power, anything was possible at Luna Corporation. Rumors have it that Frederick was the one who sponsored the Great Khan in the early years of conquest in exchange of favors. It was simply impossible for the Great Khan to have risen so quickly and conquered with such terrifying ferocity without a hidden sponsor behind them. The favors were then used by Frederick to sabotage his rivals to allow him to buy out their business at a lower cost, and then using his financial power gained from acquiring many profitable business to purchase the shares of other shareholders of Luna Corp. After some persuasions and unfortunate accidents, of course. Now that we are all here and ready to begin the discussion, I noticed that someone here has barely gotten their fair chance to speak. So how about you help us start off the meeting, Commander Ria? Frederick proposed, smirking. Damn you fake four eyes. Fine. Commander Ria, leader of the private military company, PMC, Avalon. So owner, why don't you tell us why you have gathered us for this meeting? I will pretend I did not hear that first part, and your introduction was also pretty uninspiring, but it will suffice, he said, readjusting his glasses once again. And then there was us, who was pretty out of place in this meeting if one did not know any better. Private military company Avalon, named after their mothership of the same name, led by the young Commander Ria. Not much is known about her before she joined the mercenary scene, but she started out just like any other independent mercenary, relatively unknown in the field. But after a series of high-profile missions and achievements, she started steadily gaining fame as an upcoming star rookie. However, after participating in a relatively safe mission with other mercenaries, the entire group disappeared and were never seen again. After around 17 years had passed, Commander Ria suddenly reappeared, commanding the Avalon. The Avalon was an out-of-place artifact by every sense of the word. The technology it held was leaps and bounds over anything available currently. Of course this drew the eyes of many powerful factions, most of whom are currently sitting in this meeting. The factions tried their hardest either via diplomacy or force to try to get Rhea over to their side, in order to gain access of the Avalon, for if they could manage to reverse engineer the technologies within they will acquire a massive edge over the others. However, Commander Rhea rejected all of them, and for those who tried to use force, well, let's just say with exception to the Khan, they no longer exist. She then created the Avalon PMC, recruiting many elite mercenaries and ex-military personnel from across the galaxy. When asked about where she acquired the Avalon, she will laugh the question off, citing mistakes of youth or she made me not tell, though no one knows who the she in her statements is referring to nor the mistake. Very well. If everyone is ready, I will begin. Just a few hours ago, shortly after our previous meeting, my informant surprised me of a new development at our destination. It took me a while to confirm the legitimacy of the information, but after confirming its validity and accuracy a short while ago, I decided to convene this meeting to share my findings. Normally, this information would cost a hefty sum, but seeing as we are in the same boat, it will be on the house. After pausing for a brief moment in case there were any questions to be said, Frederick continued. It has been reported that. Very well, I would now adjourn this meeting. Seeing as our more experienced combat members agree that regardless of the recent findings, it will not change our tactics by a wide margin due to a lack of detailed information, which I so happen to agree to. Let us take this final few hours to do any last-minute preparations and get some rest. Frederick out. After his closing statements, Frederick disconnected himself from the call. Though I do not usually agree with that sly fox, I have to concur that further discussion is moot and we should get some rest. The next time we meet will be on the fields of battle. Good hunting. After a short few words, the Great Khan too followed suit and disconnected. I will head off too. I need to convene a meeting with my officers to discuss the contents of this meeting. General Aisha, Commander Rena, and Adjutant Alyssa, do have a good rest, and I would like to invite all of you to a round of drinks on me after the battle. You should quit drinking already, old man. Your hair gets grayer every time I see you. You should take care of yourself more. At this rate you will look like a corpse even before you retire. Ha ha ha. Will do, Commander Rhea, though I will decline giving up drinking. It is one of the pleasure this old man has left after all. I will head off now. Have a good rest. After General Zex disconnected, it was only Alicia, Rhea and Alyssa left in the conference. Rhea, I won't say anything more, but you make sure you take care of my daughter there. In the battle ahead, make sure you take care of Alyssa, and if by any chance something goes wrong, please keep my daughter's input into account. She is already a grown woman and I cannot watch over her forever, so whatever decisions in the battle ahead I will respect it. But, if you both come back alive, I wouldn't mind giving her over to you. Mother, we are not like that, Alyssa exclaimed, her face blushing. Yufu, I understand, my precious daughter, so what's your response? Rhea, you didn't have to say it to begin with. I will protect her as I promised back then. I have also always respected her decisions when she is with me, and this time won't be any different. Glad to hear it. Have a good rest, you too. Alicia out. 8A0C2 day before the battle. Location, Bridge, Planetary Assault Carrier Avalon, Numa Star System. Year, 1500 GSD. With the disconnection from General Alicia, the call ended, leaving Rhea and Alyssa alone together on the bridge. An unknown megastructure. It is pretty concerning, but without more specific details, we cannot readily plan around it. If it contributes to the battle, then it would be wise to try to take it offline, as an unknown megastructure could cause untold amounts of damage. But if it does not contribute to the battle and we target it, we would be wasting precious resources on actions that would not benefit us. Rhea then interacted with the console in front of her, displaying a huge amount of files on the crystal holotable in front of her. She began to interact with the holo files before gathering all of the files up in a ball and tossing it towards Alyssa's tablet. What are these schematics and research data? Alyssa questioned as she scrolled off the staggering amount of files sent to her tablet. It's research data and projects compiled by Myra based on technologies found in Avalon and data in the archives. It shows possible schematics and data on various megastructures that could be built using the current technologies and knowledge available to the factions, with exception to us. It also contains complete data on the megastructures currently known to have been constructed in the galaxy. I have already filtered all the unnecessary data of known megastructures and unlikely megastructures that we would likely encounter during the battle. If you had this, why didn't you bring it up during the meeting? No, wait, that was a foolish question. It was obvious that you couldn't. Just a cursory glance at the list of megastructures in this file shows that there are many things here while capable of being built by the other factions. They wouldn't be able to conceive them normally. I assume you want me to study the brief characteristics and profiles of each megastructure so I am able to identify them when the time comes? Correct, and I want you to pay close attention to the final megastructure in that list. If there is any sign that that superweapon might be around, I need you to inform me immediately, Rhea grimly said. A layered singularity core? What is this? I have never heard of something like this before. Alyssa stares into the screen as she flips through the information on the topic. Of course you have heard no mention of that thing. It is theoretically at the limit of what the current technological prowess of the galaxy could achieve, and yet the weapon is what I consider one of, if not the most dangerous items in the unfiltered folder where the files I passed you originated from. Rhea says, gesturing to the massive folder displayed on the holotable. I understand. It shouldn't take too long to go through this list. Alright. Now that the serious things are out of the way, let's go get something to eat. I am starving. As if a switch had been flipped, Rhea immediately dropped her serious mode and returned to her cheerful self. She jumps out of her chair and happily made her way to the bridge's exit. Couldn't you have the drones deliver the food to us? Alyssa questions. With the Dragoon pilots and the remaining crew along their ships deployed to the decoy fleet, it's only us on the ship right now. A rare occurrence. Honestly, I just want an excuse to take a short trip with you, so just come along. Rhea gives a bright smile to Alyssa as she gestures for her to follow. Seeing Rhea's smile, Alyssa stood still and watched as Rhea happily made her way to the exit. A warm feeling spreading within her chest as she looks at the retreating back of Rhea. She closes her eyes as she savors this warm and fluttering feeling within her chest. A nostalgic memory plays within her mind of that fateful day where she and Rhea first met. A smile subconsciously plastered on her face. Wow, I didn't know you can smile like that. You are always so strict and stoic. You should really show that more often. Everyone would totally be over you. But maybe that isn't such a good thing. Yes. Can't have anyone trying to steal you from me. Rhea teases, her voice right next to Alyssa. Alyssa abruptly opened her eyes, seeing Rhea's face right in front of her whilst sporting a cheeky grin, and hearing her say such words while she was having a nostalgic moment caused her brain to malfunction with conflicting feelings. Her face started turning red as she blushed uncontrollably, blood rushing to her hand. Alyssa stammers as her body started trembling. Rhea repeats, tilting her head to the side. Rhea. Alyssa shrieked as she took her file and clobbered Rhea over the head with it. Jaya. Why? Rhea's yelp of pain echoing throughout the bridge. Upon leaving the bridge they entered a hallway at the end of which was an elevator leading to the ship's other decks. The size of the Avalon was more akin to a floating fortress city than that of a typical starship. Its massive size allowed it to house multiple capital-class warships ranging from destroyers, cruisers, battleships and even carriers within its hangars that spanned across the entire length of the ship. Though all but one of the capital ships have been deployed to participate in the decoy fleet, the remaining hangar space has been reassigned to an increased fleet of small automated craft such as fighters and bombers. The Avalon was completely self-sufficient, capable of sustaining a complete crew over an indefinite period of time, able to grow food and produce essential supplies such as materials needed for repairs and ammunition by itself. The ship consists of multiple specialized sectors and the massive hangar at the bottommost deck. The sectors comprised of the offensive cluster, planetary assault cluster, flight control systems, defensive cluster, fabrication cluster, engineering suites, life support systems, medical ward, entertainment district, and experimental research center. Connecting all these various sections was a centerline path that ran through the length of the ship, large enough for multiple vehicles to pass through side by side, also known as the trail to the crew. Arriving at the trail, what was normally a bustling area reminiscent of a market with crews from docked ships walking up and down the path towards their destination as they were performing their daily activities aboard the ship, now completely empty of life. The pair walked to the center of the trail dubbed their hub, where members of the PMC could receive missions at the self-service kiosk which displays contracts that have been verified by the company and which is suitable for them. They could also request other services here, such as repairing and rearming their vessels among other things. Members could receive benefits depending on their rank within the company, which is a value assigned to them based on mainly their skills and trust the company had in them among other factors. To the side of the hub was the pair's destination, a bar named the Weeping Willow. Upon entering, a quiet calming melody of smooth jazz greeted the pair's ears. The bar was bathed in a dim orange light. Sets of sofas arranged in a circular pattern with tables in the center for groups of patrons to drink and dine. The circular bar placed in the center of the room had a black marble countertop with bar stools placed at several intervals around it. The bar wall was a beautifully and intricately sculpted tree made from an unknown material. At the bottom of the sculpture slots were carved into the tree to allow for the placement of countless spirits. As the pair walked towards the bar, the sounds of their heels clicking on the wooden floor alerted the middle-aged man standing behind the bar to their presence. The man had graying white hair in a classic side part, and wore a typical butler outfit. Mistress Rhea, Mistress Alyssa, I was not expecting you today. So how may I be of service? The man said, his voice full of eloquence as he gave light bow. Sebastian, I am starving right now. Do you have anything cooking? Rhea cheerfully said as she plopped herself onto one of the bar stools. Sorry for disturbing you at this time, Sebastian, but could I also trouble you with the same? Alyssa says, as she sat herself on the bar stool next to Rhea. It's no trouble at all, but apologies, I do only have some leftovers as I wasn't expecting anyone to show up today. Is that acceptable? No problem. Your leftovers will taste delicious nonetheless. You okay with it, Alyssa? No, I wouldn't have any problems with them, and I agree that it will taste delicious all the same. Very well, I will begin preparing the food now. Do be patient. Sebastian then leaves through a door carved into the massive artificial tree, which held a kitchen within. I wonder how the others are doing, in the decoy fleet. They should be entering combat by the end of the day. Yes, Alyssa then brought up her datapad and scrolled to the list of deployed equipment and personnel. All active combat personnel and a total of 5 carriers, 9 battleships, 12 cruisers, 15 destroyers and a fleet of small craft have been deployed to participate in the decoy fleet. They are scheduled to attack in about 8 hours to try and draw as much of the dominion of manned ships away from the main fleet that we are set to attack tomorrow, hopefully allowing us an easier time tomorrow. That's good. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong tomorrow. Our contract only states that we need to participate in this battle and once it is over we can relax. Do you have any plans for afterwards? Rhea said as she stretches and leans back in her seat. No, but I do have something to request of you. Oh? That is unusual. What is it? I would like to spend the night with you today. Huh? I don't think, a slight blush appearing on her face as she covered her mouth with the back of her hand. No. It's nothing like that. I just want to sleep with you just like the old days. Alyssa flusteredly tried to correct herself. Tonight, but it should be fine, right? One day should be possible. Rhea muttered under her breath, not wanting Alyssa to hear her. Is that a no? Are you busy tonight? Noticing Rhea muttering something under her breath, hesitation and reluctance plastered onto her once cheery face, Alyssa questioned, a tinge of disappointment in her voice. No, I'm not. It's okay. You can sleep over in my room tonight. There is nothing wrong. Sensing the disappointment in Alyssa's voice, Rhea readily accepted her request. It's okay if you don't want to. It's understandable after all. I said it's okay already. Don't be sad. It's not your fault. I was just surprised, that's all. Rhea exclaimed in a panic, trying to console Alyssa. Is that so? I will head over later then. Alyssa's face lit up, burying her doubts and anxieties into deep recesses of her heart. Mistress Rhea, Mistress Alyssa, your food is ready. Sebastian informed the two, placing a pair of trays covered with a cloche in front of Rhea and Alyssa. As Sebastian removes the cloche, a heavenly aroma spreads around the room and entered their noses, stimulating their appetite even further. The pair immediately dug into food. The smell was too appetizing to resist. As expected, Sebastian, even your leftovers are exquisite. Thank you for the praise, Mistress Alyssa. Sebastian humbly replied. As the two ate their meal, they made small talk with each other. Soon their plates and bowls were empty and their hunger was satiated. That was a good meal. I have business in the washroom, so I will take my leave for the moment," Alyssa says, wiping her mouth with a napkin, before standing up and leaving. "Would you like anything to drink, Mistress Rhea?" Sebastian offers as he clears the empty trays from Rhea's and Alyssa's meal. "Just water will do. I cannot be drinking the day before an important battle," Rhea replies in a monotone voice, her face devoid of expression. Sebastian takes an empty glass and wipes it down with a cloth before filling it with water and placing it in front of her. "I am sorry, but I happened to overhear your discussion earlier, and I have to say, Mistress Rhea, it is advisable for you to tell Mistress Alyssa about your condition. It's better if she finds out from your mouth, instead of by herself, whether through her own actions or yours." "It's fine. She won't find out. I can't let her find out," Rhea says, her hands restlessly rubbing against her forearms. "Seeing your condition, today should be day of you doing that. But with Mistress Alyssa staying over tonight, it shouldn't be possible for you to perform it." His eyes wandering to her restless hands. "I can hold for a day. Nothing will go wrong. Myra's meds should be able to take the edge off." "If you say so, Mistress Rhea. It isn't in my place to interfere after all. But do take care. The medicine provided by Mistress Myra acts like a dam. The water might be blocked, but it doesn't mean it stopped accumulating, much less disappeared. Anyways, it seems like Mistress Alyssa is returning. We cease this talk immediately, but I have to say, over my countless years of listening to a flurry of patrons from many different walks of life, the fact is that they will always find out, so consider what is important and what you truly want." "I will take note of your advice." As soon Alyssa walks over, the doll-like expressionless face of Rhea was completely gone, replaced with her usual bright self. "Did anything happen when I was gone?" "No, Mistress Rhea and I was just having some small talk." "Yeah, Sebastian and I were just talking about the past, nothing much." "If you say so." Eyeing the two suspiciously. "In any case, I will head back to my quarters first to pick up some stuff. I will see you later, Rhea, and take care, Sebastian." "See you later." Rhea waves Alyssa off as Sebastian lightly bows. Mistress Alyssa is quite perceptive. Indeed, she wouldn't be in the position she is in otherwise. "Sebastian, I will head off. I have to get ready." "Do take care, Mistress Rhea, and do have a pleasant evening." Without responding, Rhea left the Weeping Willow and headed to her quarters. 6A0C3 Broken Reflection. Location: Captain's Quarters, Planetary Assault Carrier Avalon, Numa Star System. Year: 1500 GSD. Upon returning to her room, Rhea changed out from her uniform and into more comfortable pajamas, which was just a black hoodie. Her room was pretty normal, lightly decorated with a king-sized bed, a wardrobe, a desk with a terminal, a set of sofas facing a hollow television, and in a corner of the room a mountain of various stuffed animals. She then collapsed onto the side of the bed, her legs hanging off the edge, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. "Tell the truth." "No, I can't. Myra was fine. I needed her help." Sebastian figured it out on his own. "But Alyssa, I can't let her. If she does find out, she will." "She might." "She will what?" "I don't know, but I still won't tell her. I don't know why, but I just can !T! When I think about it, my chest hurts." Why? This feeling is familiar. Felt it in the past. Long time ago, can't remember. What was it? What is important? What I want? Commander Rhea. Lieutenant Commander Alyssa is requesting access to your quarters. Alyssa, what I want? What is important? Right. He. Ha ha ha. Shooting out of her bed, Rhea starts maniacally laughing and cackling to herself whilst grabbing the side of her forehead with her hands. Right, Alyssa. I want it. I want to hear yours too. Ah, what would yours sound like? No. I can't. Where is it? Her ecstatic expression contorts into different weird and awkward faces as she tumbles out of her bed and crawls towards the nearby bedside table. She attempted to pull herself up using the table as a support, but instead dragged the entire table down onto its side instead. Ignoring the mess, she opens the lowest-most drawer, causing many identical pill bottles to roll out. Grabbing a random one haphazardly, she opens the cap and dumps its contents out onto the floor. Picking up 2 pills, she immediately pops them into her mouth and swallows it. Commander Rhea. Lieutenant Commander Alyssa is requesting access to your quarters. Celine, I know. Inform Lieutenant Commander Alyssa that I am in the washroom and I will allow her in 5 minutes. Alyssa. No. It's not enough time. Sebastian was right. I need the stronger, faster-acting variant. No choice. Reaching for the same drawer, she popped open the bottom, revealing a false compartment. Within contained 3 sets of pneumatic injectors. She grabbed one of the injectors, which contained a stronger variant of the medicine in the pill and in a higher dose. She took one injector and released the safety, before placing against her carotid artery and pulling the trigger. After the entire dose was administered, she threw the injector aside. The effects of the drug was immediately apparent as her mental status was forcibly suppressed. Her mind was hazy, and her thoughts were slow, as though they were moving through a vat of molasses. Through the haze shrouding her mind, she remembered that she had to return the room to its normal state. She picked up the remaining pills and returned them to their container, before flipping the bedside table upright, placing back the false bottom and putting the pill bottles back into the drawer. Rhea walked towards a nearby mirror and stared into it, showing her dead eyes and expressionless face. She then began shifting through different cheerful expressions and facial positions. Not this one. This one is too stiff. Ah, this one might work. Oh, this one is perfect. Let's go with this one. Testing, testing. Alright, this would do. In the mirror, a young woman with big bright eyes and an innocent sunny smile staring back at her. Reminder, 5 minutes is up. Do you wish to allow Lieutenant Commander Alyssa into your quarters? Send her in. Affirmative. The mechanical sounds of doors opening could be heard in the distance, after which the rhythmic sound of footsteps could be heard approaching the room's door. As the door opened, it revealed the enchanting and mature figure of Alyssa wearing a white dress-like negligee. She carried a pillow in one hand and her datapad in the other. Don't tell me you walked here dressed like that. Our rooms are basically right next to each other, and no one else lives in this section of the ship besides us. Alyssa gave Rhea room a once-over and remarked, "It's been a while, but with exception to that mountain of stuffed animals, your room is as bland as ever. It serves its purpose. I can live well enough with everything here. Their purposes are self-explanatory, and stuffed animals bring me comfort in stressful times." Rhea shrugged exaggeratedly. "Though I mentioned this several times before, but this is essentially your home. It might not serve much practical use, but living in such a dreary place doesn't do well for one's mental health. Decorating the place will allow you to express your feelings into the design and let some of your personality shine through. If I showed this room to any one of our members, they wouldn't believe that this dull room belongs to their bright and eccentric commander. If it is about expressing one's feelings and letting their personality show through its decorations, then this room fits me perfectly fine. Sigh. Cut me some slack, would you? I will consider it. I heard that one before." "Really, this time?" "I heard that one too." A few seconds passed as both of them stared awkwardly at each other. The tension quickly shattered as they broke out in boisterous laughter. "Enough with standing weirdly at the doorway already," Rhea joyfully exclaimed, gesturing for Alyssa to come in. Alyssa entered the room and placed her data pad on the nearby desk and her pillow onto Rhea's bed. Rhea then picked up one of her extra pillows and tossed it aside towards the pile of stuffed animals, knocking a few of them loose. The two then spent the night relaxing and hanging out together. They watched videos and movies on the couch and ate snacks that Rhea had stashed in her wardrobe. After they were done watching videos, they chatted with each other about various meaningless topics, and before long it was time to go to bed, for they have a long and arduous battle ahead. They turned off the lights before tucking themselves into bed, facing each other. "When was the last time we did this? It has already been 22 years since we first met. Time surely flies, though looking at you one certainly couldn't tell." Facing away from Rhea, Alyssa looked at the ceiling, reminiscing on her past. "I was but 8 years old then, and the kingdom was embroiled in a civil war at that time. On that day, I was accompanying my parents on a diplomatic visit, but en route due to a traitor within our ranks. We were ambushed. It was a mess, and within the chaos, I was kidnapped. I was locked in a dark cell for months. They used me as a deterrent to prevent my parents from attacking them directly." Alyssa then turns back towards Rhea. "Until that day, I heard sounds of fighting outside my cell and then silence. The cell door opened. At first I thought that it was over and the rebels had come to kill me, but then I felt a warm embrace. It was you. You told me you were going to protect me and keep me safe forever. You were just like those heroes that came to save the kidnapped princess from old literature. You fought your way out of the base, and once out you met the kingdom's army and returned me home. But Alyssa told tale with sparkles and wonder in her eyes. But towards the end her eyes grew sad. You were my hero, and yet a few months later I heard that you disappeared and were declared dead. I couldn't believe it. I pleaded with my parents to launch an investigation, but even though they were quick to accept my pleas, nothing came out of the investigation. Alyssa shuffled closer towards Rhea and hugged her, pressing her head against Rhea's modest chest. I was so happy when I found out that you returned. I quickly tried to arrange a meeting with you, but you rejected it at first. I must have sounded like one of the many factions trying to cajole you into joining them back then. But when I finally got to meet you, you looked no different from the day you saved me. It's as if your time was stopped in the past and everyone else has moved on without you. Alyssa then looked upwards towards Rhea's face and asked, "Hey, can you tell me what happened 22 years ago? What happened during your disappearance?" I'm sorry, but I don't wish to discuss what happened during those times. Not yet, at least. I see. That's fine. I don't know what you went through during those times, but what matters is that you managed to come back. Is that what happened before I disappeared? I can barely recall the memories and feelings from back then. I vaguely remember something it happening that way, but I am unsure. Managed to come back. Is that really true? It doesn't feel like it. Were it only so. Alright, that's enough heavy talk. It really has been so long since we slept like this, though it was quite different from back then. Maybe not actually. You slept with me like this, though our sizes have reversed. I used to be able to fit snugly within your arms, but now I have grown so much and you remained as short as ever. Alyssa readjusted her position so that they were facing each other. Hey, I am not that short. You might be 2 heads taller than me, but it's not that bad. Right. 155 centimeters is average. Alyssa comforted, softly patting her hand. You are making fun of me, aren't you? Rhea cutely pouted. Maybe. But in any case, we really should be sleeping now. Good night, Rhea. Sigh. Good night, Alyssa. The two girls soon fell asleep in each other's embrace, their slow rhythmic breathing softly reverberating through the room. Should they win the next battle, the war with the Dominion of Man would essentially be over. However, little would they know that this would be the last peaceful night they can spend together like this in a long time to come. Opening her weary eyes, Rhea found herself standing in the middle of nothingness. A pitch-black blank space, an abyss of emptiness, where time ceased to be, where life ceased to exist, a world abandoned by even death itself. She looked down at her hands, seeing nothing but a fuzzy white outline indicating the boundaries of her hands, but with nothing in between. Like a 2D drawing where the artist did not color or fill in the details of the subject he was drawing, similar to that of a rough sketch. I am back here, to this world without hopes and dreams, a world without compassion and love, where desires reign supreme, a wasteland of despair, anguish and resignation, where the strings of fate are severed. I have not dreamed of this place in a while. The talk with Alyssa must have brought my mind back here once again. Those things should be here then. But, as she looked around, she struggled to find what she was looking for. Something is different. Where are they? The spirits. And what are those pillars? They weren't there before. This isn't how I remembered this place look like. Sensing someone behind her, Rhea turned around and took a huge leap backwards, creating space between them. She was then able to see the figure that had stealthily crept up behind her. It was draped in a cloak of shadows, a pair of bright yellow eyes bearing down at her through the mist as it stood there unmoving, their hands placed on the pommel of a blade stabbed into the ground. It's you. What are you doing here in my dreams? No. Why am I back here in this forsaken world? The time of reckoning hath come. Soon you shall stand on the precipice. The crossroads of fate shall be laid bare to you. You must find it. Do not make an ominous yet benevolent voice boomed from the entity. What is it? What are you saying? I can't say more. It's not yet time. I have intervened too much already. It will notice. What is this that you are referring to? Do not attempt to investigate it. You are not ready. It will notice you. Crack crack. It seems that this place cannot hold any longer. How fleeting our time has been. Suddenly the space surrounding the two of them began to crack, shattering like a glass dome as chunks of glass started to rain from the sky, showering atop the two of them. A black mist then crashed through the area like rough waves against the rocky shoreline, blanketing the area with its presence. Rhea raised her arms up in front of her, bracing herself against the oncoming mist. She staggered forward against the billowing mist that was gradually gaining strength, trying to make her way towards where she last saw the entity. She struggled forward with leaden steps through what can now be described as a massive hurricane. As the wind speeds rapidly increased, each step she took threatened to blow her off her feet. She soon was catch a glimpse of the entity through the gaps in her arms as it slowly faded into the surging mist as if being absorbed. Before it fully disappeared, the entity left its final words for Rhea. When the time comes, do not regret your choices and keep marching onwards. Though you may have forgotten, try to grasp it once again, and once you do, we will certainly meet again. A blinding light enveloped Rhea's vision and she found herself awake, back in her bed aboard the Avalon. Rhea, you are awake. Did I accidentally wake you? I wanted to let you sleep slightly longer, but it seems I have awoken you instead. I am sorry. Right, I slept with Alyssa last night. That dream though, what was it about? Was it really a dream? And that entity, why does it always have to be so cryptic? Back then and even now, I don't feel like it is trying to trick me. This confusing. I should worry about it later when I have time. There is something more important right around the corner. I have to focus on that first. Hello, Rhea, are you awake? Snapping out her thoughts, Rhea saw Alyssa crouching over her, pinning her to the bed, their faces right next to each other. I kept calling for you but you weren't responding. Seems like you were lost in thought. Alyssa then got off the bed, already changed out of her pajamas and fully dressed. As I was saying, I will head out to get some breakfast first. I have to read up on that list you gave me yesterday too. I will see you on the bridge later in 2 hours, before we are set to move off. Alright then. I will see you later. Rhea smiled and waved Alyssa off. As soon as Alyssa left her quarters, Rhea got out of bed and went to the washroom to have a quick shower. After undressing herself, she entered the shower and turned on the water. A frigid shower of cold water flowed out of the shower head onto her face and onto her back. Rhea stood in that position for a while, letting the cold waters wake her up and allowing her to sort out the events of last night. I still can't think of anything that would relate to its words. It could be the battle ahead, but I feel like it was referring to something grander, something that I have no knowledge of at the moment. It said I was standing at the precipice, so it's warning me that something dangerous might occur soon. I should take extra caution then, even if nothing comes to pass. Extra precautions wouldn't hurt. After compiling her thoughts, she finished up washing her body and hair with soap and conditioner before drying off and wrapping a towel around her body. After leaving the washroom, she changed into her uniform and went towards the bed table. Opening the second drawer, she pocketed the bottle of pills she opened last night and took the remaining 2 pneumatic injectors and holstered onto her thigh belt. One of the injectors contained the same drug that she took yesterday, while the other one contained a drug that she would use a last resort. After grabbing everything she needed, she exited her room and entered a door directly opposite her room. Her personal armory. Inside, from wall to wall, was racks containing various firearms, ranging from rifles to snipers to handguns and even shotguns, with different models that shot a variety of ammunition such as regular bullets, plasma, laser, and even weapons that could tear the molecules off their targets, the particle disruptors. Crudely strewn about the floor was piles of ammunition in their cases and various types of grenades. In the center wall stood a lone item, a simple-looking bracelet unlike everything else in the room. Rhea walked up towards the bracelet and gently took it off its stand, caressing it slowly as it was her most precious thing in the world. It's been a while, partner. You haven't feasted lately. Your time might come soon. After putting on the bracelet, she grabbed 3 particle disruptors, kinetic handguns and portable shield generators. She grabbed a handful of disintegration grenades, a type of grenade that explosion will literally disintegrate all targets and objects in a spherical radius when detonated. After grabbing the equipment she needed, she left the armory and headed towards the Weeping Willow. After entering the Weeping Willow, she quickly made her way to the bar and placed a particle disruptor, handgun and portable shield generator on the countertop. Good morning to you, Mistress Rhea. But I would like patrons to keep the bar top free from personal effects as much as possible. Sebastian greeted, eyeing the veritable armory placed onto the bar top. Just a safety precaution from my personal armory. Normally there will be guards patrolling, but there isn't today, so keep this on you just in case. Are you expecting something to happen, Mistress Rhea? But I dare say that it would be highly improbable for intruders to damage this vessel, much less board it. As I said, just a safety precaution. Don't misconstrue my intentions. It will just be inconvenient if something were to happen to you, that's all. Very well, Mistress Rhea, if you insist. But aside from delivering weapons here, how about some breakfast to start of your day? One can't fight on an empty stomach after all. That would be appreciated. After finishing her meal, Rhea quickly left the Weeping Willow and made her way to the bridge. When Rhea entered the bridge, she spotted Alyssa already there, standing next to the observation windows looking out at the gathered coalition fleet. Hearing the bridge doors opening, Alyssa turned around, glancing towards the weapons that Rhea was carrying. A melancholic look on her face. Good morning, Rhea. Did you have breakfast already? Yeah, I went to Sebastian's. It was delicious as usual. I am good to go for the battle ahead. You okay? You don't look too well. Maybe you should go to medical for a checkup. I am fine. Brushing her hair back behind her ears. It's just the normal jitters before a battle, nothing much. Most people won't be so relaxed like you before such a major operation. Though I would like to ask why you have brought weapons here? It's good that you are all right. Here, take this, just in case something happens. Passing over the same loadout that she gave Sebastian to Alyssa. I don't think anything will happen. But one can't be too careful, you know. It's clear you think something might happen. You have never done this before, Alyssa remarked, equipping the gear handed over to her, trusting Rhea's instincts. Yeah, I have a bad omen about this upcoming battle. Though I have no solid evidence and I am relying purely on my guttural feelings. If anything does happen, stay here and coordinate the battle. You are well experienced with fleet battles but not anti-personnel combat, correct? That is true, but before Alyssa could finish her sentence, Rhea approached her and gently brought Alyssa's head into an embrace. No buts, okay? I trust you to run the ship if anything happens. You are trusted adjutant after all. Can I count on you? I promise I won't disappear like last time. Rhea whispered gently to Alyssa, her head pressed against Rhea's chest. You can hear my heartbeats, can't you? I am not worried at all, so put your trust in me just like I put my trust in you. Rhea reassures Alyssa, gently brushing her fingers through Alyssa's silky blonde hair. Okay Rhea, I trust you. You know Alyssa hesitated to finish her sentence. Alert. Incoming transmission from Coalition Command. Celine's alert interrupted Alyssa before she could finish, causing a disappointed sight to escape her lips. I know what you wanted to say, Alyssa, but I can't reciprocate those pure feelings of yours. I don't know what it feels like to love anymore. I hope you find someone else one day. I am not worth it. Not worth fixing. Patch us through. Rhea and Alyssa took their positions and in their respective seats around the holotable. The holotable then lit up, projecting the same faces from the day before. Let's not waste time. Around 4 hours ago, I got word from the decoy fleet that they have been engaged by enemy reinforcements. It seems a sizable chunk of the main fleet has detached and has left to render aid. The is right, our fleets are in position and thus we should move of right away. Admiral Zekts informed. Upon receiving news of the success of the decoy fleet, the members quickly agreed to the Admiral Zekt's proposal to depart immediately, as was the plan all along. They all left the meeting in order to inform the fleets under their command of their decision. They would then send an acknowledgement once they are ready to depart. Well, that was short and sweet. We have nothing left to do but wait now, I suppose. Alyssa, can you send the signal that we are ready? Already done, Commander. All right, now we wait. What do you think they are doing right now? It shouldn't take long to inform their ships to move off, right? They are probably giving a rousing speech fleet to their troops in order to boost morale. Something along the lines of honor and valor, or maybe even how if they fail today that the Dominion would destroy and conquer their homes, slaughter their families. Four Eyes probably won't say much, I bet. Maybe entice his troops with profits and benefits. Should I give a speech too? Who would you even give it to? There is no one here at the moment. You, there. There is no need. You already done so earlier. Alyssa stammers as she blushes heavily from Rhea's words. You are so cute when you act like that. Though I am glad you're no longer nervous anymore. You might not have noticed, but your fingers have been pretty restless earlier. Rhea beamed at her. Surprised by that fact, Alyssa looked down at her hands and saw that they were calm and steady. She knew she had a habit of rubbing her fingernails against each other when she was nervous. "Thank you, Rhea." Rhea simply smiled in response. 5A0C4 Decisive Battle. Location: Bridge, Planetary Assault Carrier Avalon, Numa Star System. Year: 1500 GST. Commander: confirmed green light from all parties. We are ready to move off. Very well, synchronize our warp drives to the fleet. Increase core output to 80%. Avalon entering combat status. The core of the ship was a miniature black hole house in a massive containment unit, using the Penrose process to generate energy for the entire ship. As long as the core of the ship was online, it could generate an almost indefinite amount of energy. As the core's output was increased, more negative energy was being pumped into the black hole, thereby increasing its energy output. The ship's weapon system came online as they were released from their housings all across the ship's hull. Particle destabilizers, which was the anti-capital ship version of the particle disruptor. Dark matter launchers able to effectively destroy the shields of enemy ships. M-railguns that used electromagnetic energy to propel a solid projectile through the hulls of enemy ships. Reactive antimatter ship torpedoes and fusion missiles were loading into their launchers. Kinetic flak and laser flak weapons came online. They were the ship's point defense weapons used to shoot down enemy small craft and incoming torpedoes or missiles. Within the ship's hangars, interceptors and bombers were being loaded onto the numerous gravity catapults in the hangars. The weapon systems were being managed by the ship's onboard AI Selene, which will aim and fire the various weaponry housed on the Avalon based on orders from Rhea. A second AI Elisha controlled the fleet of automated craft that would be launched from the Avalon's hangars. The third AI Eres handled the Avalon's maneuverability and power systems. The fourth and final AI Nina handled planetary assault and the control of ground forces, but when the Avalon was engaged in fleet combat, Nina will assist the other A.I.'S in their tasks and handle any boarding actions. When out of combat, the 4AI usually spent their time managing the ship's various other functions and perform maintenance on their respective systems, rarely bothering the crew unless needed. Good morning, Rhea, Alyssa. Warp systems are online and synchronized with the fleet. We can get going whenever the fleet is ready, Eres reported. Appearing on top of the holotable, a bright smile plastered on her face. Eres' personality was similar to that of a child, pure and innocent. She was the youngest of the 4AI and was like a younger sister to the other three. Similar to her personality, her model was that of a small child. She had fluffy light pink hair, pink eyes and a pair of white bear ears. She wore a white button-down shirt with a light pinkish tie front shawl, a pink skirt, fur boots, her hands hugging a white polar bear plushie with a red bow on its head. Commander Rhea, weapon systems are online and operational. Ammunition levels at max capacity. Another AI appeared on top of the holotable reading a book in her hand. Selene. She had a bit of monotone voice and preferred the quiet company of books. She wore a black blazer over a white collared shirt, black half-rimmed glasses, a red ribbon tied under the collar, black skirt that ended slightly above the knees, knee-high socks and black shoes, reminiscent of a teenage schoolgirl. She had light brown hair tied into a long ponytail and yellow eyes. Yawn. Good morning, everyone. All gravity catapults are online and the drones have been attached to them, just waiting for you to pull the trigger. I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up when the world ends. The sleepy AI was Elisha. She enjoyed playing games and can see sleeping most of the times, though she does perform her job well when needed. She had lilac-colored hair with cat ears and sapphire-colored eyes. She wore a light blue hoodie that covered up to her upper thighs and her legs and feet were bare. She held a portable game console in her right hand as she was collapsed face first over a fluffy pillow. Well, I am same as usual, nothing much. Planetary assault systems are offline and mechanized soldiers are armed and on standby. Sigh, once again I have nothing to do. Inanna was a slightly jaded AI, for the fact she is almost never able to perform her primary duties, as they were few and far between. Within the 5 years that Rhea was in command, she was only ever able to perform her primary role twice. She had long flowing light green hair and jade green eyes. She wore a gothic Lolita dress, with a black lacy parasol usually in her hands. She was currently sitting down on a chair in front of a table whilst sipping a cup of tea. Seems like your girls are having a fine day. Alyssa, what is the status of the warp? The fleet has begun to spool up their warp drives. We will be warping out shortly. Eres, You should have received the data. We will leave the timing to you. Leave it to me. Shiro, help me activate the warp drives, jumping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Erez happily jumped, tossing Shiro the polar bear into the air. The Avalon entered warp space at the moment along with the rest Coalition fleet, disappearing for the Numa star system. The Avalon's warp speed was intentionally reduced so as to not stray ahead of the fleet, matching the speed of the slowest vessel in the fleet. If the Avalon was allowed to head to its destination at full speed, it will only take a minute. Nice work, Erez, Rhea complimented as she used hands to pat Erez's virtual head. We should arrive in 10 minutes. Alyssa, anything on the sensors? Nothing yet. We are entering a star system with an active neutron star. Its magnetic field is affecting the accuracy of the data. Even with our advanced sensor suite, we should get more accurate readings as we get closer. Okay, keep an eye out on the scanners. Alert me if you notice anything suspicious. Speaking of suspicious, I am getting a weird reading. It's pretty weak at the moment, but it could just be interference from the neutron star and is nothing important. Here, I will display it on the holotable. Alyssa interacted with the holotable and displayed the data of their destination star system. Look here, this is the neutron star and this is the detected gravitational waves, but over here the gravitational waves just disappear. This entire area isn't affected by the gravitational pull of the neutron star. Hearing the conversation, Elisha woke up from her sleep and looked at the projection of the star system. 0-point energy can negate the effects of gravity. You can use it to create an anti-gravitational field. Something in that zone contains a massive amount of 0-point energy. 0-point energy, megastructure, massive 0-point energy source. It can't be. Alyssa, is there any remnant space quakes at our destination? Hurry. Space quakes? As in the residual traces of warping? Hold on a second, let me see. Alyssa scoured the data from sensors. Yes, there is a signs of space quakes in the area. Why? A detached force left the main fleet to attack the decoy fleet. Wouldn't signs of space quakes be expected? That was close to 5 hours ago. There wouldn't be any signs of space quakes anymore at this point. Inanna interjected. Based on the size and amount of space quakes, a massive amount of ships must have left the area. This is an important strategic point for the Dominion of Man. They won't abandon this place. Selene added on. We have been had, Rhea exclaimed. Rhea reached under the holotable and pressed a button hidden below without hesitation. With the push of the button, alarms started blaring and red warning lights activated across the entire ship. Impossible. Is it finally my turn? Alyssa, can you contact the Coalition fleet? Tell them that we are walking into a trap and to expect close quarters combat. I can't get through. Something is interfering with comms. Ignore it then. Get ready for boarding actions. As discussed earlier, you take control of the fleet combat. Don't worry, Selene. Elis and Erez will be here to help you. Inanna, deploy the mechanized soldiers to critical combat sectors. I leave the distribution to you. Afterwards, get into your avatar and head over to the Weeping Willow. Meet up with Sebastian and explain the situation to him. Go now. It's finally my time, so I won't disappoint. I will live up to your trust. I will manage the situation here on the bridge. Rhea nodded and quickly left the bridge. Alyssa, egress in 10 seconds. The Avalon and the Coalition forces warped out into the Kailash star system and was greeted by the sight of a large megastructure. It was a massive structure consisting of multiple interlocking rings moving around in a set pattern around a mass of black and white energy. The mass of energy had an accretion disk and it distorted space-time around it. There was not a single Dominion ship in sight. This signature. Rhea, this is Alyssa. I have confirmed the presence of the layered singularity core. What should I do? Alyssa informed Alyssa over Avalon's internal communication system. As I suspected, try to destroy it if possible, otherwise attempt to contact Coalition Command and have the entire fleet retreat. Understood. A low hum could be heard as the fabric of space began trembling. The energy levels of the singularity core started rising rapidly and then silence. A pulse of energy propagated through the entire star system at faster than light speeds. As soon as the pulse hit the Coalition ships, their shields and power cores got disabled, leaving them immobile and vulnerable to attack. A shock wave rippled through the Avalon as the energy pulse swept across the entire ship. Awawawa, Penrose core has been shut down, activating emergency Kugel Blitz generators. diverting power to maintain Penrose containment vessel. This is bad. Shira cannot get the engines working from here. The repair drones have been disabled. Not only that, I am detecting warped signatures separate from our own. It's right on top of us. As if on command, Dominion ships began warping in right into the center of the Coalition's formation. Their weapons immediately firing upon the Coalition ships, inflicting catastrophic damage due to shields being disabled, and with them being immobilized they couldn't even attempt to evade. It didn't take long for the Coalition ships to retaliate. However, the Dominion warped in with small mobile destroyers, allowing them to evade attacks, and with them being scattered in the center of the Coalition's formation, the Coalition ships hesitated to fire their weapons, weary of friendly fire. As the Dominion destroyers distracted the Coalition ships, a second wave of ships warped in. These ships were even smaller than the destroyers but were even more mobile. Instead of firing upon the Coalition, these ships quickly picked up speed and set a collision course into nearby ships. As they impacted the hull of the Coalition ships, they easily pierced through the hulls without damage due to the thick armor and shock-absorbent material that lined them. As they embedded themselves into the Coalition's ships, they released their payload of Dominion Marines, their job to quickly board the ship and take out the crew or to disable important systems. The Avalon was no exception, receiving the brunt of the attacks, sending shockwaves throughout the ships. The hull of the Avalon, made from a special composite nanomaterial, was effective in negating most of the weapons from conventional weaponry. However, it was far from invincible. The concentrated fire weakened the hull enough, giving the opportunity for the boarding parties to enter. Have our point defense focus on the boarding crafts. Ignore everything else unless it is antimatter torpedo. On it, but there is too many of them. Where are they coming from? Elis, scramble all remaining fighters, same target priority as Selene. I am trying. That hit from the enemy superweapon disabled the gravity catapults. I have gotten 70% of them restarted currently, and they are already launching fighters. Where is this communication scrambling coming from? If it's from the Singularity Core, that would be a huge problem. Erez, how goes the shields and engines? Can we start them up again? Ito, I still can't do anything from here, but I messaged Rhea to head to the locations I marked to restart the systems. The Avalon's weapons lit up the darkness of space. Particle destabilizers ripped the Dominion ships apart with ease, a single shot tearing their hulls apart at a molecular level, destroying them instantly. Kinetic rounds punched through their hulls, hitting vital areas of the ship with ease and precision, disabling the ship. Dark matter launches ripping apart shields with ease and melting through the hulls of ships. Point defense fire shot down waves torpedoes and boarding crafts approaching the Avalon. The point defense are getting overwhelmed. There is simply not enough time to shoot the boarding craft down. They are warping in way too close. They are getting through. All hands get ready for combat. Incoming boarding parties. Alyssa alerted through the ship's broadcast system. Hull breaches across the ship. The hull breaches from the boarding craft are being sealed as they are made, so there shouldn't be any danger of atmospheric loss. Ignore them. Let Rhea and Janina handle them. We still have our jobs to do. Alyssa, I found something. The source of the signal, Erez happily exclaimed, bringing up an image of the jamming source on the holotable. A Luna Corporation vessel? No, it doesn't match any of their ships, and it's though its IFF signal is correct on the surface, there is an additional layer within it to alert Dominion ships of its location. Selene, I know. A particle destabilizer rotated its turret and aimed directly at the disguised Dominion vessel. A flashlight was produced as it fired upon the ship. The concentrated energy beam swept slowly across the ship, bisecting it into two. A large explosion soon followed as its reactor core was destroyed, sending a chain reaction of explosions across the entire ship. A flurry of communications soon flooded the open channel, requests for assistance, status reports and leadership attempting to give orders. Incoming communication request from Kingdom of Ypres flagship. Razvilg put them through. Commander Rhea, what's your status? General Alicia's voice rang through the communicator. Commander Rhea is not here. She has gone to defend the ship from the raiding parties. Alyssa, our fleet is crippled. We are trying to restart the reactors, but it will take some time. We have been lost around 40% of our ships, and I assume that is true for the others too. We have intruders on board, but we have been able to hold them off for now. What is that super weapon? It's something Rhea calls the Alyssa, get down. The 3A.I.S. cried out. An explosion soon ripped through the area as a boarding craft crashed into the bridge, knocking Alyssa off her feet and away from the holotable. The hull of the Avalon immediately reacted as nanomaterial quickly grew from the intact hull and sealed the breach around the boarding craft. Alyssa, now on the ground, started to breathe heavily as the air in her lungs were knocked out of her from the shockwave. She grabbed the holotable, struggling to stand up with its support as her vision was spinning and her ears ringing. As her peeked past the holotable as she was standing up, she saw Dominion Marines filing out of the boarding ship. Her survival instincts kicked in, as she immediately dropped her body to the ground behind the holotable as a slew of gunfire ripped through the space her head was just at. The Dominion forces quickly suppressed the area around the holotable with gunfire as they slowly pushed up. In retaliation, auto turrets dropped down from the bridge's ceiling and opened fire on the invading forces, stopping the push in its tracks. The Dominion forces reactively deployed portable shields, providing them with cover from the auto turrets. Both parties now pinned down on opposite sides of the bridge. Alyssa's vision and hearing soon returned to normal and she was able to hear General Aisha calling out to her through the communicator. Alyssa, Alyssa, respond. I am fine. A boarding party breached the bride. I am taking fire but unharmed for now, Alyssa reported. She began looking around for her particle disruptor that she had leaned against the holotable earlier and found it laying out in the open, knocked away from the table due to the explosion. As she was about to leave cover in order to attempt to grab the weapon, she was quickly stopped by Ulysses. Whoa, stop, stop. What are you doing? The energy burst from the Singularity core knocked out the ship's shields earlier. Your portable shield generator ain't surviving that. Hearing Ulysses' words, she checked her shield generator and sure enough it was disabled. Her inexperience in the field rearing its ugly head as she almost got herself killed as soon as the battle started. She still had her handgun that was still holstered around her thigh, but compared to the particle disruptor its firepower was lacking. Damn, I almost got myself killed instantly. If Rhea hadn't stopped me from following her earlier, I would just be a burden in a firefight. I am so useless. Even if I wasn't on the bridge, I am sure Celine, Elis and Therese could handle the fleet battle themselves. I am just not. Alyssa, stop mopping around in the middle of combat. If you want to contemplate your life decisions, do it after we are in the clear. Alyssa, cheer up, okay? I don't know much about what you are feeling, but you are not useless. So cheer up and let's get through this fight together, okay? Erez comforted Alyssa, giving her a bright reassuring smile. I have to agree. We could hear you muttering to yourself earlier. You shouldn't be comparing yourself to us, though we might act this way. We are still artificial intelligences created for combat situations. Our abilities in our field will naturally overshadow that of humans. Yet there are still many things we cannot do. If you want to improve yourself, we will be glad to help, but now is hardly the time for that. I do not know what is happening over there, but from what I can hear the A.I.S. over there are correct, Alyssa. I know your feelings, but there is a time and place for these things. Alicia chided in through the communicator. I am sorry and thank you. After getting a pep talk, Alyssa refocuses her priorities and drew her pistol from its holster and started firing back at the Dominion forces. The auto turrets managed to thin out the Dominion's numbers, but as they were unshielded they were beginning to fall, their suppression on the Dominion slowly losing effectiveness. Alyssa, what were you going to say earlier? Alyssa then tells Alicia the details of the layered Singularity core that Rhea gave her earlier as she occasionally peeks out from cover, firing a few rounds at the Dominion forces, before ducking back in cover before the Dominion could shoot back. Occasionally her shots would connect, taking down an enemy soldier. She was unable to use her grenades as there were many sensitive equipment and connections in the bridge, nor did not want to cause another hull breach. I won't deny that I am upset that this information was hidden from us, but I understand Rhea's decision. But we are unable to assist with this matter. Seal those bulkheads on Deck 7. Reposition our forces towards the reactor. Our forces are occupied dealing with the boarding parties and Dominion ships. Even if we were available, we are currently out of weapons range and kinetic weapons will take too long to reach the target. You could try the others, but I am sure their answers will be the same. Alright, we will figure something out on our end. Sorry, we can't do much. Alicia out. The communication from the Hasvulka was disconnected. Celine, is our main gun available for tasking? Negative. It would need the Penrose core to be fully online if we wanted to fire it. According to Inanna, Rhea is already making her way to the core. Alright, once the Penrose core is up and running, fire it upon. Clink. Turning to the cause of the sound, Alyssa's perception of time immediately slows to a crawl. A round spherical object rolls slowly on the ground beside her. Without thinking, she dropped her handgun and lunged towards the object. In this world of slow time, she could vaguely hear the 3A.I.'S calling out to her, but she ignored their shouts. Upon grabbing hold the object, she threw it back towards the Dominion forces. 4A0C5 battle aboard the Avalon. Location: the hub, Planetary Assault Carrier Avalon, Numa Star System. Year: 1500 GST. 10 minutes after combat initiation. Lining up the scope with the heads of the soldiers, I pulled the trigger. A short burst of light exited the barrel of my particle disruptor, leaving nothing but a bloody mist where they stood. 1, 2, 3, with each pull of the trigger, another life was taken. After more than a dozen I stopped counting. Yet I felt nothing. These people had hopes, dreams, aspirations, family, loved ones, unlike me, yet I mercilessly reaped their lives. Their mistake was coming here. Rhea, I got word from Mirez that she cannot get the core and engines restarted remotely and the repair drones are offline. We need to head there personally to restart the systems. However, scans indicated that there are clusters of enemies near these sections. Inanna reported she was currently in her avatar, a physical body that was made in the image of her virtual model. Inanna, you head to the engine room and get it online. Sebastian, take a team of combat droids and head to the shield generators. Inanna, leave a squad of combat droids here and cover the entrance to the bridge. They should not be able to get in, but if Alyssa comes through here for whatever reason, have those droids cover her. Rhea ordered as she continuously fired at the enemy soldiers. The three of them were bunkered down in the hub behind the couple of pillars, with 2 squads of 8 combat droids supporting them. They had been exchanging fire with waves of Dominion troops for close to 5 minutes now. Hails of lasers and bullets whizzing by as they hid behind cover, the combat droids stood in the open, soaking shot after shot, too big to fit behind cover. We need to break through. Our objectives all lay behind those enemy forces. Inanna, deal with them. The rest of us will cover you. Understood. As soon as the Dominion suppressive fire temporarily died down for them to reload, Rhea and Sebastian took out a disintegration each and threw them towards the right and left of the Dominion's battle line. The grenades rolled on the floor before detonating shortly after. A shrill sound reverberated through the area as a solid red sphere expanded from the grenade with a radius of around 10 meters, completely vaporizing everything within. With that as the signal, Inanna dashed forward at top speed, the grenade's lingering solid red sphere of destruction blocking the Dominion forces' line of sight. As soon as she got close enough, she leapt up into the air just as the grenade's lingering explosion faded away. The Dominion forces none the wiser to her approach. Inanna then gracefully landed in the middle of the Dominion's formation, her arms outstretched with a high-capacity machine gun in each hand, firing haphazardly in all directions as she gracefully spun in circles. On her feet, bullets flew everywhere, causing sparks as they hit the reinforced walls of the Avalon, ricocheting in random directions, causing further damage, and some eventually finding their mark. After emptying her magazines, she stopped her momentum before flourishing her dress. The Dominion soldiers, now riddled with countless bullet holes across their entire body. Brain matter was splattered against the pristine walls of the Avalon, guts and organs spilling out of massive holes made in their body, the now lifeless corpses of the Dominion soldiers collapsing into a crimson pool of their own flesh and blood. The way forward is clear. We should head to our objectives without delay. Have a safe trip. Inanna then walked off towards the hallway leading towards the engine room. As an artificial intelligence in a custom-built combat avatar standing at around 180 centimeters in height, Inanna had superior physical and mental parameters to that of regular humans. Her skin was made of a durable yet flexible synthetic fiber, making her skin indistinguishable from that of a regular person's while having high resistance to penetration. Her frame was made of very light and durable composite metal alloy, allowing her to quickly move about the battlefield while being able to sustain high amounts of damage. As an artificial intelligence, she is able to process tons of information quickly and have lightning-fast reaction speeds. Goodness, she sure does love leaving a massive mess to clean up. Anyways, Mistress Rhea, do take care of yourself. After performing a light bow, Sebastian left for the shield generators with a squad of combat droids trailing behind him. While his increasing age has started to catch up to him, Sebastian was once the personal butler and bodyguard for royal family of Ypres. When Alyssa joined Avalon Sebastian, King Alan sent him along with Alyssa to watch over her. Though his body was no longer in his prime, his combat skills were still top-notch, and with the assistance of the combat droids, simple rank-and-file soldiers would hardly afford him a challenge. With the other two leaving for their respective objectives, Rhea walked through the carnage Nana caused, her heels quietly splashing on the blood-soaked floor, squashing pieces of guts, organs and brain matter scattered about as she made way towards the core room, when suddenly the bracelet she wore started vibrating and releasing a sinister misty purple glow. Calm down, there's nothing here for you. Soon Rhea talked to no one in particular as, clutching the bracelet in her hands, sprinting down the winding hallways of the Avalon, Rhea encountered traces of battle throughout, corpses of Dominion soldiers along with destroyed auto turrets and wreckages of combat droids. As she made her way closer towards the core room, the traces of battle intensified and became more frequent. As she was about to turn the corner to reach the door leading directly into the core room, she heard movement voices ahead. She immediately stopped her advance and stood flush against the wall, peeking around the corner to check the situation ahead. What is this fucking door made of? We used up our entire supply of explosives and not even a fucking dent, a soldier exclaimed, giving the door a kick. Find a way to get through. There are a couple of squads on the opposite side trying to break the door down from their side. They say that the reactor room is on the opposite side. They are actively trying to sabotage it, but they haven't gotten back to me yet. Alan, how's the plasma cutter? Sigh, no luck, Commander, not even a single scratch, the engineer says disappointedly. Damn, that advisor of the Emperor, whatever his name was, creating that stupid super weapon, spending so much on it, and all it does was disable the enemy ships. What did he call it? Altar of Ascension or something? What the hell was the point of sending us here with specially designed ships if you aren't gonna give us equipment to do anything in here? We are just stuck in enemy territory with no way out. Let's just do our job. It's not like we can do anything else. I want to see my wife and kids again, the commander bemoaned. Yeah, my mother must be worried sick. And I was gonna propose, but I got drafted to fight in this damned war. What? Daniels, when did you get a girlfriend? One of the soldiers exclaimed. It's a childhood friend of mine. We know each other since we were 5, Daniels sheepishly said, scratching his head. I don't think I can get any more information from them. But this Emperor's advisor, Altar of Ascension, must be their name for the layered singularity core. To be able to create that in ships designed to pierce Avalon's hull. Who is he? I will save it for later. I need to. Not now. Rhea dropped her particle disruptor on the ground, clutching her head in pain. Who was there? The commander yelled out, the Dominion squad now in high alert. The suppressants from yesterday is expiring. I can't hold it back. Rhea clutched her head in pain, as her sense of reason started to erode, a thick haze clouding her mind. Her heartbeat accelerated as her blood boiled, rushing straight towards her head. Her body heated up, beads of sweat forming on her skin as a wave of arousal spread through her body from head to toe. It's been a while. It wouldn't hurt, it's been a while after all. It will be fine, just once. Let thy bells toll, hearken to thy name, the wicked shall be delivered. Let us revel in this moment. Jana, let the sinners drown in eternal torment. Soon as the chant was complete, the bracelet on Rhea's wrist shattered into wisps of black flame. A long black dress with a veil manifested, overwriting her uniform. The dress covered her entire body, flowing onto the ground, the trailing end a purple shadowy flame. Long gloves formed on her left arm covered all the way till above her elbows. A thorny black vine coiling tightly around her right arm all the way to her shoulders, digging deep into her skin, drawing blood. A scythe with a curved abyssal black snath, a black purplish blade coated in a thin layer of ominous purple flames, and a lantern cage with a ball of sinister purple fire within it, scattering butterflies of various colors hung at the top of the scythe. How long has it been? Now, let's enjoy this dance, shall we? Snap. With a snap of her fingers, darkness enveloped the hallways and the adjacent rooms, The lights were still on but were unable to penetrate deep into the darkness. An ominous bone-chilling mist began rolling along the floor, the ambient temperature rapidly dropping throughout the affected area. With each breath of the freezing air, the Dominion soldiers took a sharp piercing pain permeated through their chest, and with each breath exhaled a frosty mist was released. They could also hear the slow quiet sounds bells jingling within the darkness, but they could not determine the distance or direction it was originating from. As if it was right beside them. Cold sweat began dripping from their foreheads, the sinister atmosphere affecting them mentally, their heart rate racing. Rhea sauntered out of the corner, the light from Jaina and her dress dimly illuminating her figure, each footstep of hers leaving a wisp of blue fire in its wake. She stood in the middle of the hallway menacingly, unmoving, waiting for the Dominion to make the first move. The sounds of bells also ceased, a silent tension forming between the two parties as they stared each other down. "Enemy contact, fire," the Dominion commander shouted. Their rifles roared to life, the brief muzzle flashes in between each shot lighting up a small area around them. Rhea dashed forward, the sounds of the bells hastening to match her rhythm. Countless sparks flashed around her as she twirled her scythe around as she rotated her body, cutting down and deflecting the bullets away mid-air. She leapt into the air, disappearing within a swarm of butterflies before reappearing right in front her first prey. Shit. The last thing he saw was the vicious and sadistic grin on Rhea's face right before his consciousness was severed. With a flash of her scythe, the man was bisected vertically, blood splattered towards Rhea, staining her face a crimson red. As the man's life was snuffed out with Jaina, a torrent of mind-breaking pleasure and ecstasy flooded her brain, greater than any drug or sexual act could provide, sending her over the edge instantly, and with it the last remnants of rationale and lucidity she had was flooded out by the climax. Relishing in the pleasure, she immediately flashed forward towards her next target, her eyes filled with bloodlust and ecstasy. "Damn, where are they? I can't see anything." Within a blink of an eye, Rhea had appeared behind the soldier and severed his legs, causing him to fall over. Despite the grievous wound, the man still lived. However, he would have been better off dead. From the wound a purple flame rapidly spread throughout his entire body, causing the soldier to release a blood-curdling scream. The flames of Jaina were neither hot nor cold and did not damage the physical form. They are inextinguishable and will inflict the target with eternal pain till their minds break or someone puts them out of their misery. The cries of pain and despair sending an even greater wave of pleasure through Rhea, causing her to moan involuntarily. "Shit, Alan, damn it. You monster!" "Getting off on this shit," the commander cried out, firing a hail of bullets towards Rhea. Without responding, Rhea charged towards the commander, laughing maniacally in her childish voice. Soon, the entire Dominion squad was eliminated, the lucky few now mere a messy collage of dismembered body parts and bodily fluids lining the floor and walls of the hallway, whilst those who weren't so lucky still breathed. As they lay silent on the floor, enveloped by the flames of Jaina, their minds already broken, Rhea stood within the bloody carnage in front of the core room's containment door, her sanity no longer with her. She was operating purely on instinct like a ravenous beast. She no longer can clearly recall her reason for being here in the first place, now hunting for a next prey in order to experience the next wave of pleasure and ecstasy. From the information she gathered earlier, she knew there were more Dominion soldiers in the core room, more food to fuel her lustful bloodthirst. Without even attempting to have the door be opened, she approached the closed door, disappearing into a swarm of butterflies. Phasing through the containment door, she appeared on the opposite side in the core room. Within the core room was 24 Dominion soldiers, 18 of them standing guard while the 5 remaining soldiers and their commander was huddled around the control console for the Penrose core, trying to figure out how they can operate the system. The Dominion soldiers had their lights on. However, the light produced barely penetrated the looming darkness, the temperature of the frigid air so low that they had to switch to their self-contained breathing apparatus, SCBA, in order to breathe safely. "What is that?" the soldier closest to the door exclaims, seeing a faint purple light close to the door. "Frederick, what light?" "I don't see anything," one of his comrades who was further back interjected. "Samuel, you don't see that?" "There's a purple light there, I will go check it out." "Wait, don't go alone." Before Samuel could catch up to Frederick, his light suddenly disappeared into the looming darkness. Upon seeing the light disappear, Samuel quickly ran forward in order to catch up to Frederick, but he suddenly reached the containment door, with no Frederick in sight. Samuel, not seeing Frederick anywhere, started to panic, hastily pointing his light attached to his rifle everywhere around him, but he could not spot anything suspicious. His breathing rate rapidly increased, fogging up the visor on his SCBA. He frantically looked around him, inching backwards until his back was against the containment door, when suddenly a loud thud sounded from beside him. He slowly turned his head towards the noise, shining his light upon it. It was the lifeless, mangled corpse of Frederick. There was a gaping hole in his chest. His limbs bent into impossible angles and his face contorted into a look of abject horror, showing how terrified he was in his last moments. Shit! And before he could scream out, a shadowy figure darted out in front of him and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a thin arm piercing through his chest, feeling the hand gripping something within, a powerful force pinning him against the door. As he looked up, he saw a pale white face covered in blood staring straight at him. He tried to scream, but the words got stuck in his mouth, too terrified to the point his brain stopped functioning. The figure then slowly removed the visor of his SCBA, its hand slowly caressing his cheeks with its cold white fingers before it giggled in a childish voice, whispering, "Thanks for the meal." A hauntingly beautiful and chilling voice entering his ears. The arm of the figure then quickly pulled out of his chest cavity, a still beating heart within its small hands. Before he could even process what he was seeing, the hand slowly gripped the heart with ever-increasing amounts of force, crushing it into a fleshy pulp, spraying and squirting blood everywhere. His consciousness was then sent into an eternal slumber, never to awaken again. "Hey, Frederick and Samuel, why did you leave your post?" Another soldier ran up towards the door, after not finding the two at their post, only to see the horrific sight of Frederick's mangled body and the slumped-over corpse of Samuel leaning against the door. "Enemy contact!" he yelled out, alerting his comrades. In the corner of his eye he spotted faint purple light moving rapidly within the darkness. Reactively he aimed towards the light and squeezed the trigger down, releasing a stream of bullets towards the suspicious light. The muzzle of his barrel flashed briefly, illuminating the area around him. He was horrified as he saw a blood-soaked young girl dashing towards him, her body low to the ground. Before he could adjust his aim, there was a glint of a blade and his right arm was sent flying before the flames of Jaina ignited the stump and slowly spread through his entire body. Sounds of heavy footsteps could be heard running towards his location, their lights slowly growing brighter as they closed the distance. Making use of the darkness, Rhea dashed in and out of the Dominion's line of sight, ducking and weaving through their severely compromised sources of light. She killed and killed and killed. With each slash of Jaina the number of light sources in the darkness dwindled. The soldiers were in complete disarray, they erratically pointed their rifle every which way trying to locate Rhea, their shaken minds jumping and reacting to every little noise and movement. No sooner did this happen is when confusion turned into full-blown chaos. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the darkness. A soldier, hearing the sound of movement beside him, reactively fired his weapon. Gah! A cry rang out. "Jackson!" "Shit, you hit Mark!" The chaos ensues, the soldiers getting picked off one by one, unable to locate their attacker. Every time they managed to catch a glimpse of Rhea, she would simply meld back into the darkness, before reappearing near another soldier, her cold white hands dragging them into the abyss. Panicked soldiers fired their weapons in paranoia, reacting to every little sound or movement, causing even more disruption within their ranks. The commander, the last remaining member of the Dominion squad slowly backed up, each step displacing the thick layer of mist creeping along the floor, his foot splashing against the pool of blood gathered beneath his feet, his weapons raised, trained against the looming darkness. The light being produced from his equipment was swallowed up into the abyss. His breathing was quick and shallow. He could feel his heart beating rapidly within his chest as if he was about to have a heart attack. With the adrenaline pumping through his system, his senses were heightened. Every little sound did not escape his notice. The faint sound of blood dripping onto the ground, the low groans and moans of soldiers who still yet breathed, and within all that he could hear the sound of splashing footsteps. Without hesitation, he fired a burst of rounds into where he heard the splashing footsteps. The bullets flew into the darkness, and nothing, not the sound of the bullets hitting metal or the sound of a body hitting the floor. Assuming that this initial burst was simply not enough to finish the job, He applied pressure on the trigger once again, intending to finish the job, when suddenly an injured figure walked out of the shadows. "Claudia!" the commander exclaimed, lowering his weapon and running up to the limping Claudia. Claudia's body was severely injured and her body swayed side to side, like a leaf in the wind. As the commander approached, she collapsed forwards into his arms, coughing and hacking up a mouthful of blood. "Shit! I didn't know it was you. I didn't accidentally hit you, did I?" the commander frantically exclaimed as he explored the bloody portions of her body, looking for a wound. "Ha ha, luckily you were always a bad shot. You completely missed Alex," Claudia weakly replied, coughing up another mouthful of blood. "SHH, don't speak, save your strength. We will get out of this mess, all right? We will head back home safely, okay? The two of us, our children are waiting for us. So hang on a bit longer, I will patch you up." Turning around, the commander, Alex, reached towards the back of his belt to fish out his emergency medical kit. After groping around for a few seconds, he managed to retrieve the medical kit from the back of his belt. As he turned around, he saw Claudia sitting up, her face inches from his own, her eyes staring directly into his own, his image reflected within the dead glassy eyes of hers. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest, a growing heat slowly spreading throughout his body. Slowly looking down, he sees a knife piercing into his chest, blood beginning to stain his combat suit a bright red. Claudia's small hands were slowly plunging the knife further and further into his body, twisting the knife as she goes. "Why?" Reflexively Alex tries to push himself further away from Claudia, but she wrapped her left arm around his back, pulling him closer towards her as she continues twisting and digging the knife further into his chest. Alex struggled, attempting to break himself out of Claudia's hold, but to no avail, her grip on him unnaturally strong. Claudia then leaned in close into Alex's ear and softly whispered into it, "I hate you, I always have. I should have never married you. Wonder how I survived the attack. Well, of course I struck an agreement with the enemy. After all, I couldn't let anyone else kill you, so just die for me. You love me, right? So do grant me this wish of mine." "Okay?" Claudia leaned back out, giving Alex a wide grin. "What are you saying?" Alex stammered, despair written all over his face. Softly giggling, Claudia pushed the knife all the way into his chest, piercing his heart, sending Alex into an eternal sleep. "Are you done?" Ria's monotone voice echoed from the shadows. "Well, of course, but it was disappointing. My first play in years and I have to cut it short." "What a heartless master you are." Claudia shrugged, haphazardly tossing Alex's body to the side. "There isn't any time for your cruel theatrics right now, Jaina." "But calling the kettle black, I see. I am not the one leaving those poor souls alive back there as my flames slowly devour their souls and minds, whilst you get high of their pain and suffering. Unlike your barbarity, my methods are more graceful and elegant. Their despair as everything they believed in crumbles into dust before their eyes. The taste is unmatched, each meal unique from one another." "Ah, what a waste." The man was like a piece of undercooked meat. It could have been so much more. Jaina dramatically collapses onto the floor as she places the back of her hand against her forehead. "I told you, I have no time for your theatrics right now. Help me get the core restarted. Otherwise return to your astral form." Hee hee. "How cold of you. I wonder who made you that way." Briefly giving Jaina a side eye, Rhea ignored her remarks and walked towards the core's control panel. Yes, I will help. You were so much cuter back then." Jaina stood up, her body igniting in an ethereal purple flame, the form of Claudia burning away, revealing her true form beneath. Jaina had long flowing violet hair, shimmering golden pupils, standing at 185 centimeters tall, and her right arm was just a bare skeleton with purple flames coating the bones. She wore a blackish purple dress with the hemline ending in her signature purple flames that danced alongst the ground. Butterfly-themed accessories and ornaments decorated her dress, and long black opera gloves were worn on her right hand. 3A0C6 Singularity. Location: Bridge, Planetary Assault Carrier Avalon, Numa Star System. Year: 1500 GSD. 40 minutes after combat initiation. Boom. An explosion ripped through the bridge, scattering fragmentation throughout the area. Minimal damage was done to the bridge, but Alyssa's body was sent flying backwards by the shockwave, colliding against a control terminal on the far side of the bridge. The explosion knocked the air out of her lungs, Her breathing was short and sharp as she gasped for air. With each breath came a splitting pain within her chest. The act of breathing was getting tougher by the second. Her ears were ringing as she placed her hands on her knees attempting to push herself up off the ground. However, her legs failed her as she immediately collapsed upon the ground. Turning her vision downwards, she could see that her legs were barely hanging on, the shrapnel having decimated the surrounding tissue down to the bone. Through her darkening and blurring vision, she could see that the Dominion soldiers were slowly but surely making progress towards her location, the quickly declining force of sentry guns no longer able to stall their advance adequately. She reached towards her thigh attempting to draw her sidearm, but there was nothing there. She quickly scanned the area and spotted her weapons that were blown away during the explosion. Her rifle was a lost cause, having launched too far from her position and was laying out in the open. Even with her lack of combat experience, she knew that going for the rifle was tantamount to suicide. Her holster that contained her pistol was fortunately not far from her current position and the path towards it had adequate amounts of cover. With her legs no longer functional, she laid on her stomach and swiftly began crawling towards her pistol. With each movement her mind got hazier, evidently from the excessive blood loss. Her tattered legs barely hanging on by a thread, serving only to hamper her movements as they clumsily dragged along the floor. Even with the adrenaline coursing through her veins, each slight movement sent ripples of pain throughout her body, but she pressed onwards. Soon she managed to reach the location of her pistol. Stretching her hands out as far as possible, she grabbed the holster, her hands violently shaking as she struggled to remove the pistol from the holster. Though her ears were still ringing from the explosion, through the floor she could feel a vibration getting stronger as if someone was quickly approaching her. Just as she managed to remove the pistol from the holster, she could sense that someone was right beside her. Without thinking, she flipped herself over and pulled the trigger on her pistol, but there was a slight impact on her hand, knocking her aim of course, causing the bullet to harmlessly fly by her target. A quick kick soon followed, striking her on the stomach as she was sent rolling, stopping as her back impacted the bridge's walls. She started hacking repeatedly from the kick as she pushed herself up into a sitting position, her back supported by the wall behind her. She looked up and saw the Dominion soldiers surrounding her, their weapons drawn. Her mind was slowly fading in and out of consciousness, her stamina all but drained. Within her hands she could still feel the pistol, but she no longer had the strength to lift it up, and even if she could, she was certain that the soldiers would open fire as soon as she tried. "Well, if it isn't your highness, the Princess of Ypres. Sorry for the discourtesy of meeting without an appointment, but we are on a tight schedule, you see. Normally, we would capture a HVT such as yourself, possibly negotiating your father out of the war in exchange for your return, but alas, we have no such freedom to do so. We have orders not to leave anyone alive aboard this vessel, and looking at your wounds it seems you are not long for this world without proper medical attention, something we haven't the ability to provide," the commander said as he looked over Alyssa's wounds. I caught oof cough as she tried to respond. She coughed up a mouthful of blood. She tried to speak once again, but with each attempt she coughed up even more blood. Due to the extreme blood loss, her skin was deathly pale as the color was slowly fading from her eyes. "Though this meeting was but short-lived, we have to leave now." The commander bowed, gesturing towards the other soldiers using his head. Her vision was completely dark, but she could guess what was going to happen momentarily. Her life flashed before her eyes as a single tear dripped down her bloodied cheeks. As she lay there lifelessly awaiting her end, a single thought crossed her mind. Rear, bang. A gunshot echoed throughout the bridge. Yet Alyssa still breathed. She opened her weary eyes and saw the Dominion commander collapsed on the floor, blood pooling out, a gunshot wound to his head. Reinforcements had arrived. A follow-up of automatic fire then rained down upon the Dominion soldiers, ambushed and caught out in the open by an unknown number of hostiles with minimal cover in sight. They were swiftly mowed down in the ensuing gunfire, with nary an ounce of opposition. Stragglers who escaped the initial onslaught and managed to seek cover were soon mopped up in short order. Out of the corner of her eye, Alyssa saw a blurry figure running towards her, and soon she completely lost consciousness, her mind drifting off into darkness. Having heard news of the breach and the battle within the bridge, Rhea rushed back towards the bridge. As she was about to enter the bridge, the doors slid open and a squad of combat droids led by a pink-haired girl rushed out of the bridge and past In the center of the formation, Rhea saw the critically injured Alyssa lying on a stretcher. Her left leg was shredded and barely hanging on, whilst her right leg was completely missing. Her arms was like Swiss cheese with bits and pieces of flesh hanging out and countless shrapnel embedded within. Her clothes were in pieces as she bled from countless wounds on her chest and abdomen. Erez, what happened? Sister Rhea, Sister Alyssa is very badly injured. We are taking her to the medical ward right now. Sister Celine and Elisha are inside the bridge. You can ask them. We need to hurry. After a short exchange, Erez lead the combat droids past Rhea and into the elevator behind her, where they will make their way to the medical ward afterwards. As Rhea entered the bridge, she saw combat droids carrying dead Dominion soldiers towards a corner of the bridge before tossing them into a pile. In the center where the main control console stood were two girls, one with light brown hair and glasses and the other with lilac hair in a light blue cat-eared hoodie. Celine. Elisha, what happened? Rhea questioned as she quickly approached the two. Rhea. A sizable Dominion squad breached the bridge from outside, similar to those throughout the rest of the ship. Within the ensuing firefight, Alyssa caught in the blast radius of a fragmentation grenade, thus leading to her injuries. We tried rushing here with our avatars and a contingent of combat droids but were delayed. When we got here she was already on the brink of death, and after wiping out the remaining enemies on the bridge we sent Erez with her to the medical ward. Celine reported. Yeah. Inanna is already clearing a path from here to the medical ward together with Sebastian. After ensuring that Erez and Alyssa is safely inside the medical ward, she will lock down that sector to prevent further incursions and proceed to clear out the rest of the ship from hostiles. Well, if anyone manages to break into the medical ward, Erez is the best among us in terms of defensive capabilities, so they should be fine. Elisha languidly added on. What are we waiting for then? The stage is set, so why are we making our audience wait? An extra voice cut in from behind Rhea. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Celine and Elisha immediately materialize their weapons, striking at the shadowy figure behind Rhea. A pair of katanas from Celine bisected the shadowy figure into two before a hail of arrows fired by Elisha pierced the figure's head. The figure then collapsed into black pool before reforming itself. TCH. Celine clicked her tongue before sheathing her katanas. Such a cheat. Elisha complained, retuning her bow onto her back. I'm saddened. Is that a way to greet a friend after so long? Taunted the figure. Silence. I don't ever recall us being friends. Celine replies as she adjusts her glasses. Interacting with you is exhausting. Elisha remarked. Stop provoking them. Jaina rebuked Rhea. Fine if that is your wish, dear master. If you would deny me the right to participate, I would sit here and spectate from the gallery. Jaina then proceeded to walk off to the side, materializing a chair from her shadow and sitting down on it, a wide grin on her face. Why did you bring her out again? After what she pulled the last time? Celine questions Rhea. Just ignore her. There are matters of greater import right now. Sigh. Understood. Elisha, what the ship's status? After lazily tapping on the console for a bit, a holographic diagram of the ship appears. Light weapons at 95% efficiency and heavy weapons still at 100%. Shields are fully operational and all breaches have been temporarily sealed. I will just ignore the intruders as Inanna will handle them. As of now Avalon is fully combat ready. What's the plan? We are taking out the Singularity core. The energy it is constantly emitting is preventing FTL travel out of the system and disabling the shields of the Coalition fleet. It is imperative that it is destroyed if we have any hope of turning around this battle. Send a fleet-wide broadcast to retreat as soon as the Singularity core is destroyed. Understood. Flight systems are all green, engines are online and full operational, warp drives ready. Erez has temporarily allowed me access to her authority partition. All deployed starfighters have been switched to autopilot with a preset targeting algorithm. Avalon, tactical jump. An energy field begins to form at the front of the Avalon, sweeping through the entire ship, before the vessel disappears in a flash of light out of the Coalition formation. Moments later, the Avalon reappears closer towards the Singularity core. We have made it out of warp space. We have closed in on the target by roughly 60% of the original distance. Space ahead is too choppy, no thanks to the Singularity core. Too risky to proceed any further through warp space. Elisha reports. We are barely out of the effective range of our energy-based weapons. We have to close in more for them to deal any significant damage. Celine chimes in. Close the distance, flank speed, begin firing the railguns at the target. The Avalon advanced along towards the layered Singularity core, silvery light pouring out of the numerous engines at the rear as the engines operated at their maximum values. The weapons aboard the Avalon rotated facing front, the railguns immediately firing as soon as they received their firing solution from Celine. Streaks of light flew through the darkness of space as the shells made their way towards their target. Numerous weapons platforms surrounding the layered Singularity core activated as soon as the shells entered their target acquisition range. Flak and point defense batteries opened fire at the incoming shells, attempting to intercept them before they struck their target. ETA to effective range 5 minutes. So far no signs of enemy interception. Enemy point defense fire is too heavy, only a minority of our attacks are making through the net. Switch the targets for the railguns to the enemy's weapons platform. Understood. Changing target priorities. Scratch that. Incoming warp signatures. A Dominion fleet is jumping in on an intercept course. Elisha interrupted. Updating firing solution. Timing our attacks to as soon as they exit warp space. The Avalon's weapons began firing towards empty space, and as calculated by Celine, the Dominion ships exited warp space only to be immediately greeted with saturated attacks from the Avalon, destroying a large number of ships before they could even react. The majority of the Dominion ships that walked in were of the large variety, heavy cruisers, battleships, battle cruisers and carriers. Despite the unexpected preemptive strike by the Avalon, the Dominion forces quickly retaliated, firing all their weapons towards the Avalon. The carriers which warped in further back began launching swarms of starfighters out of their many hangars. Larger caliber kinetic rounds, pulses of bright white plasma and streaks of laser fire impacted the Avalon's shields, causing ripples and sparks on impact. Ignoring the onslaught by the Dominion ships, the Avalon blitzed through their formation, ripping through the hulls and shields of the Dominion ships with ease. Each shot from the Avalon resulting in the catastrophic destruction of the Dominion vessels. Soon the swarms of Dominion starfighters intercepted the Avalon, swarming around the ship as they released their payloads of anti-ship torpedoes whilst dodging between the clouds of flak and targeted point defense fire. Once their payloads were depleted, they swapped to their guns and fired upon the Avalon. Shields at 30% saturation. We have enough leeway remaining to complete our objectives before our shields drop. Elisha reported. ETA to effective weapons range 1 minute. Celine added on. Celine, we will use the main armament. Begin the firing process. Are you sure? The amount of energy used is enormous, if we use it. I know, Celine. However, we have nary the time to slowly chip away at the megastructure whilst under such a heavy assault. I understand the risks, so just do it. Very well. Beginning firing sequence of anti-stellar object weapon, Rongominiad. The bow of the Avalon opened up, as the entire structure of the ship began to shift and transform. The internal layout of the vessel changed as a direct pathway to the Penrose core. The heart of the Avalon itself was revealed and exposed to the dark recess of space. The protective casing of the Penrose core split apart, revealing the massive artificial black hole housed within it. Vast amounts of stored and generated energy began flowing into an apparatus situated directly in front of the Penrose core, its purpose meant to focus and amplify the energy being gathered within the Penrose core. Energy levels reaching critical degeneracy, 0-point energy field deployed and stable. Shields adjusted and locked. Anti-stellar object weapon Rongominiad ready to fire at your command. Target, Dominion of Man megastructure, layered Singularity core. Rongominiad fire. Upon Ria's command, the built-up energy was released all at once in a single beam of blinding white energy. The beam tore through the darkness of space, disintegrating everything caught in its wake. Even entities not within the immediate path of the attack had their hulls melted due to the extreme heat produced as the beam approached its target. Multiple layers of interlacing shields were deployed around the Singularity core in order to defend against the attack. However, the sheer destructive power of Rongominiad rendered such a defense futile as the beam merciless penetrated the shield as it were mere sheets of paper. With the last of its defenses destroyed, Rongominiad's attack flew right into the heart of the Singularity core, where a mesmerizing yet chaotic swirl of black and white energies mixed. As the attack collided with the energies within the Singularity core, a brief moment of silence ensued, with no definitive changes happening. Suddenly, all hell broke loose, as the energy within the center of the singularity core grew unstable, its massive size quickly condensing towards a single point. The surrounding space became increasingly fragile as visible fractures can be seen within the fabric of space and time, creating a massive rift of broken space. An enormous wave of energy burst forth from the point of collapse, sweeping across the battlefield. The Dominion ships, which were closer to the singularity core as it collapsed, took the full brunt of the energy nova. As soon as the energy nova made contact with their shields, it immediately shattered. The forces holding the molecular bonds of the materials that comprises the hull were destroyed, ripping the ships apart into their base elements. Brace for impact, Rio alerted, through the ship-wide announcement system. The energy nova soon made contact with the Avalon, sending shockwaves throughout the entire ship. Shields are down. Hull breaches across Deck 35. Fires have broken out throughout numerous areas on the ship, activating damage control. Temporary repairs from the earlier boarding action have come undone. Suddenly, there was a sharp tug felt throughout the ship, nearly knocking everyone off balance. The fracture drift in space generated a huge gravity well, causing everything left intact nearby to be pulled into it. The Avalon, while faring much better than the Dominion ships, had lost their engines owing to the energy nova. Now immobilized, the Avalon was unable to resist the effects of the gravity well. So, it has finally begun. Jaina solemnly spoke. Unlike her usual self, the other three on the bridge turned to look at her questioningly. What has begun? Rhea questions, flashing back to the mysterious figure she met in her dreams earlier. Safer to not know at this moment, Master. I will be heading back first. It's a bit dangerous for me to be out here right now, Jaina says in melancholy, her figure disappearing within a swarm of butterflies. With the disappearance of Jaina, the Avalon helplessly falls into the fracture drift. End of Arc 0, Thricefold beginning. 4A1C7 Final Bastion Thule. Two figures clad in tattered cloaks could be spotted running through the shadows of dilapidated buildings. The taller figure held the hand of the shorter one while they ran down the street. As they ran, their feet splashed against a red fleshy substance that coated the every inch of the ground below them, its corrupting touch partially creeping up the abandoned buildings. The substance pulsed and wiggled as if alive, its smell putrid like a corpse that have been left out in the scorching sun. Come on, Adrian, we have almost reached the next haven, it's just around the corner, the taller figure said to the shorter one. I can't anymore, Lucas. Adrian replied, completely out of breath, his knees giving up as he collapsed onto the ground. Upon seeing the young boy, Adrian collapsed. Lucas turned around, crouched beside him, his arms cupped behind his back, signaling for Adrian to get on his back. Quick, get on, I will carry you, before they catch up. Thanks, sorry for being a burden. Adrian apologized as he climbed onto the back of Lucas. Lucas slowly adjusted his posture for balance whilst also ensuring the Adrian was properly secured and had a good grip on his back. He stood up and sprinted down the street once again, the hope that safety was near and the determination to protect his brother spurring him onwards. No sooner did he start his sprint, a growl nearby entered his ears. Instinctively, he dived towards the ground, a gust of wind blowing right beside his head. Due to him carrying his brother Adrian on his back, the emergency dive sent both of their bodies rolling along the fleshy ground. Using the momentum from his roll, Adrian launched himself upwards, landing softly on his feet, and immediately scanned his surroundings. 5 humanoid-shaped figures surrounded the two brothers. Though their profile could be said to be vaguely humanoid in shape, everything else was completely alien. Their bodies were covered in the same red fleshy substance that coated the ground and buildings. Their limbs were contorted in impossible directions as the red substance formed into sets of extra appendages. Red tentacles breached through what remained of the victim's skin, flaying around haphazardly. Gurgling and moaning noises could be heard emanating from the creature's throat. Their hosts still well alive and conscious, yet unable to control their own bodies, merely a spectator trapped in everlasting anguish. Damn, the lesser remnants have caught up already, more are definitely on their way. I have to clear this group out and quickly escape to the haven with Adrian immediately. Lucas lowered his posture, getting into a combat stance, his hands outstretched to his sides, as if he was a beast ready to pounce on his prey. His eyes flashed a deep violet as he charged towards the group of lesser remnants. his right arm transforming into a grotesque beastly claw of purple and black, thrice the size of his regular arm. The tentacles and extra appendages of the lesser revenant swiped towards as it lunged towards Lucas, its arms raised, poised to attack. As soon as Lucas entered striking range, he swiped at the extra appendages and tentacles, dismembering them into tiny pieces. He then propelled himself further forward, right next to the lesser revenant before swiping upwards with his claws, splitting the lesser revenant vertically into 3 parts. After finishing off the first lesser revenant, he darted to the right where the next 2 lesser revenants are. Approaching the closer one, he slammed his claws down upon its head, crushing its body into bloody pancake on the ground. The next lesser revenant lunged towards Lucas but was forcefully swatted aside, its body smashing into the nearby building. The outer wall of the abandoned building collapsed upon impact, falling atop the body of the lesser revenant. After dispatching the 2 lesser revenants, Lucas made way to the remaining 2 and quickly eliminated them, determining that combat was over. His eyes returned to its regular brown color and his arm returned back into its human form. Lucas then collapsed onto his knees, his stamina completely spent, his breathing quick and heavy. I did it, my first actual solo combat. No time to find Adrian and head to the haven. Adrian ran out from the shadows of abandoned vehicles, a look of relief plastered on his face. When suddenly, his expression turned grave, a panicked expression quickly taking form upon his face. Lucas, watch out, behind you! Adrian yelled as he ran towards his brother. Hearing Adrian's warning, Lucas spun around and his right arm started to transform again. With his back still facing the lesser revenant, he could see the revenant's arm barring down towards him. Not good, I won't make it. Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed throughout the empty street. A large fist-sized hole opened up in the lesser revenant's chest. Bang! Bang! 2 more successive gunshots rang out, causing another 2 holes to appear in the lesser revenant's abdomen and head. Having suffered lethal damage, the lesser revenant collapsed onto the street, its lifeless corpse slowly turning into dust and scattering into the wind. This should do as a lesson as to not simply just knock your enemies around. A feminine voice came from up high. Lucas and Adrian both looked upwards to where the voice came from, spotting a figure standing atop one of the abandoned buildings. The figure then jumped off the building, doing a mid-air somersault, the sun shining bright behind them, before landing softly on their feet. The figure removed their hood and pulled down their mask, revealing a young woman with bright crimson hair and eyes. She stood at around 185 centimeters tall, her cloak obscuring her actual clothes and figure. Not bad for an amateur, but in the future refrain from knocking your enemies around without confirming the kill. Look over there, the woman said in a bright and energetic voice. Her right arm wrapped around Lucas's shoulders while she pointed at the partially destroyed building wall. The one that ambushed you came from there. It was third one that you knocked away. It was your mistake assuming that debris simply falling onto a revenant would be enough to kill it, the woman pointed out, releasing her hold on Lucas. Thank you for saving me, miss. Lucas bowed. Irene Lyodmla. You can call me whatever you wish. Lucas and Adrian, I suppose? Yes. Then Miss Lyodmla, once again thank you for saving us. But how long were you following us? Hey, so you are one of those types. Lucas, are you alright? You are not hurt, are you? Adrian worriedly asks, his roaming around Lucas's body to check for injuries. I am fine, thanks to Miss Lyodmla here. Lucas gestured to Lyodmla with his palm. Thank you for saving us, Miss Lyodmla. Adrian too bowed. Oh, no worries. Furthermore, to answer your previous question, I have been following you for the past 30 minutes. I spotted you guys a ways out during one of my regular patrols. It wasn't that hard to see you, with you guys running down the street and all. Quite a big horde you guys drug up too from your home of 7th Haven. Lyodmla smirked. That's right, there was a massive horde chasing us. We need to leave quickly. Adrian panically said. That horde, let's just say it won't be a problem anymore. Lyodmla wryly smiled, her finger scratching her cheek. But the commotion here would have certainly drawn undue attention, and I am not really confident in protecting 2 exhausted people against any decently sized horde. Not really up my alley. So let's go. The haven is just around the corner. I will protect you guys up till then, Lyodmla said, snapping her fingers. Got it. With her command, the three of them quickly made their way down the remainder of the street towards the haven. As the trio rounded the corner, the walls of the haven came into view. The haven was a large compound surrounded by large glimmering black walls with sentries and watchtowers stationed at regular intervals throughout the walls. Before the walls laid a repulsion field barrier, purpose-built to prevent revenants up to a certain class from passing through. After a bit of running, the trio managed to make it to the front gate where a contingent of guards were guarding the entrance to the haven. As they approached the gate, the guards spotted them and waved, recognizing one of their own amongst their midst. Sister Irene, I don't believe it's time for your patrol to end yet, but I believe it has to do with the two beside you. Yeah, I spotted them running over here earlier. They got caught by a small group of lesser revenants, so I helped them a little before escorting them here. I need to head back out. Make sure nothing unsavory followed us back. I don't know their situation, so why don't you geese get acquainted first? See you guys later. After reporting in, Lyadmila turned on her heels and jumped to an adjacent building, making her way back the way they came. So you heard the lady. I am Lucas Aulia and this, Adrian Aulia. Both brothers reaching for a handshake. Nice to meet you, Lucas, Adrian, the guard responding to their respective handshakes. Gregson Mathis, you can just call me Gregson. As you can see, I am a guard in the 6th Haven. Nice to meet you, Gregson. I noticed you called Miss Lyadmila sister earlier. Are you guys related by any chance? No. It's just what we at the guards call her. She is like everyone's elder sister after all. The commander. Commander? Ah. She didn't mention it, I guess. That's so like her. She is the commander of the guards, charged with the external defense of the 6th Haven. I see. I didn't know she was such an important person. Adrian replied. Well, from how she acts you won't really know unless otherwise told. Oh, that reminds me. What are you two doing here? From the direction you two came from, it could only be the 7th Haven, but that is quite far, ain't it? Gregson shrugged. The 7th Haven is no more. Lucas somberly replied. Internal or external? Internal. I was there at the site of the breach. Adrian replied. I see. We didn't receive any word from the 7th Haven before the fall. It was fast and brutal. We barely had time to even escape. Adrian added on, his gaze lowered to the ground. But I wonder what is happening though. Within a year the 10th to 7th Haven has fallen. Lucas mumbles under his breath. It is certainly concerning. But let's forget about that now. You two must be exhausted. Let's head in and we can settle you guys in. Welcome to the 6th Haven. I expected the scuffle earlier to draw in some revenants, but this is a tad much. No? Where did they even come from? I am pretty sure I checked this area a short while ago. Irene Lyadmila stood atop the ruins of an abandoned building where the corrupting influence of the red fleshy substance known as creep have yet to invade. She looked down at the street below, a flood of revenant already shambling down below, slowly making their way towards the 6th Haven. Lesser classes, greater classes, baron classes, viscount classes, and I even spy a couple of earls here. What is going on here? For so many revenants to be what appears to be working together is unprecedented, especially those titled revenants. The outer repulsion field barriers can barely withstand the attacks from a baron class, but now we got viscounts and earls in the midst. The repulsion field barriers were meant to keep out lesser and greater revenants only, and while they could withstand baron class revenants attacks, they were not made with that purpose in mind, and the barrier would quickly fail before long. What to do? I could probably handle an earl class or two, but with all these other revenants in the way, even that will be too much for me. But the amount of revenants gathering together in this fashion was simply unheard of, while the walls of each haven was made of special materials that could withstand attacks from earl classes. It wouldn't last longer against such a heavy onslaught by so many revenants. With the revenants all clogging up the street, it kind of looks like a traffic jam. It should take a while for them to actually reach the haven. I need to investigate where they are coming from. But first, Irene reached towards her thighs and grabbed the holstered flare gun. She then loaded a red flare and launched it into the air, which was then followed up by a dark indigo flare. The first flare was to signify the presence of a horde and their size, blue referring to a moderate-sized horde, yellow for a large horde and red for a massive horde. The second flare signifies the highest ranked revenant within the horde, green for baron, brown for viscount, purple for earl, orange for marquis and grey for duke and above. The shade of the color will notate the amount of the highest ranked class present in the horde. The darker the color, the more revenants of the class there are. For hordes only consisting of lesser and greater revenants, no secondary flare is required. Now that I have warned the haven, I think I will go check out the 7th haven. Those two came from there and they clearly only came here for refugee, thus it can only mean 7th haven has fallen. After reconfirming the details of the horde matched her flares, Irene traveled through the rooftops, making her way towards the 7th haven. As she made her way through the rooftops, she surveyed the area as she went, noticing that the streets were also packed full of revenants of the greater variety, with the occasional lower titled revenants being spotted. What the hell is happening here? The amount of titled classes I have seen today feels like way more than was ever spotted within the walls of Thule before, and more importantly, what are those doing here? In the distance where the 7th haven was, she could see the silhouette of masses of creep that formed into what seemed like purpose-built structures. As if the revenants were building out certain structures, revenants could be seen flooding out of them, likely a production building of some kind. To think that the inside of Thule has reached this stage of the corruption, spawning pits, evolution courts and even bioturrets. The outside corruption has made it inside. I should head back any further and those turrets will spot me, and having the entire revenant army on my tail doesn't sound like a fun time. If 7th haven is in this state, I can assume that 8th to 10th haven is in an even worse state of corruption with more advanced structures present. As she turned around to leave, she detected a killing intent being directed towards her and the sound of something cutting through wind. She immediately raised her gun in front of her, and just in time too. Her gun exploded into pieces as hardened shards of creep stuck onto what remains of the weapon, dissolving the gun into a blackened liquid. Irene backstepped multiple times, with each step more shards of creep pierced the ground at her previous location, liquefying the ground in contact with it. Warning shot say, "It seems that whatever is in there doesn't like me snooping around. I think I will accept this boon and leave while I still can." Irene then quickly left the surrounding of the 7th haven, retreating back to her home base of the 6th haven. In the distance, a pair of deep crimson eyes staring at her, fleeing back. Arc 1, The Corrupted Bastion, Terror 2. A1C8 Plantfall. Rhea wake up. As Rhea slowly regained consciousness, she felt herself laying stop the cold hard metal floor as the Avalon. The two AIs in their avatars were crouched beside her as they assessed her physical status. Seeing that Rhea had regained consciousness, Celine grabbed her arms and helped her up on her feet. "Elisha, can you please help instead of lazing around? I am tired, I want to sleep, did so much work, don't disturb me." Elisha sleepily replied as she was slumped over the center console. In response, Celine shook her head in disapproval. "Celine, what happened?" Rhea questions, clutching her head in pain as she suffers from a massive headache. "I can't really say. While our internal clock says that it has only been an instant since we were dragged into the fracture in space, but according to system time, around 600 years has passed since then." 600 years, correct. However, the fact that, to put it lightly, you are still alive, it would seem that we were in some sort of stasis until recently, or at least until we returned to normal space. We have no idea where we have been spat back out at, so I have taken the liberty of beginner redshift projection to determine our coordinates. It shouldn't take long to receive accurate results. What's the ship's status? The Penrose core is still up and operational, and thanks to the apparent 600 years time gap, our energy reserves are completely full. Our engines are down and require extensive maintenance due to it not being operated for such a large stretch of time. We are not going anywhere for now," Elisha answered, her head buried within the soft comfort of a pillow. "How is Alyssa?" "She was placed into a recovery pod to stabilize her before we entered stasis. Now that we are out of combat, she will be sent to undergo surgery to remove the shrapnel in her body. Afterwards it will be back to the recovery pod to heal any remaining damages. Unknown time to complete recovery," Celine replied. "Do you wish to see her?" Elisha chimed in. "No. There is nothing I can do by heading over to the medical ward. I will just be in the way. Erez can handle matters down there. There is under things I must take care of first." A communication request from Inanna was then received by the central console. Rhea interacted with the console and accepted the communications request. A hologram of Inanna then appearing from the console. "Hey, what is going on? I was in the middle of combat and suddenly I found myself passed out on the floor. When I stood back up, All the remaining Dominion soldiers were unconscious. It made easy work with the dispatch of the remaining intruders though. At Inanna's request, Celine quickly communicated with her on the current situation through the AI's internal network, which allows quick and massive transfers of information almost instantly. I sent all the relevant data to you, and while I was at it I briefed Therese of the situation too, so that we are all up to speed. So what is the plan, Rhea? Bring up the map of the current star system. A holographic map of the current star system then appeared atop the central console. The system consisted of a Class G3V star along with 7 exoplanets. One planet which is too near to the Sun to support life, one within the Goldilocks zone and the rest being various sizes of gas giants. After comparing the current star system to various star charts in Avalon's database and applying a 600 years time skip simulation, there is only one match. The Lucian star system, home system of the United Terran Systems. However, it's odd. Agreed, we suddenly appeared within their home system without warning and yet there have not been any contact from UTS forces. Also, while not exactly the central trade hub of the galactic market, there are normally regular traffic from merchants and travelers, but now it is completely empty. Elisha added on, head still buried within pillows. We are currently right above their capital world of Terra. What is the situation down there? Rhea asks. Something is clearly afoot. There is thick clouds of unknown particulates within the atmosphere. Precision scans cannot penetrate it, but generalized scans reveal a large amount of biological activity down there. It is as if the planet is alive. That's how much biological signature the planet is currently giving out. There isn't much we can accomplish while sitting down here. Let's head on down to investigate what is going on. Maybe we can find some information about what has happened in the past 600 years down there. We have a battleship in the hangar currently undergoing maintenance, correct? Affirmative. It was under maintenance due to damage to its warp drives. If we don't require it to perform any warp jumps, it is a perfectly serviceable vessel. Very well, I will take Inanna and Celine with me as we head planet-side. Elisha, you rest up here on the bridge and coordinate the repairs of the Avalon and handle communications with the ground team once we get a foothold down there. Without replying, Elisha gave a thumbs up towards Rhea, acknowledging her orders. After apprising Inanna of the plan, Rhea and Celine went towards the capital ship hangars where the battleship was currently going through maintenance. When the pair arrived at the hangar, Inanna could be seen waiting for them. She stood there leaning against a pillar with her eyes closed. As the two approached, she opened her eyes and looked towards them. Slow. I took the liberty of arming and supplying the Finality-class battleship for planet-side operations, within the time you took for you to arrive. Inanna exclaimed, her arms on her hips. It cannot be helped. We had to take so many detours due to the extensive damages through the ship. Celine sighed, her hands pinching the bridge of her nose. Come on, let's head on board. The deployment procedures have been done already. We should head down and collect some information on the time we find ourselves in. Finality-class battleship. A highly modular battleship able to be quickly customized to suit the situation. It was currently configured for planet-side operations. It was equipped with base-building modules, which allowed for prolonged operations on a hostile environment. It was also fitted with production facilities for equipment, water and food in the event that such resources were not readily available. A small hangar bay was also attached, which allows the storage and deployment of dropships and land vehicles. The ship's weaponry was adjusted to focus on kinetic weaponry, which destructive potential was unmatched, while the projectile flight time being a non-factor due to such close ranges. When Rhea, Inanna and Celine boarded the vessel, they did a once-over on the ship's equipment and facilities while reconfirming their objectives. Soon, the checks were completed and all parties were satisfied in commencing the operation. Elisha, we are ready down here. Finality-class battleship will be designated Finality. Got it. Beginning launch procedures for Finality. At the right side of the Avalon, the downwards-facing hangar doors opened up. The only thing separating the inside of the Avalon from the cloud reaches of space was the atmospheric stabilizer field, a blue energy field that prevented the atmosphere from escaping the ship. The gravity catapults then spooled up before launching the battleship along its hypothetical rails into space. As the Finality-class battleship left the confines of the Avalon, it immediately descended and made way towards planet of Terra. Before long, The battleship was about to enter the planet's exosphere. This is a reminder that once you enter the mesosphere where the unknown particulates are blanketing the entire planet, you lose all contact with the Avalon. Once you make plantfall, if possible construct a comms beacon. It will at least allow rudimentary communication, where you can call in fire support or reinforcements if need be. If there is nothing else, good luck. Elisha out. Elisha's communication was disconnected from her end. But a planet with unknown situation, going down to investigate and discover the various happenings feels like old times. Inanna excitedly said. Indeed, in which case, whatever happened to that pest? Celine queries. Jaina? No clue, she isn't responding even when I call her. But it won't pose an issue regarding my combat capabilities. Rhea responds. Jaina, hey, if only back then you didn't. Don't go there, Inanna. I don't regret my decisions back then. I was just saying. An awkward silence permeated the cockpit, but it was soon relieved when the battleship entered the planet's mesosphere. The battleship rumbled as the winds with the cloud formation rocked the entire ship. Thunder echoed around the battleship as lightning struck the ship's shields. The rumbling continued until it suddenly stopped, the ship having broke past the mesosphere and entered the planet's stratosphere. What the hell is this? Inanna exclaimed. As they entered the stratosphere, what greeted them down below was a world of literal red. The light of the star barely illuminating the world below. Red fleshy substances covered every inch of the surface, even managing to form what seemed like structures. Towering monstrosities of red flesh roamed the lands, alongside creatures of smaller stature. That red substance is giving off biological readings. It seems this substance has infested the entire surface of the planet. The substance seems to also be able to take various forms that mimic life. Such a creature has never been documented. Celine excitedly states. Celine, though under normal circumstances had an uptight and serious personality, but when discovering new and interesting things she will get very heated. You know, not to burst your bubble on anything, Celine, but that weird mound of flesh is looking at us funny. Inanna nonchalantly states. The weird flesh mound that Inanna pointed out suddenly fired a massive blob of red substance at the battleship. Celine quickly took control of the battleship and deftly dodged the projectile. However, more flesh mounds of similar nature soon took notice of their ship as well and started firing upon it. Unable to avoid the amount of projectiles being lobbed their way with the agility of the battleship, some of the globules managed to hit the battleship, impacting against the shields. Inanna, did you find any safe areas where we can land, or is this entire planet just a giant hostile life form? There seems to be an area where there is minimal biological activity, relatively speaking. It should be safe to head over there. All right, quickly take us there. If the shields drop from receiving too many hits, it might cause an infestation on board. As the battleship approached the designated area, a massive blue energy field could be spotted stretching up into the sky. Behind the barrier were towering black walls that were half the height of the barrier. Behind the walls was a sprawling city, relatively untouched by the red substance. Rhea, it seems that there are signs of human life within the walls, albeit minimal. Though it seems the red substance has managed to breach the protected zone, it has only contaminated about 40% of the city's area. There should still be survivors within the uncontaminated areas. Yeah, we should. Boom. A gigantic mushroom cloud extended into the sky from a location near the boundaries separating the contaminated zone and the uncontaminated zones within the city. There are still signs of combat around the explosion. Are we gonna assist? Inanna asks. Rhea, let's assist them. It's a good chance to gather information, and by helping them we can establish good rapport with them from the outset. If we were to appear to them normally, it might garner much suspicions from them. Celine inputs her opinion. Very well. We will enter combat and assist them. Deploy the combat droids and equip with them with thermal weaponry. Ballistics would likely be ineffective. Inanna and I will head down. Also, Celine, coordinate the battle for above. Inform us if the situation changes. With their roles assigned, Rhea and Inanna went towards the drop pod hangars whilst Celine stayed behind on the bridge. Inanna, when we are on the ground, take control of the droids and control the situation. I will act accordingly. Got that? It's my specialty after all. The two quickly made their way to the hangars where the drop pods were located. We will be splitting up here. I will be using the less conventional method. Take care. Inanna acknowledged before entering a drop pod. Rhea left the drop pod chambers and entered and located towards the side of the room which lead directly outside the ship. Her usual uniform once again disintegrated into flames and butterflies, replaced with her combat dress, her scythe already in hand. Hopefully these creatures will be sufficient. A slight smile of anticipation gracing her lips. Rhea approached the airlock doors and pushed a button, opening doors leading out of the ship. She approached and stepped on the edge of the airlock, her hair and dress wildly fluttering in the wind rushing into the airlock. Rhea spun on her heels before shifting her weight backwards, causing her to fall back first out of the airlock. A trail of enchanting purple flames and butterflies trailing behind her as she descends. Rapidly approaching the ground, she corrected her posture and faced towards the surface, the scene of carnage unfolding in her eyes. A line of humans were desperately fighting against a flood of what appeared to be humans infected by the red substance and creatures that seemed to be purely made out of the red substance. A large creature, significantly larger than the others on the front lines, entered Rhea's eyes. With her target set, she readies her scythe, the purple flames already dancing along its edge. 2A1C9 Siege of 6th Haven. Irene hastily made her way back to the haven, jumping across rooftop to rooftop. The swarms of revenants still gathered on the streets below. As she got closer and closer to the haven, the distinct sounds of battle was growing increasingly louder. Damn it! I shouldn't have left to investigate the source of the revenants. 6th Haven does not have many awakened, and even those awakened are not especially well versed in combat. If the revenants make it through the black walls, it will be an absolute massacre. Irene picked up her pace. In her hands she manifested a long thin white spear with gold accents. It's been a while since I used this. As she got closer, she could pick up the sounds of continuous gunfire, which was briefly interrupted by explosions. Awakened were absurdly rare, thus to supplement the defense force the utilization of standard weapons was still required. Awakened within Thule was deployed from the first haven, or the capital as it was referred to more often. Havens were usually classified into 3 categories. Capital, with only the first haven belonging in this category, sanctuaries which the 2nd to 5th haven belongs to, and outposts which the 6th to 10th haven belong to. Generally speaking, the lower the number designated on the haven, the better the security and living conditions were. While the difference isn't very noticeable among the sanctuaries, it was very apparent in the capital and within the outposts. The 6th haven was technically a pseudo-sanctuary, and thus, while not in any significant number or quality, it still had the luxury of having awakened stationed there. Standing on the roof next to combat zone, she saw multiple rows of guardsmen stationed on various points on the bridge, firing upon the never-ending flood of revenants. The damage they were dealing was almost negligible. It was like using a spoon to drain the ocean. The only thing working in favor of the guards was that they were defending a bridge. The tight choke point made it difficult for the revenants to take advantage of their numbers. From the black walls, ramparts, supportive fire from artillery pieces and heavy turrets decimated the approaching revenants. However, those were only the lesser revenants. Once the greater revenants entered the front lines, it was likely that the revenant swarm will slowly be able to make progress due to their greater speed and endurance. Should a titled class revenant join the fray, the front line will immediately collapse, as the only way to defeat a titled class revenant was by an awakened. The irony was that while the revenants' corpses disappearing after death was convenient in many ways under normal circumstances, had the bodies remained after being killed, the guardsmen would have likely be able to hold off the onslaught, the mountains of corpses helping to stem the tide. If only we could destroy the bridge, the mistakes of the past rearing its ugly head once again, Irene muttered under her breath. The tide of revenants have now slowly began progressing through the bridge, the greater revenants having taken to the front. The first battle line already being overrun, the guards stationed there attempted to run while the checkpoint further back covered their retreat, but to no avail. As soon as they turned their backs, the firepower being outputted quickly decreased, the revenants quickly massacring the retreating guards. Irene leapt into the air off the roof of the building she stood upon. Her spear pointed towards the horde of revenants. A brilliant azure aura encased her spear as she dived deep into the midst of the revenant horde. She impacted the ground with tremendous force, knocking back the surrounding revenants, causing some to fall of the bridge to their deaths. Revenants near the epicenter of her landing point had their bodies mutilated from the shockwave alone. "Commander!" The remaining retreating guards shouted, recognizing the appearance of Irene. "Quickly get to the next checkpoint. I will hold them off." Thank you. Irene danced on the battlefield, her spear slicing and piercing the approaching revenants. With her strength alone she managed to halt the revenants' advance to a standstill. With the support of the guardsmen at checkpoints behind her, she was slowly driving back the tide, but only temporarily. With each kill, Irene's spear slowly loses its pure white luster. Its color slowly dyed an ominous red. Heavy footsteps shook the ground as three large dog-like creatures of reddish-black coloration trampled over the greater revenants as they approached the front lines. Bullets and explosions constantly impacted their fleshy bodies, yet after the smoke cleared, they had suffered nary a scratch upon themselves. Baron-class revenant, black dog. In a pack they can be comparable to a Viscount-class revenant. Luckily this tight space prevents them from using their mobility. Without much warning, the black dogs made a mad dash towards her. She took her spear and threw it like a javelin towards the black dog in the center of the charge. Normally, the black dogs would easily dodge such a throw, but due to their restricted mobility from the terrain, the spear landed true. The spear pierced the black dog up till halfway up its shaft. A non-lethal injury. The black dog yelped in pain as it staggered, halting its advance. Just as the black dog shook off the attack, 30 blood-red barbs exploded from within the black dog's body, ripping it into shreds, killing it instantly. Irene dashed towards the dead black dog, ripping out her spear from its dead body. She immediately swung her spear to the right, knocking back an approaching black dog. She then lunged towards the black dog. As she entered striking range, she delivered a flurry of multiple quick thrusts with her spear. Her attack inflicted many minor penetrative wounds onto the black dog. She then leapt into the air, high above the black dog. Kicking the air, she dived towards the black dog, skewering and killing it. By the time she killed the second black dog, the final black dog was right next to her, its jaws fully opened ready to bite down on her. Irene pulled out the spear lodged into the second black dog and thrusted it right into the open jaws of the final black dog, killing it. 3 black dogs down. But the battle is far from over. While Irene was fighting the black dogs, the guardsmen behind supported her, targeting the approaching lesser and greater revenants, preventing them from interfering with Irene's battle. After the killing of the first 3 black dogs, the battle dragged on for hours. The guardsmen fought valiantly as they stood their ground against the onslaught of revenant. Checkpoint after checkpoint was overrun and the guardsmen were pushed back to their final 2 checkpoints before the gates of the 6th haven. In order to conserve her stamina, Irene only fought when a titled class revenant appeared at the front. She wanted to continue fighting the lesser and greater revenants too. However, she knew that doing so will waste her valuable stamina. Should she become exhausted and fall, the battle will be lost, as there was no one capable enough to deal with the titled revenants. Where the hell are those useless fools? Irene shouted as she rested at the final checkpoint, no titled classes having been spotted yet. They said that they had to guard the spillway. Gregson replied as he scratched his head. Nonsense. If the gates fall, there will be nothing left to guard. There is no signs of an internal outbreak. What's the point of standing around there twiddling their thumbs? Those cowards. I understand our new arrivals from earlier not helping, as that boy was clearly newly awakened and untrained, but those cowards hiding at the back have no excuse. Gregson, go there and drag their asses out. Don't ask for the impossible, Commander. I already tried many times earlier, but those inner lackeys are denying all access to them right now. Those meddling. Commander. Report. Marquis-class revenant sighted. It's a Crusaith, of all things. Gregson, get those damn awakened out of the inner sanctum and over here. I don't think I can handle a Crusaith alone. A terrifying howl resounded across the land. Its howl could be heard throughout the entirety of 6th Haven. I have to go, that is the first already. Irene immediately leapt to frontline. Irene took the initiative and resorted to using her strongest attack immediately. Her once pure white spear, now fully dyed a crimson red, was ready. In the skies above the Crusaith, Irene made her move. Her beloved spear glowed with a brilliant red aura. 6 additional spears mirroring the appearance of the original manifested around her. Spear of Dunscaith, a stream of blood born in your arrival, rend my foes asunder. The 6 spears floating around Irene was launched towards the Crusaith, each spear pinning the massive hound with a shaggy green coat to the bridge. The Crusaith struggles against this surprise attack, trying to break free of the spears. However, the spears did not budge, rooted firmly into the ground. Within its struggle, It released a second howl that reverberated throughout the sixth haven. That the second. Only one more remains. Now perish. Gae-Bulg Spear of Mortal Death. Using her feet, Irene kicked the Gae-Bulg towards the Crusaith. The blood-red spear streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing the Crusaith. A large explosion occurred, releasing a towering mushroom cloud into the air. The force of the explosion leaving a massive crater in the bridge. A thick cloud of dust and smoke lingered in the area, reducing visibility. Irene landed on the edge of the crater as she collapsed onto her knees, her strength almost exhausted from unleashing the attack. Should she need to fight, she would be able to, but she would be less effective. Hopefully that killed it. I don't think I can finish it off before the final howl, if it is still alive. As Irene knelt there recovering, the sound of soft footsteps entered her ears. Damn, so it lives. The Crusaith slowly limped out of the crater, its body heavily injured but still alive, hemorrhaging massive amounts of purple blood. Though on the verge of death, it lifted up its head, prepared to release the final howl before its demise. Ah, so it's the end. Irene closed her eyes, ready to embrace the end. She tried her best, did what she could, and yet it wasn't enough in the end. Yet the end never came. Irene opened as the hem of a dress, coated in purple flames. Butterflies danced in the air, long platinum silver hair fluttering in the wind. An ornate scythe resting on the tiny back of the young girl, a lantern attached on the scythe releasing a mesmerizing purple glow. Who are you? Wait, what about the Crusaith? Rhea. Crusaith? You meant that? Rhea adjusted her position to the side, revealing the Crusaith cleanly bisected into half, the corpse already starting to fade. Rhea stared at the rapidly fading corpse, her eyes furrowed in deep contemplation. That energy, after being exposed to it for so long, there is no way I can mistake it. But what is it doing here? My name is Irene Lyadmla. I am the commander of the guards of Sixth Haven. Thank you for your assistance. Had the Crusaith's final howl went off, it would have been devastating. You seem to be a pretty strong awakened. The battle is hardly over. It would be great if you can help out. That massive explosion earlier, was it caused by you? Ah yes, that was the ability of my weapon Gae-Bulg that I manifested upon my awakening. Irene replied, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Those kinds of abilities shouldn't have existed back then. This awakening must be related to that place in some way. Wait, enough about us. The battle is still ongoing. We have to push back the horde. Don't worry. My comrades will handle it. Rhea assures, as she helped Irene to her feet. Comrades, as if on cue, multiple explosions occurred within the midst of Revenant horde, decimating the ranks of the lesser and greater Revenants. Once the dust settled, a second wave of explosions wreaked havoc among the Revenants. What? Before she could complete her sentence, large objects began falling from the sky, landing right in front of the duo. The drop pods containing reinforcements from the Failnord battleship have arrived. As the drop pods landed, they crushed the Revenants they landed on. The sides of the drops then blew upon due to the pneumatic release mechanism. From each drop pod, 8 combat droids filled out, equipped with the concentrated plasma dispersers, which are essentially flamethrowers that fire concentrated beams of high-temperature plasma or particle disruptors which dealt damage by disrupting the bonds that held molecules together. Drop pods. Impossible, there shouldn't be any starships left on Terra ever since the flood. Who are you and where did you come from? Irene exclaimed, pointing her Gae-Bulg at Rhea, her weariness now through the roof. Hey, is that how you treat the people who saved you? Rhea exasperatedly responds. This is this and that is that. I am immensely grateful for you and your comrades' assistance. We would be dead without your help. But as the commander of the guards of Sixth Haven, I need to ascertain your intentions for the safety of the haven. You're actually quite competent, aren't you? Rhea cheerfully said. Suddenly a loud crash occurred behind Rhea. A large hound-like creature with a shaggy green coat was launched forcefully into the ground. Another Crusaith, but I don't have strength to fight another one. Irene laments. Hey Rhea. This big dog looked interesting, so I punched it real hard, but no matter what I do, I can't do any damage. Inanna said as she stood atop the fallen Crusaith. Of course, unless you are unawakened you cannot deal damage to titled classes. Irene exclaims. Awakened? What is that? Inanna confusedly asks, staring at Rhea. How would I know? I too just got here, you know. But from what I gather only void energy can damage it. I see. In that case, come wait. I will handle this one. There are other titled class revenants as you call them in the Horde, right? Rhea confirms as she looked Irene. Yes. Irene replies, still weary of Rhea. You heard her. Go handle the ones in the Horde. The combat droids can't deal with them. Okay. I will handle the others. Titled classes probably contain void energy. You can try to differentiate them that way. Rhea says just as Inanna left. With Inanna gone, there was nothing pinning down the Crucite anymore. The giant hands slowly stood back up and its hateful eyes bearing down on Irene and Rhea. Undaunted by the gaze of the Crucite, Rhea began slowly walking towards the wrathful hound. She analyzed the situation and determined that wiping out the entire horde might be better, even if the attack drains her severely. The blood of the innocent and pure flows, the scales of judgment have shifted, those who are wronged shall rest. Those who wronged, the eternal flames of judgment shall consume. Let the evening bells toll. Judgment, terminus ist final adjudication, Azrael's decree. Rhea tapped the bottom of Janna on the ground. A light rippled spreading across the battlefield from Rhea. The evening bell tolls signaling the approaching end. The sound of the bells could be heard throughout the battlefield. From behind Rhea a wave of purple butterflies swept across the battlefield, landing on the bodies of the revenants. The Crucite slowly closes its eyes and falls over, as if it is going into a peaceful sleep, its body slowly dissipating into golden particles. This effect was not isolated to the Crucite, many other revenants followed suit. They seemingly drifted off into a peaceful sleep before disappearing into golden particles. This effect could be particularly noted in almost all titled revenants and large swaths of the lesser and greater revenant forces. However, another effect could also be seen. Certain revenants, most notably of the lesser and greater kind, burst into a pyre of greenish-purple flames. They thrashed and flayed wildly, releasing a silent scream, their bodies slowly burning up into ash. What remains were small floating purple fires, that were soon absorbed into the lantern attached to Jaina. What remains were the quite empty streets, peppered with craters from the battle. Multiple drop pods littered the ground, squads of droids stood unmoving in the open. The battle having ended with no hostiles in sight. Inanna approached with a great sword in hand, a pouty look on her face. You sent me out to deal with the titled class revenants, but before I could do anything you went ahead and ended everything. Inanna complained. Rhea, sorry. I thought that ending this battle quickly will be better, and I haven't used that skill in so long. It's very hard to land after all. Rhea wryly smiled as she scratched her hair. Irene approached the two, as gripped her gaze bulged tightly till her palms were white. On one hand they were the saviors of the Sixth Haven and one that she owes her life to. She would love to be able to trust them fully and show them the full hospitality the Sixth Haven has to offer. But on the other hand, after witnessing such a display of power, technologies that haven't been lost in ages, she was afraid of their intentions, should they turn on her and the Sixth Haven. Footsteps could be heard rushing over from behind Irene. The guardsmen stood behind her with their weapons drawn and pointed at Rhea and Inanna. They did not know what the situation was like, but they trusted their commander, and since she had yet to stand down and seemed weary against the two new faces, they decided to follow suit. Let me ask again, who are you and what are your intentions? 2A1C10 Aftermath. Rhea, what are we gonna do? Should we get Celine to handle this? She was the one who voted to interfere anyway, Inanna whispered. Of course not. If she comes down now, it will cause even more friction. It's best she doesn't appear until the issue is resolved, Rhea replied under her breath. What are you whispering about over there? Can you answer my question? The two parties stared at each other, not knowing what action to take. Rhea's group had no idea how to explain their situation and identities. Even then, they did not know whether Irene would believe their story. They could try to make up a story regarding their identities, but without information about this weird world they found themselves in, such a move would only serve to increase Irene's suspicion due to the massive plot holes in their backgrounds. On Irene's side, she did not really want to aggravate the situation any further. She desperately didn't want the situation to get out of hand. However, she needed to do her job and prevent uncertain elements from entering the haven. If things went south, she knew that due to the existence of the drop pods, there should be a starship somewhere above them. They could bombard all of them without them even being able to react. not to mention their individual combat prowess. You know, we could stare at each other all day and nothing will change. Commander Irene, I know you have some reservations about letting them in, but they did save us, so I doubt they have bad intentions. Gregson spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. I mean, you did let those two young boys in earlier without much hassle, didn't you? That's because they clearly aren't a threat. However, those two on the other hand are a completely separate issue, Irene said, waving her spear at Rhea and Inanna. Commander, I know. Gregson, fine, you win. I will let them through. However, you will tell me your story once we get in, and I will be keeping a very close eye on you. Got it? Irene emphasized, dematerializing her weapon. Irene turned around, gesturing for Rhea and Inanna to follow her. The other guardsmen also lowered their weapons. Inanna, rendezvous with Celine and set up a base somewhere nearby. Once I settle things over here, I will meet up with you too. Okay, but Celine has been strangely quiet the entire time. I wonder why. Inanna pondered. There was simply no need for my input on anything. Regarding possible base sites, I found a large clearing close by earlier and have already started sending dropships of supplies and combat droids over there to secure the area, Celine responded. Oh, you sure do work fast as usual. Alright, send me the coordinates, and I'll head over right away. So, see you later, Rhea. Inanna waved goodbye and dashed down the street that was just recently a battlefield with the combat droids in tow. After seeing Inanna leave, Rhea quickly went to catch up with the departing Irene. As she passed by Gregson, he whispered towards Rhea, apologies for earlier. Our commander can get a bit stubborn and tunnel vision sometimes. Don't worry, it was an understandable reaction anyway. Rhea gave a bright smile, quickly dismissing his concerns. After catching up with Irene, Rhea slowed down her speed and walked beside her. Where did that other girl go? I sent her off to do something. Why? Nothing. One less person to keep track of, I guess. After that brief conversation, an awkward silence formed between the two again as they made their way past the gates, with Rhea sticking closely to Irene. I want to ask, but why are you sticking so close to me? Irene questioned, her eyebrows twitching. Rhea sauntered in front of Irene and leaned close to her with a cheeky smile. You wanted to keep a close eye on me, right? A small giggle escaped her lips. I see. Huh? That's not the response I expected. Whatever, I guess. Walking through the gate, the sight that greeted Rhea was surprisingly normal. It looked like a standard urban district that could be commonly found in any ecumenopolis. Multi-layered platforms with tall, pure white skyscrapers built on top of them. Lights still on within the numerous skyscrapers. Lights installed within the floors and street lamps lit up the dim and dark streets. On the sides of the roads were patches of artificial grass and trees, decorating the dreary urban landscape with a hint of greenery. Civilians walked around without a care in the world. As if a giant battle was not just recently at their doorstep, they strolled around minding their own business while performing their daily routines. As the pair walked down the street, the countless pedestrians paid them no heed. Occasionally, a few civilians acknowledged Irene's existence, though with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Irene, who is the commander of the guards, should certainly have drawn attention, especially after such a battle. But I know what you want to ask. But best we don't do it out here. We are heading to my personal house, we can talk there. Heeding Irene's advice, Rhea withheld her questions and silently examined the surroundings as she continued to follow Irene. Eyes of Shamish eyes that ascertain all. Rhea's eyes turned bright golden, allowing her to ascertain the truth in people's words and actions and allowing her to judge their morality. Depending on which way their morals lie and the actions they took in life, Rhea would be able to perceive an aura around the person. The darker the aura, the more evil deeds the person had accumulated, while the opposite was also true. Rhea never used these eyes in battle, as the aura surrounding a person was frankly distracting. Rhea scanned the surrounding area, taking in the sights and noting the information she received from the eyes of Shamish. Before long, Irene stopped in front of a large mansion-like building. Compared to the multi-story apartment complexes she had seen many civilians commuting from, it was quite a luxurious living space, quite excessive for one person. Don't you think? I agree, however, as one of the few awakened in the Haven and being the commander of the guards, it was allocated for my usage. Have to maintain an image after all. Irene shrugged as she opened the front gate, with Rhea following right behind her. The mansion's interior was that of a typical European style. Normally on an ecumenopolis, efficiency and population density are prioritized. Owning land itself is highly uncommon, and building a personal residence on it was even more so. The previous owners were probably really rich or had influential friends in high places. Irene brought Rhea to a drawing room on the first floor, urging her to sit on the couch. Irene went to the side of the room, took a teapot out of a drawer, and placed a tea bag in it before submerging it in hot water. Irene then took a couple of teacups and placed them in front of Rhea and herself, before pouring tea into them. "Sorry, no fresh leaves. Too poor to afford it here," Irene sarcastically said, gesturing towards the teapot. "So, what do you want to know?" Rhea gleefully said, sipping on her tea. "Before I came to Sixth Haven, I was the vice commander of the Praetorian Guards, the guards tasked with guarding the inner sanctum in the capital. I dealt with a lot of upper management and politicians back there due to my position." "What are you trying to say?" Rhea said, her tone getting slightly colder, still trying to act oblivious to her implication. "Still playing dumb, I see. So let me spell it out for you. I've been dealing with people who hide behind masks of falsity and deception for a very long time. I spot an act when I see it. So why don't you drop yours?" "I can tell that it is particularly exhausting for you two." An air of silence formed between the two, both staring deep into each other's eyes. The silence continued for a while until Rhea broke it by opening her mouth. "So, shall we get down to business?" Rhea's tone changed, now neutral and blank. "So, this is your normal?" There was a hint of surprise in Irene's voice. "Well now, can you ask my question from earlier? Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Rhea then proceeded to reply to her questions honestly. Their story was absurd enough as it is, and Irene could believe whatever she wanted. She couldn't act on such information to begin with. It would be tough to make something believable up anyway, so it was best to tell the truth and try to gain Irene's trust. They needed a local to be their guide anyway, and someone competent and straightforward like Irene was preferable to the alternatives. "It's quite unbelievable, but it lines up with my knowledge of the events that transpired back then, and your appearance lines up with what I know about Commander Rhea of the Avalon. I was present at that fateful battle, after all." "You were there?" "That happened almost 600 years ago. No matter how much gene therapy has improved over the years, it should be impossible for one to live for that long." "Such basic knowledge, yet you are clueless about it, makes your story more believable. I will explain what happened in the past 600 years after your disappearance." 600 years ago, during the Battle of the Kaiulush star system, the planetary assault carrier Avalon, operated by the private military company of the same name, engaged an unknown megastructure that had disabled the coalition fleet. After the destruction of the megastructure, a huge energy nova of unknown type and magnitude swept across the battlefield, destroying the Dominion ships and causing the Avalon to fall into a rift in space. However, the energy nova did not stop at the star system and spread throughout the galaxy and beyond, to the point that sensors could not detect it anymore. After the event now known as the Cataclysm transpired, massive changes swept through the galaxy. First was that people stopped aging. The cutoff point was 6 years old. Anyone below that age would stop growing once they hit 6 years old. Anyone above it simply stopped aging then and there. The second and most important effect was that there were no more newborns. Whether through natural or artificial means, anything born anew would either die upon conception or would horrifically mutate to the point that they would die soon after. Even cloning was unsuccessful, as the clones would never gain consciousness even if everything seemed perfectly normal on the surface. The cause is completely unknown. Third was the appearance of the awakened. Occasionally, people would develop skills that were supernatural, completely defying the established common sense. Their physical abilities would be drastically increased, allowing them to perform unnatural feats of strength. They would also develop a special ability exclusive to them and the instinctive knowledge to use them effectively. Before long, societies became more focused around the awakened. Fourth was the negation of hyperspace travel. After the Battle of the Numa star system, the remaining ships from both sides quickly warped out of the star system and back to their home bases. Shortly after that, around a year or so, warp space became so unstable that anyone attempting long-distance warp travel was never seen again. Lastly, was the appearance of a mysterious storm that spread through space, effectively isolating various star systems. Communication couldn't pass through the storm, and ships would be completely torn to shreds if they attempted to pass through. The various powers lost contact with each other for around 550 years already. That's a lot has changed. Rhea stared dumbfounded. That's not the worst part. The mysterious storm shows no sign of stopping, and its spread has been increasing lately, based on information I received from various sources within the capital. Before long, this place would also be consumed by the storm, and later there will be no space left untouched by the storm, effectively ending all life. The world is ending, and yet it feels like no one is trying to prevent it. I don't know what it's like on other planets that still might harbor life, but over here it is frankly impossible for any research to be conducted. After all, according to Irene, the start of the Revenant outbreak on Terra is currently unknown. Maybe some of the higher-ups from the past who still yet live might know, but she was not privy to that information. But once the outbreak started, a section of land was quickly developed into a quarantine zone of sorts. However, rampant corruption prevented the quarantine zone, or more affectionately dubbed Project Thule, from being completed properly. Research labs, factories for the production of materials, equipment, weapons, vehicles, and even starships were planned. Agricultural districts and water production facilities were supposed to be built in large quantities to support the population planned to be evacuated to Thule. However, corrupt officials completely stifled the plan with bureaucratic nonsense and red tape while, on the other hand, performing underhand dealings for the construction of their private residences before the essential facilities. By the time the corruption hit Thule, while their fancy residences were ready, the planned research labs were never constructed, the material fabricators were not built to the desired quality, leading to a massive shortage. Only the weapons factory was completed, and only 20% of the agricultural district was finished. The corruption soon began creeping through the unfinished tunnels connecting to the outside world that were not sealed up, causing the situation they have today. Thanks to these shortcomings, there isn't enough food and water to go around, and thus the 5th to 1st Haven hoarded all the resources, leaving the 7th to 10th Haven to die out. The 6th Haven was an exception due to it being the barrier between the inner havens and whatever was out there. With material fabrication greatly reduced, we cannot spare anything to complete the remaining construction projects. And without the research labs and the data that was lost due to it not being transferred over here in time, we cannot research more effective means of handling the revenants. I understand the situation for the most part now. So how did you get here? From what it sounds like, you had a pretty high position in the capital. What happened? That's pretty simple. My brother Lycoris was the commander of the Praetorians until one day he was sent on an operation and never returned. Later, we received word that he was killed in action, but they couldn't recover the body. Even a lobotomized idiot could see the writing on the wall. I immediately requested a transfer to the 6th Haven shortly after the incident, and it was quickly approved. Rhea sat there, processing the information she just received, sipping her now lukewarm cup of tea. Irene, how do you feel about this place? Huh? Where is this coming from? What I feel about it? I mean, it's quite nice, I guess. I love the people at the guards, and while there are problems within the walls, I still like it here. Without much contemplation, Rhea offered Irene a proposal. Irene Lycoris, I want you to guide us to the capital. I know you cannot leave right now with the revenants at your doorstep. So I have a proposal for you. I will help you gain control of the 6th Haven and help secure the area around it. Once that is done, you will help me get to the capital. According to your story, we cannot leave this sector of space anyway, so we might as well clean up this planet if we are going to stay here. I don't think it's a bad deal at all. You will secure the safety of the 6th Haven, and with Avalon's expertise and technology, we might be able to clean up the Revenant threat once and for all. Gain control? The darkness that permeates the city is quite deep, judging by people I have seen as we walked through the streets earlier. I noticed from the battle earlier that only your subordinates participated, but there should be more, shouldn't it? You also mentioned that Awakened had been dispatched to the 6th Haven, meaning that there should be more than just you. But I didn't notice anyone of that sort earlier. Correct. So, how about it? Rhea extended her hand, waiting for Irene's response. 2. A1C11 Rhea Pendragon. Irene looked at Rhea's outstretched hand, contemplating the offer. Honestly, the offer was very favorable for her. Though she had spent more time within the capital, she considered Sixth Haven her second home. She had many friends and comrades within the guards and other places, and though not everyone appreciated her presence, she still wanted to protect them. It wasn't because of her job or anything. She personally liked the place and did not want to see it fall. With Rhea's help, she could secure the future and safety of Sixth Haven. While not explicitly stated in Rhea's offer, her path would surely lead to a change in the capital, whether it be positive or negative. With her presence, she could help guide the changes in real time and hopefully stand beside Rhea, likely preventing an undesirable outcome. It was leagues better than letting Rhea go off on her own. Technological development on Terra had not progressed much since the Cataclysm, due to the circumstances surrounding Thule's creation, the appearance of the Revenants, and the isolation of various sectors of space due to the mysterious space storm. With Avalon's technological capabilities, which were already generations ahead of its time back then, they could very well come up with a permanent solution to the Revenant threat. All in all, there were essentially zero downsides for her. It made the decision very easy to make. Irene then reached out her hand and grabbed Rhea's. I accept, but please keep collateral damage on the down low. Thank you for contracting Avalon. I am sure our service will not disappoint. A business smile flashed across Rhea's face. Well, it's been a long and tiring day for both of us. How about we call it here and pick this back up tomorrow? Sure. Follow me. I will lead you to your room. The two exited the drawing room and went up the central staircase towards the second floor. Irene led Rhea to an open room and passed along its respective key to her. Afterwards, they said their goodbyes, and Irene left for her own room while Rhea entered hers. Rhea walked towards the bed and collapsed onto it, her gaze glued to the ceiling, deep in thought. We have secured a guide, and I already have a plan in mind to secure control of Sixth Haven. It will take some time, but it will likely work if nothing goes horribly wrong. My condition is also stable at the moment, no risk of going into the berserk state. Plenty of resources down here to harvest to satiate my appetite, though it is less fulfilling than normal but should not be an issue. Rhea then focused her concentration deep within herself, trying to contact Jaina, who had disappeared shortly before they were dragged into the spatial tier. After a few minutes of trying with no response, Rhea gave up when suddenly a brief message from Jaina entered her mind. I will return soon, but not now. There are forces here preventing me from appearing. I have to leave now before it notices. Jaina hurriedly informed Rhea before severing the connection completely. Something able to prevent Jaina from appearing. Is it by her choice or is there something forcefully stopping her? It's another thing to investigate, I suppose. But with it, I can confirm that energies from the void have invaded this dimension. Most of the happenings could be traced back to that place. However, if Irene's story is to be believed, it places the triggering event when Rongaminiad was used on the Dominion megastructure. Based on calculations, such a reaction shouldn't have been able to tear open our rift to the void. With the characteristics of Rongaminiad fully known to Rhea, the only variable is the megastructure. It is likely that it wasn't a layered singularity core that Rhea believed it was due to the energy signature it outputted but something else entirely. The only conclusion that can be drawn is that the Dominion intentionally disguised the megastructure as a layered singularity core, expecting Avalon to unleash Rongaminiad at it, meaning they intentionally opened a rift to the void, essentially causing an apocalyptic doomsday scenario to occur. Altar of Ascension, I think that is what that Dominion soldier called it. If this was intentional, it is probably that unknown advisor's doing, and if the plan required the use of Rongaminiad, it meant that this advisor knew the full capabilities of Avalon, which also allows him to make plans to breach the ship. The mystery of this Dominion advisor deepens. However, Rhea brushed aside thoughts about that matter as they do not pertain to the situation at hand. They were nowhere close to Dominion space and had no means of investigating, and she could also not confirm whether the person themselves is even alive. Rhea sat up from the bed and operated a device on her wrist, bringing up a holographic screen in front of her. She navigated the menus and contacted both Inanna and Celine. Rhea, did you need something? Celine's holographic image appeared on the screen. Kinda busy here. I am disconnecting from the call. You can talk to Celine. Inanna entered the call briefly before immediately leaving. What is going on over there? Celine informed Rhea that they were fighting with the Revenant over the clearing they spotted earlier. Apparently, the Revenants were also pretty smart or had someone commanding them from the back, as when Celine and Avalon went there to secure the area. The Revenant forces already had a foothold there. Structures of creep were already being constructed. Inanna was leading the assault on the Revenant base, fighting off waves of lesser and greater Revenants together with the combat droids, with the occasional titled classes appearing. Unlike the siege on Sixth Haven, there was a surprisingly small number of titled classes, and even then, only the weaker ones appeared. Inanna was easily able to dispatch them. Celine was already boots on the ground and led reinforcements with emphasis on heavy weapons and vehicles such as assault tanks and artillery platforms, which were more effective on the structures, and with their large aero-effect weapons, they were able to cleave through large numbers of Revenants easily. Though on the ground, Celine still had control of the Finality battleship, and she used it to its full effect by heavily bombarding the enemy's position. Though progress was still slow, the output of Revenants from the structures was ridiculously quick, able to quickly reform their ranks. The Avalon had weapons that made use of void energy to enhance its performance and capabilities, but the Finality battleship had no such weapons on board for the reason that they were not expecting the use of it, and that such weapons were also not easy to make, even aboard the Avalon. This caused the damage dealt by the battleship to be heavily reduced against the titled classes and structures, which both contained void energy within them. Alright, update me on the situation later on. I will send you a report on what I have learned later. You can read it when you are free. Understood. Once we secure the area, we will send word. Celine out. The call disconnected with Celine leaving. Rhea once again collapsed on the bed, her body laden with exhaustion. They had gone through 2 tough and long consecutive battles in a row. Even though the battles were close to 600 years apart from each other, for Rhea and the rest of Avalon, it was merely an instant. Rhea's eyes slowly grew heavier until she could no longer open them, and she drifted off into the land of dreams. She had no dreams that night and simply slept away all the accumulated fatigue. Only awakening when the sound of knocking could be heard. Rhea rubbed her eyes and got up, slowly dragging her feet towards the door. As she opened the door, she saw Irene standing in front of her, all dressed up, not much of a morning person, I suppose. Come down to the dining hall with me. I already got us breakfast. We can discuss your plans there too. Rhea ruffled her hair a bit before following Irene out of the door, her eyes still half closed. They went down the same central staircase and took a right to head to the dining hall. Once inside, there was a plate of eggs, sausages, bacon, and bread. Irene and Rhea sat opposite each other at the table as they had their meal. We can talk while we eat. I have to go report on yesterday's battle later on in the afternoon. After breakfast, we will head out, and I will show you around the place. After that, you can do whatever you want. But first, we have to get your identity straight. We can't go around telling people your actual backstory. After all, I already thought about it last night, so here is your background. Can you act, right? Rhea Pendragon, daughter of a high-ranking official from the capital. Using her father's influence, she placed herself in a high-ranking position within the Seventh Haven, despite her lack of experience in the matters at hand. Despite protests, she managed to remain in that position until the fall of the Seventh Haven. With the help of an escort, she managed to navigate her way to the Sixth Haven. Due to her pampered upbringing, she is arrogant and spiteful. To explain Rhea's relation to Irene, it is decided that Irene would owe favors to this imaginary father of Rhea's from way back in the past. After hearing about her daughter's plight, the father would cash in all the owed favors for Irene to take care of Rhea for the foreseeable future. She would also be appointed as a special advisor within the guards. I assume you have reasons for this particularly nasty background you have chosen. Of course. To preface this, I already imposed a gag order within the guards about your existence. I will further brief them about this made-up backstory later too. They trust me, so they would definitely follow the script. It also helps that they have a positive impression of you since you saved their lives. After all, The most important agenda we have to settle to gain control of this haven would be the underworld. They hold a lot of power here and have their hands in almost all aspects of life within this haven. I think I see the picture now. Rhea Pendragon definitely couldn't stay in such an influential position for long, even with her father's influence. Based on what you said about the various havens yesterday, her father's influence wouldn't have lasted long in the 7th haven due to the distance. The fact she maintained her power for so long despite her position would be likely due to corruption, I suppose. Yes, and with your position as a special advisor within the guards, the underworld would definitely try to make contact with you once this information gets to them. You also mentioned this escort in the backstreet. Who would that be? Or would the escort be dead in this case after I supposedly threw them under the bus? Ah yes, the escort. To corroborate your story, we need some first-hand accounts. And luckily, on the day itself, right before you arrived, there were 2 refugees from the 7th Haven who made their way here. One of them is even an awakened, so he could comfortably pass as an escort. Once we confirmed the deal yesterday, I quickly took them under my wing and had them join the guards. I will have their story match ours in order to strengthen the integrity of your background. Alright, I assume we will be heading immediately to guards headquarters first thing after breakfast? Correct. We don't have much time before the meeting, so we need to quickly head over. There is a lot to cover, after all. Rhea nodded in response, and both girls quickly finished their breakfast. Before leaving the mansion, Irene had Rhea wear a black cloak that covered her entire body to avoid attracting attention before her background was settled. With the perpetual darkness and the dim lighting, Rhea could easily blend into the shadows as they made their way towards the guards' headquarters. The headquarters was a large government-looking building that was pretty plain and blended in with the other buildings nearby. Approaching the entrance, there were 4 guards stationed at the gate, preventing any unauthorized visitors from entering. Commander, welcome back. You can head in as usual, but who is that beside you? Daughter of some bigwig that I owed some favors to back in the day. The bastard cashed them in recently, so I have to oblige, Irene frustratedly said, her annoyance apparent in her voice. I understand. Must be tough. Anyways, both of you are cleared to go in, the guard said as their gaze bore down onto Rhea, his apparent disdain directed at her. TCH, how dare you mongrels look at me this way? When Rhea snapped at the guards, her words dripping with venom, her hand raised and ready to slap the guard, before Irene yanked her arm away, interrupting her. Don't cause any problems. You hear? I agreed to take you in because of your father, but if you dare harm my people, I will make you regret it. Irene snapped back at Rhea, dragging her into the building by her arm. The two made it to Irene's personal office without encountering anyone else after that due to it being still very early. As soon as the doors to the office closed, Rhea removed her cloak and threw it aside before plopping herself down on the nearby sofa. I didn't expect you to do that earlier. The plan was for us to head in discreetly. I had to. It would be a character break otherwise. If the guards just ignored me, it would have been fine to stick to that plan, but having slighted me with that glare, if I did not respond to it accordingly, it would be odd. Well done, I suppose. Anyways, stay here for a while. I will go fetch the relevant people and bring them to the conference hall. Afterwards, I will come back and bring you over, Irene instructed before leaving her office. Rhea laid back on the couch and looked around the office. It was a simple office, practical and functional. A large wooden desk for Irene to do her work, multiple locked shelves placed at the side of the room, the sofa set and coffee table that Rhea was sitting on currently, and a few decorative plants here and there to spruce up the place. Rhea operated the bracelet on her wrist and brought up the holographic screen, checking through it. She did not find any signs of communication from Celine or Inanna on the device, which only meant that the battle was still not over, even after half a day had passed. Deciding to get a status report on their progress, Rhea navigated the menus and prepared to contact Celine for a status update. However, just as she was about to hit the call button, she heard footsteps from outside approaching the door. She immediately closed the holographic screen and waited to see what the person at the door was about to do. Knock, knock. Commander. You said you wanted to see me at the start of the day yesterday. Are you available now? Is he an idiot? This is your commander's office. Why would you come in without permission, even if it is unlocked? The young man entered the room carrying a brown folder with him. As he looked around trying to find Irene, His black eyes met Rhea's. The young man, who resembled a young boy of around the age of 15, looked confusedly at Rhea. He was shorter than Rhea by a head and had dark blue hair. He wore the uniform of the guards, a normal-looking uniform for a soldier, with a grayish-white pat camouflage. On his shoulder was a blank epaulet that showed that he was a private. "Who are you?" the young boy stammered, intimidated due to Rhea being in her full combat outfit, her weapon drawn. Rhea slowly walked up towards the boy, invading his personal space. The boy, in turn, stumbled backward, trying to distance himself from Rhea until his back was up against the shelving placed at the room's sides. Without caring about his space, Rhea stood right up in front, her eyes glaring hatefully down at him. "I should be the one asking that. Who are you?" Rhea menacingly said in a low voice. "Private Lucas Aulia." "So, Private Aulia, what are you doing entering the commander's office without permission?" "You what?" Rhea shouted, slamming her hand against the shelves beside him. "Are you a spy or something? The commander's office contains highly classified intelligence and documents. I should court-martial you where you stand." "Wait, I didn't mean to. However, there is another option. I could accept a generous gift, to look another way." Rhea leaned in close to his ears and whispered. Before Lucas could get another word out, Irene's voice rang from outside the office. "Hey Rhea." "I gathered the people, except I couldn't find one of them." Irene stood there shocked at the scene unfolding in her office. Both Rhea and Irene blankly staring at each other. "Private Lucas, please head to the conference hall immediately," Irene ordered. Taking the opportunity, Lucas tucked under Rhea's hand and sprinted as fast as he could out of the room. As soon as he left the room, Irene closed the door and properly locked it this time. Rhea then explained the situation about what happened in the officer to Irene. "Sorry, I think the boy misunderstood me yesterday. I said I would look for him, but instead he seemed to have gone to look for me. I will also talk to him about entering the offices without permission. I was surprised that someone would actually enter the office of the commander of their unit without explicit permission beforehand. By the way, that boy is the supposed escort of yours that I mentioned. And now you have gone and made a horrendous first impression. On the bright side, he is getting a taste of the experience he would be having in the future." "Well, you said the lot is gathered, right? So let's head down now and not keep them waiting." The pair quickly made their way to the conference hall on the ground floor, avoiding the regularly taken paths to avoid encountering unrelated personnel. As they entered the conference hall, they saw a large number of guardsmen sitting in an auditorium-style hall. The guards sitting down also turned around and looked at them. Rhea recognized some of the faces as those that were fighting at the front line, such as Gregson. And she also saw the young boy from earlier sitting beside another young boy who looked similar to him, likely a close relative of sorts. The moment the boy saw her, he immediately looked away and stared at the ground. Irene and Rhea walked up to the stage at the front and turned to face the audience. "Good morning. I gathered everyone today to brief you about an important matter. You can treat this matter as the highest order. It concerns the person standing beside me right now. Most of you here should recognize her from yesterday and have a good impression of her." After Irene mentioned Rhea, the guards began murmuring and pointing at Rhea, likely remembering her from the siege yesterday. "And some of you, well, to be more specific, one of you might have a pretty bad experience with her," Irene said as soon as the crowd quieted down, while giving a passing glance at Lucas. "To address that issue first, Private Lucas, about what happened earlier, please forget about it. She was only acting her part. She didn't mean what she said at all. Well, most of it at least. We have to talk about your conduct in private later." Moving on, this person is Rhea Pendragon. She is a close collaborator of mine, but she will be having a forged background while she is around here and will be acting accordingly, so please do play along. Irene then proceeded to tell the crowd, which consisted of her most trusted subordinates, about the background that Rhea would be playing out during her time in the guards, without mentioning the plans to take control of the Sixth Haven, as she couldn't be sure that information would not leak out and reveal Rhea's true identity. "So what is the purpose of this forged background of hers?" a guard Rhea recognized as Gregson asked. "Gregson, come to my office later. I will talk to you about it in detail over there." "Understood, Commander." After explaining Rhea's forged background to the crowd, Irene turned to Lucas and his brother Adrian, who were sitting beside each other, and addressed them personally. Private Lucas and Private Adrian, you came in yesterday right before the siege and were not present, but for this cover story, you two are the most important pieces. You two entered alone yesterday before the siege, but that will be changed from this moment onwards. Now you two will be the escorts of Rhea from the 7th Haven, so instead of a party of 2 entering the haven yesterday, it will be a party of 3. Irene then filled in the other details with the 2 brothers in front of the crowd so everyone present would be on the same page. I will sit down with you two later to discuss the so-called bad rumors about Rhea during her time at the 7th Haven. I will fetch you from your rooms when it is time. After dealing with the 2 brothers, Irene turned towards the entire audience and addressed them for the final time in this meeting. So any questions? And though I don't think this needs to be mentioned, but no one should mention anything about Rhea's actual capabilities. Got it? Understood. The entire auditorium acknowledged simultaneously. All right. Right as Irene was about to dismiss the crowd, a guard ran into the conference hall, panting heavily. Commander, you say her position is that of a special advisor, but where is that supposed to be in the hierarchy? Ah, I forgot about that. It's the same position as you, Gregson. Understood. Any other questions? If not, dismissed. The assembly then filled out of the auditorium and proceeded to continue their daily tasks. Irene, what position is Gregson supposed to be anyways? I didn't mention it. He is my second in command. 2. A1C12 The Underworld. A few days passed after the end of the assembly with the guardsmen. During these past few days, Rhea got acclimatized to life in the haven, and Irene briefed her about the history, structure, and purpose of the haven. The construction of Thule was that of a citadel embedded into a closed-shaped gap between 2 mountains. The gap started off wide and slowly tapered off as you got closer to the center. The 10th haven was the outermost haven and sat at the boundary of Thule and the chaotic corruption outside. It also occupied the most area among the havens. In between each haven existed a buffer zone of regular cities where the majority of the population resided. With the exception of the buffer zones behind the 6th haven, the rest of the buffer zone cities were already overrun with corruption and were long abandoned. Besides being a protected and safe environment for the more fortunate, the haven also served another important purpose. While the guardsmen focused on the external defense of the haven, the interior army focused on the defense of the spillway, an interconnected maze of tunnels meant for the purpose of maintenance and underground movement. But most importantly, this spillway that connected all the havens was linked to outside Thule itself. In the past, the people who constructed Thule did not manage to seal this spillway off before the corruption reached the shores of Thule. If one searched carefully, you could sometimes find an entrance to the spillways within the buffer zones. However, these were fairly small and easily sealed up. But within the walls of the haven, there was only one entrance, albeit a pretty large one at that. Awakened were usually stationed alongside the interior guards to make sure nothing made it through the entrance. However, some time ago during the event known as the Landing, the 10th suffered a catastrophic internal breach and was subsequently destroyed. Fearing that the inner havens might fall, the capital quickly withdrew all awakened from the outposts and redistributed them among the 1st to 6th havens, causing the domino effect of the destruction of the 9th to 7th havens. Besides learning about the general knowledge of the havens, the construction of the Avalon's fob had started 2 days after Celine and Inanna's initial assault on the clearing. Before a communication beacon could be constructed, the two were focusing on securing the surrounding area and setting up the base defenses. Supplies were made on board the Failnaught battleship, which would then be sent down by dropships to the fob. Every day she would also sneak by the gate guards before anyone else had awoken and head into the buffer zone cities in search of revenants to satiate herself with. According to the information from Irene, the buffer zone cities and havens behind were as of yet untouched, thus she had to save her chemical suppressants for later use. Rhea had also spent the past couple of days bolstering her reputation among the guards with their cooperation, and word had quickly spread about the new special advisor within their ranks. It was only a matter of time before contact was made by the underworld forces. Rhea was sitting in her private office within the guards' headquarters, which was conveniently located right next to Irene's. The pair had done some light modifications to the walls that bordered their offices. The wall could now be transformed into a new-way mirror from either side, and sounds could be transmitted as well. A hidden switch was also installed that opened up a part of the wall to allow access between both offices. This was obviously done off the record without anyone noticing. As Rhea was reading reports from her fob on her portable holographic screen, she sensed a presence approaching the window behind her, even though her office was situated on the 10th floor, which was the highest in the building. She got up from her seat and approached the window, unlocking the latch and pushing it open slightly. She then returned to her seat and waited for the intruder to arrive. "So, what purpose does your kind want with me?" Rhea said, arrogance and superiority in her tone, like those villainous noble girls from old media. "I see the young lady has quite the skills, unlike what the rumors state, to be able to sense my arrival," the cloaked person responded, their voice clearly being modified by a voice changer. However, based on their figure, it was clearly a male. "I have dealt with enough of your ilk to be able to notice their arrival. So once again, I am asking, what is your purpose of disturbing me today?" "Do not waste my time." The lady is quite harsh, it seems, but I come with an offer from the underworld. Rhea did not respond but merely glanced at the intruder, urging him to continue. "The lady currently holds the second-highest position next to the commander, alongside Captain Gregson. Your position allows you to collect information on the guards' movement, patrol routes, alongside their composition. In exchange for this information, we would like to offer you some of the underworld's famous services, and should you make a significant contribution, the underworld would consider making certain arrangements that would be to your liking. Elaborate, the usual payments for your various contributions, and we could also arrange some accidents against people you do not like. But of course, there are limits to our abilities, and should we further appreciate your services to us, we could welcome you to the table. I trust you knows that entails. You certainly cannot expect me to keep them away without any information, right?" "I know the lady would see the light in working with us, that our partnership would be mutually beneficial." Here is a map with the locations of safe houses marked down, along with some of the people engaged in business with us. "I do hope your efforts prove to be successful, and before I forget, here is a token of our newfound partnership." The man handed over a paper map along with a small wooden coffer to Rhea. "If there is nothing else, my orders here have been fulfilled. Have a good day, my lady." The underworld operative quickly left Rhea's office through the window he came through. After the operative had left, Rhea went towards the window and locked it, drawing the curtains in the process. She sat back down at her seat and inspected the items given to her. The first was the map that supposedly had the locations of affiliated businesses and safe houses marked down. She did not trust the information one bit. She examined the map in more detail and found a tiny voice recorder and transmitter embedded between the paper, almost invisible to the naked eye. Within the coffer were a huge quantity of high-quality jewels, the currency of Thule. The one item that could not be replicated with the facilities available within Thule. The higher the quality of the jewel, the more their value is worth. Rhea examined each jewel individually and the coffer that came with it, and surprisingly, there were no hidden surveillance equipment within them. She already expected at least some of the items the operative would provide her would be bugged, so she was already prepared. She quickly took a picture of the map before stuffing it in a fully soundproofed case. The case allowed transmissions to still be sent out, but no sound would ever be able to enter it. She then took the case and locked it into a corner of the room. The wall beside Rhea opened up, and Irene walked through, having witnessed the entire exchange, from start to finish. Before speaking, she made a gesture with her hands towards Rhea, a code to ask whether it was safe to speak. Rhea returned the appropriate gesture, and Irene took a seat in front of her. "That was faster than I expected. I assumed they would wait a while longer before making contact." "So, what did they give you?" Rhea then told her in detail about the maps and jewels given to her. "I don't trust the information on the map," Rhea frankly said. "I agree. It's probably a test." "Wait, let me bring something from my office." Irene left Rhea's room for her office and returned shortly after. Irene laid out another map on Rhea's desk, showcasing places of interest based on information gathered by her guards so far. While some locations matched up, the majority of them were most likely total duds and served as bait to test Rhea's commitment. "I suggest we remove the patrols from the suspected bait locations and keep the patrols near the likely ones. It will be quite suspicious if I manage to remove all the patrols from the marked areas. This way, the actual locations could still be surveyed by the guards, while on my side, It could be chalked up to pure coincidence. No, we can afford to sacrifice the surveillance on some of the actual locations for the long run. I will contact Gregson and remove some of the patrol around the actual locations while keeping some in the bait locations. It's better this way. Alright, let's go with this then. Days passed once again, and there was nothing much that could be done but wait for the reply from the underworld operative to return. After the meeting with Irene in my office, she left to meet with Gregson. Together they replanned the patrol routes to avoid the discussed locations. Using the map Rhea received from the operative and comparing it to their own information, they were able to deduce the possible locations of other possible safe houses, though investigating would take time. Inanna also came to the 6th Haven from the FOB. Her presence there was no longer needed, as Celine could very well handle the affairs over there on her own. Under Rhea's direction, Inanna was assigned to be her personal assistant. Her background was set to be Rhea's servant from back in the 7th Haven who managed to make her way over to the 6th Haven. Rhea then pulled some strings to allow her to be her personal assistant. The forged background was pretty slipshod compared to Rhea's, but they couldn't go around changing the previous message either, so this story was chosen as a plausible reason for Inanna's existence. After about 5 days from their first contact, an underworld operative entered Rhea's office. Greetings, my ladies. We are exceptionally pleased with your work so far. You have wildly exceeded our expectations. We expected maybe 1 or 2 patrols to be removed from the designated locations, but to think you would be able to divert about 70% of the patrols away from our facilities. It is simply amazing, but it seems that some of our facilities have been eyed upon by the guards for too long, so we have decided to move some of them. Here is a new map of the updated locations. And here is a token of our appreciation. The operative, who was clearly female this time, said, handing over a second map alongside another coffer of jewels. My purpose here is fulfilled. I hereby bid you two a good day. Right, do expect something from us soon. With those ominous parting words, the operative waved them goodbye and left from the same way she came. As per usual, Rhea went ahead and locked the windows once again before drawing the curtains. Rhea. This time it seems that both items are safe from any bugs, Inanna reported after scanning the items for signs of surveillance devices. That is good. Inanna, you noticed it too, I suppose. Obviously. That likely wasn't a regular operative. According to the recording of your first meeting, the operative referred to the underworld as if he is speaking on behalf of them. But the previous operative used words like we and our as if she owned stakes within the place and was clearly less informal than the first. While a sample size of 1 is nothing much to go off on, this could either be a good sign or a bad one. But either way, it doesn't matter much. Inanna surmised, giving a dismissive shrug. True, this is probably the easy part, that something we should expect should be a mission of sorts. After discussing on their next actions, Rhea and Inanna returned to Irene's mansion and waited for the populace of the Haven to sleep. As soon as it was time, Rhea and Inanna discreetly left Irene's residence. Their purpose was to investigate the marked areas of the map before discussing it with Irene. The two of them could easily and effortlessly sneak into these areas without notice and investigate the validity of the map within the night, whereas if Irene sent her men to do it, it would likely take multiple days to weeks. When the two got to the town center, Inanna and Rhea split up into different directions and headed off to the locations that they had discussed beforehand. Rhea was in her battle outfit, and despite it being very conspicuous, it allowed her to phase through walls and perform short-range teleportation. The eyes of Shamish would also allow her to see the souls of people walking around, providing a pseudo-X-ray vision. With these abilities, she would be able to easily infiltrate any compound with no regards to the security present. She teleported and jumped across the rooftops, out of sight from anyone who might still be awake. There was a total of 15 locations that were marked on the map she received, and with her mobility, Rhea was able to investigate 10 locations while Inanna handled the other 5. After investigating for a few hours, surprisingly all 10 locations were hits. There were warehouses full of illegal contraband and restricted items, businesses dealing in illegal goods, human trafficking, and even underground arenas where people were pitted against revenants, and the audience could bet on the outcome. Finishing her investigation early, Rhea sat on the rooftop of the highest building in the 6th Haven and looked over the empty but dimly lit streets. The moonless and starless sky stared back down at her. the serene darkness blanketing the world. As she sat, enjoying the wind and the view, Inanna contacted her. "Ria, I need your help. This compound is really heavily defended. There are ridiculously large numbers of guards within. There must be something or someone important here. I am only halfway in, but I don't know whether I can proceed further without getting spotted," Inanna whispered over the communications device. "All right, send me the location, and I will be there right away." Inanna then provided her with the location and the layout of the building she was in. Ria then stood up and disappeared in a swarm of butterflies. Ria stood alone on a rooftop overlooking the compound that Inanna had directed her to. It was a large mansion, at least twice the size of Irene's. There were a lot of guards patrolling every inch of the mansion's exterior, guards stationed along the outer gated fence at regular intervals, with a gatehouse that had 10 guards on duty at all times. While it wouldn't be suspicious for someone with high standing to be guarded this heavily, the fact that this location was marked, and through the eyes of Shamash, Ria could see that all of the guards present had questionable morality at best, and some were just outright evil. Either someone is really bad at hiring guards, or this must be an important place for the underworld. There seemed to be more ugly souls below the surface too. And 2 good ones separated a ways from each other. Well, only one way to find out. Ria leapt off the building and teleported straight into the mansion, at a corner where there was no one present. There were constant patrols throughout the hallway of the mansion, but the guards did not approach any of the rooms. Using the knowledge, Ria maneuvered around using the rooms, phasing through the walls or teleporting directly from room to room if they were too far apart. After around 5 minutes of following the blueprint given by Inanna, she finally found what she was looking for. As she was traversing around the rooms, she spotted a soul walking in what appeared to be walls from within an adjacent room. Before they left the wall and entered the room, the sounds of a door opening could be heard, and the person left into the hallway. After the coast was clear, Ria phased into the room and approached the wall the person came out from. Looking around the room, it was filled with bookcases and a fireplace, along with a couple of armchairs situated around a table in front of the fireplace. "This matches the room description that Inanna gave me." "Then, if so, there should be a switch right here." Ria walked to the fireplace and crouched down, feeling around the edge of the fireplace top until she managed to stumble across a bump. She then pressed down on the switch, causing one of the bookshelves to move back into the wall before sliding aside, revealing a hidden staircase that led downwards. Rudimentary but effective. If you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't be able to tell. Inanna should be just ahead. As she ran down the stairs, she could see a white soul waiting at the bottom of the steps. The person, upon hearing her arrival, walked into the open, exposing herself to Ria. "Inanna." "Wait. I used the eyes of Shamash on Inanna before, alongside the other AI, but I never saw a soul within them ever. Something must have happened during the 600-year-long stasis. I should investigate it after this." "Inanna, how's your progress?" "Not much. Too many guards. I figured it will be better if you are around to sneak past." "Right, grab on. There is something I want to check out." Inanna grabbed onto Ria, and the 2 teleported out of the room, slowly making their way through the underground compound. "There is someone here unlike the others. Their soul is still clear despite having a bit of gray mixed in." "There is someone like that here, maybe someone who got captured?" "Maybe." The 2 teleported and phased through room after room, carefully avoiding the constant patrols as they made their way towards the person of interest, who seemed to be situated at the deepest part of the compound. As they approached the location, Ria stopped moving forward. 2 guards were blocking the only entrance into the room. "What do we do? Knock them out?" "Are you an idiot? Of course we can't." Ria shook her head at Inanna disapprovingly in disappointment. "The person you are interested in is inside?" "Yeah, I have been keeping an eye on them the entire time, and they haven't moved a single inch." "It's probably safe to teleport straight in." "Are you sure?" "Probably. They haven't moved. So they are either a captive and had their mobility restricted, or they are meant to be here and they are just asleep." "Well, they could just be sitting down very still the entire time, but I doubt so." "If so, we can probably negotiate with them, seeing as they aren't that bad." "Maybe," Ria said, though she wasn't very sure about that last part. Ria and Inanna teleported into the room, landing quietly on the ground. The room they entered was a large office, with shelves on the left side of the room and cabinets containing various bottles of what appeared to be liquor. along with a cabinet of various sizes and shapes of wine glasses. In the center was a desk with a hello screen still open in the center. Mountains of paperwork were haphazardly stacked atop and around the desk. Behind the desk, a blue-haired woman slept, her head resting on her hands atop the table, the sounds of her soft breathing filling the room. A message appeared on Ria's comms device. Inanna? Let's see. Ria, this person was the operative from earlier today. The dimensions of her body are exactly the same, within a margin of error. The message from Inanna read: just make a copy of any documents you can get your hands on, and while you are at it, copy the files off that console. Ria sent a reply to Inanna. The two made short work of the search, picking up any and all documents they could find, including those in the massive pile, and recorded each and every one of them without bothering to read it. Inanna also quickly bypassed the firewall and securities of the console and cloned the entire device into her internal storage. Once it was done, she began the process of removing the traces of her intrusion. Suddenly, the person behind the desk stirred. Without hesitation, Inanna ran up and grabbed Ria, both of them teleporting back to the room they were in earlier. Right after they reappeared in the room, Inanna grabbed her head and stumbled onto the ground. What happened? Ria asks. It's nothing. Probably a malfunction in my avatar somewhere. I have been getting this pressure in my head lately, and I feel like my body has been getting really sluggish. There has also been a rumbling in my abdominal region too, but I am fine. Once we return to Avalon, I can properly check my body. Can't you run a self-diagnostic test on yourself? I tried, but it seems the malfunction has affected my ability to perform such a test, but I will be fine. Do not worry, if you insist, but it seems we made it out just in time. The person inside has stood up and is walking around the office. How was the hacking? I cloned the device, but I couldn't remove all signs of my intrusion. Hopefully, the owner doesn't notice. I only managed to record around 60% of the documents since I had to be careful to put everything back into place. Let's quickly leave and search through the information we got. Inanna agreed, and the both of them quickly left the compound without alerting any of the guards. Returning to Irene's mansion. Once back, Ria quickly headed off to bed as she planned to visit Fob the next day, leaving Inanna to sort through the information they have gathered from the compound. 2. A1C13 awakened. After resting early the previous day, Ria got up around 4 hours before the regular populace awakes. She took a quick shower and informed Inanna of her plans for the day before leaving the mansion. After leaving the haven, she traversed along the rooftops towards the clearing where the fob was set up. Along the way, she would eliminate any revenant groups she spotted, ignoring the individual ones. Despite her daily hunts, there were still many revenants wandering the streets. As she was about to reach the fob, she attempted to contact Celine, informing her of her arrival, but no matter how many times she sent a message or called, there was no response. Sigh. She is probably too engrossed in researching the revenants, ignoring all communications. If something went wrong, she would likely have contacted either me or Inanna. Before she even approached the clearing, she could see the soft blue glow of the base shielding from a distance. A dome-shaped barrier, produced from a shield generator and emission structure, was a tower-like build solely dedicated to generating and maintaining the shield that surrounds the entire base. The Fail Node was situated high in the skies directly above the fob. Ria could barely see it due to the low light levels on this planet. Without knowing what they were looking for, it was highly unlikely that anyone could spot it. Besides the energy shield surrounding the entire base, there were multiple layers of physical barriers protecting the structures within. The walls were made of multiple individual sections, and connecting each section was a modular node that could support countless functions. The nodes this time were mostly plasma dispersal towers that shot a continuous and concentrated beam of plasma. There were also void rail cannons, a railgun that fired a heavy projectile made out of materials infused with low amounts of void energy. Without the facilities of the Avalon, this was the best they could do as a solution against the titled classes. The layout of the base consisted of the layers of outer walls, followed by the supple pads where resources produced on the fail node were received, and the supple depots where the resources were stored. Then it was followed by an inner wall that contained long-range artillery pieces and anti-air weaponry. Behind the inner wall was where the production structures were located, the droid assembly and weapon assembly plants, vehicle depots where various land vehicles were built, maintained, and stored, and directly in the center was the command center. The command center functioned as the hub of control and communications. At the top of the command center was an airfield where atmospheric aircraft were stored, built, and maintained. Above that was the communications beacon which was used to contact the Avalon. However, as the beacon was still calibrating, it was currently unusable. Finally, in the underground sections of the command center was a field laboratory, where Celine was probably at the moment. Rhea entered the base without issues, her identity already authorized within the system. Within the resource section of the base, dropships constantly descended from above to unload supplies before returning back to the Failnaught. There wasn't much movement on the ground as most of the resources were being delivered using rail systems installed just below the surface. The production area was also similar, as everything was done and stored below ground for safety. The downside was that it would take slightly longer to deploy should the need arise. Rhea went into the command center and made her way down to the field laboratory to find Celine. Before entering the laboratory, she was forced to go through multiple decontamination procedures to remove any foreign elements that might contaminate the lab space. After 3 rounds of decontamination, she finally entered the lab. Inside was a sterile white environment filled with different apparatuses being operated automatically by machines. These were usually the devices used to analyze and process various forms of material for research. Celine was likely not here, as she preferred a more hands-on experience. At the end of the laboratory environment was an elevator that led deeper underground to where the operating theater was located and where Celine usually spends most of her time during her research. Though its official name is the Biological Organisms and Hazards Containment Zone, if Celine was involved, the term operating theater was more apt. The operating theater was almost completely isolated from everything else with the exception of the air vents and elevator. Before one could even enter the elevator to leave, they had to go through 5 different stages of decontamination. The air vents here had multiple layers of filters and safety systems to prevent any airborne pathogen from leaving. The containment cells for any living research samples were also here. Any breach would immediately result in a complete lockdown of the facility. The decontamination area that led to the only way out would be immediately sealed with multiple layers of blast doors. The elevator shaft would also be completely sealed and disabled, the air vents would completely be shut off and sealed, and an internal oxygen recycling generator would be activated. This would carry on until the breach was contained. When the elevator stopped at the bottom, Rhea entered an antechamber which functioned as an airlock. When the door behind her leading to the elevator closed, Rhea operated a panel to open the door leading to the central station. As soon as the door leading to the central chamber opened, the putrid smell of the creep that Rhea had recently gotten used to graced her nose. Stepping into the chamber, she found out that it was extremely dark inside with minimal amounts of light. The floor covered in creep. What the hell is she doing? Is she trying to trigger a containment breach? Actually, how has one not been triggered yet? Did she disable the safety systems? In the center of the chamber was Celine, next to an operating table with a greater revenant strapped into it. The floor was covered in a layer of blood and guts. Flesh that was removed was stuck on the walls. Noticing Rhea's arrival, Celine turned around, her entire body covered in blood and viscera. A graceful smile on her face. In her hands was still a beating heart, likely from the revenant strapped to the table. She could even see damage to her outfit. Rhea briefly activated her Eye of Shamash, and unsurprisingly like Inanna, Celine too had gained a soul when she did not possess one before. Celine, I tried communicating with you so many times. Did you not receive them? Oh, of course, I did. But with something this interesting and perplexing before me, I couldn't be bothered, she said ecstatically, a crazed smile forming on her lips. Are revenants that interesting? Huh? What are you talking about? I haven't even started on them yet? Confusion evident in her voice. Then where did all those blood and viscera come from? Those belong to me obviously, she simply stated. But yes, that is what is so interesting. Right after this base was built and Inanna left to meet you at the Haven, I tried disconnecting my avatar to enter my digital form, which will allow me to better manage the base, but I couldn't do it. After trying to diagnose the problem but to no avail, so I got frustrated and slammed my hand against a nearby wall, destroying it. And I felt something then. Can you guess? I think I have an idea. But you say it. I felt pain. When I looked at my hand, it was bleeding. Do you know what it's like feeling something completely new? Oh wait, but you do. But anyways, pain. Something I have never felt ever before. I was so excited to explore it further. Which led me to this. She twirled around dancing among the blood and gore before extending her arms out like she was about to give a hug. I did all I could to explore this new addicting feeling. I cut, burnt, and mutilated my body over and over. But my body always heals, regenerates, returning to its peak condition. It was perplexing, until I remembered about the awakened you and Inanna told me about. Let me show you. Even I have not used it before, but I can instinctively tell what it does. From the deepest pits. Hold on, don't you dare use that in here. Just tell me the effects. Rhea interjected before Celine could unleash her ability. Fine. It essentially creates an area that constantly heals people I deem as allies while preventing the entry of enemies and harmful attacks. If it's not activated, it provides a very strong passive regeneration to me. What if the enemies are already inside? It will hurt them. Their bodies will slowly accumulate damage the longer they remain within the area. Don't tell me all you have been doing this past week has been hurting yourself? Of course not. I had to settle an issue with the revenants earlier, and just before you came, I was testing the limits of my regenerative abilities. As you can see, even if internal organs were removed or even my heart, I would be able to survive. I haven't tested my head yet, but I don't think I should, Celine commented, showing Rhea her still beating heart held in her hands. At least she didn't attempt removing her head. But her abilities are ridiculously strong if used correctly, and her survivability is insane to an absurd degree. That reminds me, why have you contaminated the entire place with creep? Rhea inquired, stomping on the ground with her feet. Ah, that is simple. It is because of that. Celine turned around and pointed at the revenant. According to Celine, the creep provided sustenance to the revenant. Apparently, lesser and greater revenants couldn't survive off creep for long. She had a couple of black dogs in containment, and apparently, they could either survive longer off creep or didn't even need it to survive. Regardless, they would still weaken considerably if they were off it for long. Celine apparently encountered the issue early on where, after capture, lesser and greater revenants began dying out mysteriously. After a bit of thinking, she hypothesized that revenants required creep to survive, so she brought a bunch of creep down into the containment zone to test. At first, when she placed the creep down, it slowly died off as well. Figuring out her mistake that creep also needed energy to survive, she tried tossing in a bunch of pre-made meals into the creep to see the effects. The creep devoured the meals and managed to survive for slightly longer before drying out and dying. Next, she brought an electrical generator down and let the creep infest it. And surprisingly, the creep was able to convert the electrical energy into viable sustenance for itself, preventing it from dying off. She did not know what the energy was converted into yet, but she planned to find out within the next few days. A sudden epiphany sprang into Rhea's mind. Wait, speaking of energy or sustenance, let me get this straight. Your bodies are now completely biological and have the same biological functions as humans? Not completely. We managed to retain all our capabilities as an artificial intelligence and the toughness of our avatar bodies. But yes, we do require air, food, water, and sleep now, though we could undoubtedly survive longer than regular humans without them, Celine nonchalantly stated. And when did you figure this out? Soon after I discovered my awakened abilities, around 2 days after the base construction, or 5 days ago at this point. And you have neglected to inform us because, this isn't very crucial information, huh? You mean that Blockhead Inanna never realized all this time? She said that she has been feeling pressure in her head, probably due to a lack of sleep, water, and food. Rumbling in her abdominal region likely due to hunger, and weakness probably due to the same reason above. Is she an idiot? It's basically our basic biological functions now. How does she even? It's a surprise that she hasn't collapsed yet. Wait. I will send a message to her. How dense can you be? Celine was exasperated. Still though, to think you would turn out to be an awakened. I wonder if Inanna is also one? Highly likely that everyone that went into stasis aboard the Avalon is an awakened. A sample size of 2 isn't much to go off on. But I hypothesize that there are at least 3 conditions to awaken. First, is that it must be a living being. Second, is sufficient exposure to void energies. Lastly, is some sort of trigger. Living being is likely not exactly accurate. It seems more likely that one requires a soul. I checked both you and Inanna with the eyes of Shamash, and I can see that you both have suddenly developed a soul. It could be a coincidence, so let's not jump the shark about that first point. How did you draw the conclusion about the void energies? Simple. First, back when we first awoke aboard the Avalon, I ran a quick scan on the ship and found that the entire ship was suffused with a ridiculous amount of void energy, meaning that wherever we popped out from had a ridiculous concentration of it, which could mean one place, the void. Next, there are trace amounts of void energies within the atmosphere. And though I haven't met any humans yet, the lesser and greater revenants do carry tiny amounts of void energy. The trace amounts also make sense, as Terra is quite far from the Kyulush star system where we can assume the void energy is originating from. Not to mention the void is where you two gained your abilities and where you and Jana met, so it is not a leap by any means. So, it means that everyone has the possibility of awakening, it's just that one requires the proper trigger to do so. My ability is related to healing, so when I hurt myself for the first time, it might have allowed it to awaken. Though would such a small action cause awakening though? It might also be possible that the more void energy one accumulates, the easier it is to awaken. Regardless, it will likely be beneficial to have Inanna awaken as soon as possible. Though the trigger could literally be anything. I swear if she goes to sleep and awakens, I would be so annoyed. What if it was something like doing a handstand, naked while eating a bagel or something? If that is the case, whatever ability that comes out of it might be completely useless for all we know. Did you tell her about this? No, I told her to drink some water, eat something, and to immediately head to bed afterward. Alright, I will discuss this with her later. I will return to the Haven for the time being. Send updates about your research if there is anything interesting or relevant, and clean up after you are done. Rhea indicated as she stared at the many pieces of celine that decorated the room. Will do. And if I don't respond, it means I am busy. I will still take a look at it, but I will ignore it if it is not urgent. Celine waved off Rhea as she left the containment zone through the decontamination chambers. 1. A1C-14 mission dispatch. After returning from the fob, Rhea roamed around the mansion searching for Inanna. Eventually, she found Inanna in her own room, completely knocked out on the bed. Let's let her sleep, she hasn't slept for a week. After all, she probably won't wake up for a long time. After seeing Inanna sleeping soundly on the bed, Rhea gently shut the door and left for her personal office in the mansion. Today was a rest day, and other than people on duty, she did not need to be at the guards' headquarters. Entering the office, the inside was still neat and tidy. The console on the desk was still on from Inanna's previous usage. Rhea went to the desk and sat down behind it, and began her work, looking through the gathered documents. She spent the next few hours simply reading through document after document and sorting them between those that are useless, useful, and those that potentially could go either way. During her investigation, she found out some surprising yet unsurprising information. While surprising, it was also expected that the underworld had major dealings with the Interior Army, though it wasn't specified who was involved or to what extent. Regarding the guards, there was information about Rhea and Inanna which was to be expected, but there are apparently some underworld operatives within the guards' lower ranks. Apparently, the underworld found it difficult to get their agents into the top brass of the guards due to Irene and Gregson's close handling of things that happen at the top. There were also various notes on various business dealings for their goods and protection fees. The most concerning item was a document about plans to flip a liability in the guards into an asset, but there was no mention of who this was referring to. Either way, it's best to inform Irene about this before it happens. Thonk thonk thonk. The sound of something lightly tapping a window could be heard. As Rhea looked towards the direction of the sound, she saw a blackbird lightly tapping against the window. At first, Rhea thought nothing of the bird, but the presence of something slowly emitting light at regular intervals on its leg grabbed her attention. She went up to the window and opened it. The bird then flew into the room and stood on top of her desk. Rhea then walked back and grabbed the bird, removing the device on its legs. After she detached the device, she released the bird back outside the window and watched as it flew off. Some sort of messenger bird. It was quite archaic. Surprising that the art was still alive. Rhea went back to her desk and examined the device she removed from the bird. On the surface, it looked like a data card, but there was no way to plug it in anywhere. As she felt around the device more carefully, a slight bump on the underside of the device caught her attention. She pressed down on the button, and the blinking lights suddenly stopped before starting up again, and a voice recording played. Head to the residential district, residential building 1, 10th floor, unit number 8. There is a family there, 1 adult female, 1 male child, and 1 female child. Make them disappear and deposit proof of completion in a dumpster behind Way's General Store, along with the recorder. Though I can probably deal with this safely without any harm coming to the occupants of that apartment, I better consult with Irene about this first. Rhea headed to Irene's bedroom and knocked on the door a few times. After a few moments of waiting, the door opened, and Irene stumbled out with terrible bed hair and dressed only in her underwear. "Why are you waking me up so early?" Irene sleepily mumbled. "Just get dressed and meet me in my office. There's an important matter that I have to discuss with you." Without waiting for a reply, Rhea left Irene standing at the door and returned to her office. Rhea sat behind her desk and began recording the audio made from the recorder into one of her own devices, which she knew was secure. She then sealed away the original in a soundproof case and stored it away in a lockbox. "So what is so important that you woke me up this early on my rest day?" Rhea then went over her second meeting with the underworld operative and her subsequent infiltration of one of their highly guarded compounds. She discussed some of the more pressing concerns, such as the agents planted within the guards, their involvement with the Interior Army, and the note about flipping someone within the guards. She then played the audio recording for Irene to hear, though not the original one but the copy she made. "So you are saying this document about flipping someone might be related to the audio recording? But that address sounds familiar somehow. Do you know who it belongs to?" "Give me a moment. Let me check." Irene took out her handheld terminal and searched through the guards' database for the matching address. She knew that it needed to be someone high up within their ranks for this to be worthwhile, so she started there. And very quickly, she found the address. "I found it. Let me see here. It belongs to..." Irene grimaced, her words trailing off towards the end. "Judging by your expression, let me guess, Gregson?" "Yeah. Gregson's family stays there. Maybe we should just abandon this plan of controlling the underworld," Irene bitterly suggested. "No. We are proceeding as per normal." Rhea flatly rejected. "You can't be serious. As much as I want the darkness enveloping this haven to be dispelled, I am not sacrificing Gregson's family for that." "Why don't you settle down first, Irene?" "When have I said I was planning to have Gregson's family murdered?" "But a proof of completion will surely mean..." "Sigh. I know we haven't spoken much this past week, but have you forgotten who I am? The technologies required to fabricate their deaths might not be present on Thule at the moment, but Avalon does. I can settle this easily, though there is an issue that must be addressed first." "An issue?" "Frankly, we didn't bring the materials or the equipment needed to make a realistic corpse such as this. There was simply no indication that we needed it before we made Plantful." "Then aren't we back at square one? How are you gonna fake the death in that case?" "I said settle down. I wouldn't have mentioned it if it was truly impossible." "There are 2 methods to get the equipment we need down here. First, I could simply have Celine, the other AI I told you about before, take the Failnaut back to Avalon to retrieve the equipment. However, I would rather not do this as I really do not want to disrupt the supplies to my fob, and I'd rather not make too many trips through the shroud that encapsulates this planet. The second? Well, this method could be done planetside, but it will result in combat with the Revenants. We will deploy a void pylon. You don't need to know the details, but essentially, it will allow us to communicate with Avalon. However, while it is deploying, it is highly likely that any nearby Revenant will be drawn to it, and every awakened in Thule will be able to feel its activation. A void pylon is many-fold stronger than their communications beacon currently being calibrated at FOB. It will allow precise communications to be established and also allow the warping in of troops and resources directly from Avalon to the planet's surface. With the discovery that the planet contained a small amount of void energy, it is now viable to use such a structure. The reason why the scans and communications from Avalon couldn't reach the planet's surface was that the entire planet was shrouded by chaotic void energies, scrambling any incoming and outgoing signals. The void pylon would be able to stabilize the local void energies, allowing signals from Avalon to pass through. However, Once it begins charging and stabilizing the local void energies, it will be like a giant beacon to anything that contains a decent amount of void energies. While regular civilians likely contain trace amounts of void energy, it wouldn't be enough to affect them. Awakened, on the other hand, will feel a tug that gets stronger the closer they are to the void pylon, and the same could be said for revenants, and they would likely rush towards the void pylon. How large is the area of influence we are talking about here? Likely, every awakened in Thule would feel its activation, and it will draw in the revenants from the 7th to 10th haven. The area of influence will likely be felt slightly outside Thule itself. Isn't that pretty bad? Quite so. However, there is a third option. We could technically fake their deaths with what we have on hand, but it would not be as robust as if we had the proper equipment. If anyone delves too deeply into it, they would likely be able to find out that the corpses are fake. I wouldn't mind option 2 or 3, but it is up to you. Irene leaned back into her chair, her eyes closed in quiet contemplation. After a few moments, she opened her eyes, her decision made up. We will go with option 3. The second option seems too risky, and I'd rather not have a Revenant Horde encounter a Revenant Horde the size of which hasn't been seen since the initial Revenant outbreak on Terra without at least consolidating the power within 6th Haven. Also, if people from the capital are sent to investigate because the awakened over there felt something, it will cause a lot more problems than it is worth, at least for now. Besides, we just have to work faster before anyone finds out about our deception, won't we? Alright, we better act fast before someone else gets assigned this job. It is fortuitous that I was the one to receive the mission. They likely think that I would be able to easily get rid of evidence with my position, or they are banking on my incompetence, hoping that I get caught and take the fall for it. Either way, their objective would be complete. In either scenario, they would have someone high up that they could control. After discussing their meeting time and methods, Irene left ahead of Rhea for Gregson's house. Being a rest day, Gregson should be there, allowing her to brief them on their situation. Rhea then switched off the terminal and left the office. She then headed towards the kitchen. Having not eaten yet, she made herself a simple meal and ate it. Before leaving, she prepared a second meal set for when Nina wakes up and placed it on the dining table so that she would have something to eat once she wakes. Rhea exited the mansion and turned into her combat dress. She then teleported onto the rooftops and made her way to Gregson's house. Overlooking the building where Gregson lives, she waited for Irene to give her their pre-planned signal, a blue light that she would flash outside to let Rhea know which is the correct apartment to enter. Sitting on the rooftop, waiting for the signal, Rhea had a feeling that someone or something was watching her. It was likely not digital, as she always carried with her a device that erases her presence from digital surveillance, and she always activated it when she transformed. But as she surveyed the area, she couldn't see or sense anyone nearby, only the presence of small animals that lived on the rooftops. An awakened? Don't see anyone with the eyes of Shamash. Could be someone that can transform into animals or someone with the ability of clairvoyance. I don't see any souls within the animals that would indicate as such. Maybe one that can control animals. If it is clairvoyance, I wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Hopefully, it isn't someone who bears ill will toward us. As Rhea was looking around for the source of the person spying on her, a blue light began flashing from one of the windows, the signal that Irene and Rhea agreed on beforehand. Determining that she likely couldn't deal with whoever was surveilling her, she decided to ignore it and teleported into Gregson's apartment. As soon as she materialized in the house, she immediately gestured for them not to speak with her finger. Rhea then quickly moved beside Irene and whispered into her ear. Do you know of any awakened within the settlement that either has the power of controlling animals or the power of clairvoyance? Regarding animals, I don't remember any such records from either the 6th Haven or Capital Archives. There are clairvoyants, but usually awakened with powers of that nature are kept within the capital for intelligence gathering, so there are likely none here unless they are freshly awakened. Why? When I was waiting for you outside, I had the feeling that I was being watched. I didn't find anyone nearby besides animals. That's why I asked. If the capital is watching you, we might need to quicken the process of taking control of 6th Haven. You are an unknown, and they might have watched your fight during the siege, or they might have even found your base. I highly doubt it is the underworld, since there will be no need for you if they could just spy on us anytime. So it is likely not an immediate threat. If that is the case, we can continue with the plan. So Rhea, I heard the situation from Irene, but she never told us what your plan is. Gregson spoke up. Gregson's family consisted of his wife Clarissa, his son Holt, and his daughter Clara. Clarissa was a tall woman with green eyes and blonde hair. Holt took all of his father's genetics, keeping his brown hair and eyes, and Clara had a combination of both with green eyes and brown hair, both of them looking like they are 10 years old. For Clarissa, Holt, and Clara, I will have them relocated to my fob. Once there, we can create the fake proofs of death, and then they will stay there until we take control of the haven. Well, for you Gregson, I hope you can act. Damn it, Gregson cursed, slamming his fist onto the table. Darling, we will be fine, Clarissa reassured Gregson. Dad, I will take care of Clara, Holt told Gregson as he brings Clara closer to himself as if to show that he will protect her. I know, Rhea, you better take care of them. You hear? Of course, I always keep my word. We will leave tomorrow. I will arrange for transport to bring you to the fob. Gregson, tomorrow go to work as usual. And once you get back home, get Irene and the guards to come over to investigate the disappearance. Make sure you can act by then because I want you guys to bring along one of the implanted underworld agents to the investigation. Yeah, I think I can act well enough. Irene, send me the addresses of the lower ranked guards. I will investigate each of them. No problem. I will sort them out by who I think is the most suspicious first. Then I will send it over to you. With the plan set, Rhea sent a message to Celine, telling her to get a dropship stationed at a designated position outside the haven and of the fake bodies she will need. After the message was sent, she returned to Irene's residence and awaited information regarding the lower-ranked guards from Irene. 2. A1C15 The evacuation. With Irene's help, Rhea swept through the haven, stalking the lower-ranked guards with the eyes of Shamish. If they were clean, she would quickly move on to the next as they had only a day to cover a few thousand people. Whenever a dirty one was identified, she would quickly sneak into their homes and look for any incriminating evidence. If she found any, she would take it with her, and if too much time was spent with no results, she would just leave. Since it was a rest day, it was highly likely that most of the guards were resting up at home. If they were not at home, they were simply ignored and marked as a question mark, to be investigated the next day when they returned to work. After painstakingly going through each of the guards, Rhea and Irene had finally determined which ones were clean and which ones were dirty. With that information, they quickly decided which of the moles they should bring along for the investigation. There were a total of 2 moles in the roughly 200-man-strong headquarters and another 8 more who were stationed in the front lines. With only 2 moles in the headquarters, they decided to bring both of them on the investigation as it was simpler that way. After returning to Irene's mansion, Rhea entered her room and found Inanna sitting on the edge of the bed. Feeling better, Inanna? Much better. In hindsight, it was pretty dumb not to realize the problem earlier. Oh, and thanks for the meal you prepared for me earlier. It was nice. No problem. So, what have you been doing the entire day? You were gone for most of it. Rhea then briefed Inanna on what happened throughout the day and also on the discussion she had with Celine about the awakened and the process of becoming one. To think so much happened to our own bodies during our 600-year-long stasis. But according to you and Celine, the trigger could be anything, right? But it will likely only take a small amount of it to awaken, just like Celine. There is really no point in going out of the way to find it. Hopefully, it is useful though. Well, we will know when it happens. With Inanna briefed on the situation, the day continued on uneventfully. Gregson spent the remainder of the day with his family, not knowing when will be the next time he sees them. Irene was busy planning the cover-up operation for the next day, deciding which guards were to be taken with them for the investigation and the steps needed to make the investigation look as legitimate as possible. Thus, she decided that the guards who will participate in the investigation will be those not in the know regarding Rhea's situation and the 2 moles. Rhea got up from her sleep. The time for the operation to evacuate Gregson's family to the fob had arrived. Rhea then contacted Celine, asking for the status of their pickup. Celine, how goes the dropship for our extraction? Do not worry. The dropship will leave on your command. It will take around 30 minutes to reach the designated evac point. Alright, please do send over the dropship right now. Understood. The dropship is leaving now. I will contact you again once it is 10 minutes out. Celine out. With the dropship now on the way, Rhea was now on a time limit. She couldn't dally for long as the dropship could be targeted by revenants while it is waiting for them. While lesser and greater revenants could not really threaten the dropship as they had no means of ranged attacks apart from chucking rocks at it, some titled classes were dedicated to ranged and tanks and could reasonably shoot the dropship down. Rhea quickly left the mansion and headed towards Gregson's house. Inanna, how is it looking over there? Rhea contacted Inanna over the comms device. There is nothing here. Some scattered groups here and there, but shouldn't be an issue. I wonder if anything interesting will happen. Don't say anything, just stay there and apprise me of any changes. Rhea out. Sigh. Celine and Inanna have gotten more free-spirited lately. I wonder if it is because of their recent changes. Soon, Rhea made it to Gregson's residence and entered. This time there wasn't a feeling of someone watching her. Unlike the last time she came here. Waiting for her inside were Irene, Gregson, and his family. Rhea, I leave them to you. Please protect them, Gregson implored, placing his hand on Rhea's shoulder. Rhea, I also ask this of you. I owe Gregson quite a lot from a long time ago. Please protect his family. Don't worry. I will make sure they won't suffer a single scratch. Darling, we will see each other again soon. See you later. Clarissa said her farewells to Gregson and hugged him. Holt and Clara ran up to their father, and Gregson hugged them in return. Father, see you later. I promise I will protect Clara when you are not around. I'm sure you would do good, kid. Gregson responded and rubbed Holt's head. See you later, Dad. Clara bids Gregson goodbye. You don't seem scared, sugar. Gregson smiled and patted her head. No, because Mommy and Brother are with me. Also, you said the nice big sister there will protect us also, so what's there to be scared of? Clara cheerfully replied. Come on. It's not like you guys are gonna be separated forever. It's only temporarily. You guys will likely be back within a month. We are also running on a timer here. Our ride isn't gonna wait forever. Rhea interrupted. All right. Take care of the children, Clarissa. Of course. With their goodbyes said, Rhea had Clarissa climb onto her back while she held both children in each hand. Her balance and posture were slightly off as Clarissa was much taller than her, and her arms holding one kid each did not help. Clarissa, hang on tight. I can't support you or catch you if you fall off accidentally, as you can see. Don't worry about me, I am fine back here. Alright, I'm going now. Rhea nodded towards Gregson before the four of them disappeared into a mist of butterflies. With the extra and awkward distribution of weight and balance, Rhea took it slower as she traversed the rooftops, but soon the walls of the haven came into sight, and they would be exiting the city momentarily. Rhea then made her way across the walls and onto the bridge that connects the haven to the buffer city. After she got past the bridge, she went back onto the rooftops to avoid any revenants as they made their way to the evac point. There was an eerie silence in the air as Rhea traversed the rooftops. Normally, there would be sounds of the odd revenant or the shambling of a small horde, but today there was nothing, just silence. The dropship is 10 minutes out. Celine's voice alerted over the comms. We will be there in 5 minutes, and the dropship is 10 minutes away. We will have to hunker down for a while once we get there. Stick together, do not run off by yourself for any reason, and always follow my instructions. Clarissa, Holt, and Clara nodded in response to Rhea's instructions. As Rhea arrived at the evac point, she unloaded Clarissa, Holt, and Clara off onto the ground. Inanna, are you there? Rhea shouted. No response. Inanna, are you there? Answer me. Once again, no response. This doesn't bode well. Rhea quickly turned her body around as she surveyed the surroundings. As she looked around, she spotted an unnatural hole in one of the buildings, like something charged right through the walls. Bits of debris could be seen still falling and settling around the hole. A thin layer of dust lingered in the air near the hole, almost invisible due to the poor lighting. A warning blared within Rhea's head. You three quickly run and take cover. Rhea took out one of her backup pistols and forcefully placed it into Clarissa's hand before shoving the three aside, pointing her finger at the doorway of one of the abandoned buildings. Heeding Rhea's warnings, the three immediately ran for the doorway Rhea pointed out. No sooner did they leave Rhea's side, an explosion occurred from the building beside them, where Rhea spotted the hole earlier. Something green then shot out from the hole and crashed into Rhea, knocking both of them into the building behind them. You three don't stop, I am fine. Rhea shouted at Clarissa and her children. As the dust around her slightly cleared, She saw that the green object that slammed into her was Inanna. She was quite battered, and in her hands was her exclusive armament, Shamash, a large greatsword of golden and white coloration, its blade burning with bright white flames. Inanna, what? Rhea, watch out! Inanna quickly stood up and held up Shamash in a defensive stance when suddenly a giant shadow pounced onto Inanna, its claws swiping down at her, only to be blocked by Shamash. Wisps of flame and sparks being produced from the clash. What Rhea saw was a giant pitch-black dog bearing its claws down onto Inanna. It stood roughly 6 meters tall, with a size that matched its height. Inanna put more strength into Shamash, pushing the giant black dog away. As the black dog was knocked back, its body suddenly grew fainter and fainter before completely vanishing from sight. That thing can go invisible. That's how it ambushed me before, Inanna warned. Well, it can't hide from me. Activating her eyes of Shamash, she looked around and spotted a soul floating in the air without a physical body. Without hesitation, she drew Jaina and dashed towards the location of the soul, slashing at it. But before her blade could make contact with her target, her instincts flared up again as she felt a gust of wind from her left. She abandoned the slash and immediately teleported backward, a large gash mark suddenly appearing on the ground where she once stood. It's hard to deal with it. I can't judge where exactly the giant black dog is and where it will attack from. Celine, the LZ is hot. Have the dropship stand by high in the air. After sending the emergency message to Celine, she teleported backward once again and regrouped with Inanna. Inanna, any ideas? Not really. Think Terminusist can deal with it? No. That attack is ridiculously slow and easily avoided. It is also blocked by physical barriers. It only worked at the siege because it was a relatively open area, and the bridge was constricting their movements. Well, didn't think so either. So what do we do? I am fighting completely blind here. We have to fight it here. We can't run. If it is just by ourselves, we probably could. But with Gregson's family here, if we ran and it chased, they are definitely dead. The soul of the black dog moved. It leapt around using the buildings as footholds before lunging at Rhea. As the giant black dog lunged at Rhea, it revealed its form once again and came out of stealth. Rhea swiped Jaina at its claws, parrying them. She then quickly followed up and teleported above the giant black dog, slashing at its back. Her attack caused a large gash on the back of the black dog, revealing a strange metal contraption attached to it, hidden within its thick coat. Jaina's fire burned on the back of the black dog, causing it to howl in pain. What is that? Why is there a metal device attached to what is supposed to be a revenant? Inanna then approached from the black dog's flank and leapt upwards before spinning downwards and slamming Shamash on the side of the black dog. The momentum from her spin caused a massive wound to appear on the black dog. The force of the slash also sent the black dog flying backward, its massive body slamming into the building. Inanna, there is something weird about this revenant. There is a strange metal contraption attached to it, and its movement feels awkward, like it can't control its body properly or something. So should we kill it first? Then examine the device later? No, we remove the device first. I want to see what happens, and I have a feeling that if we try to kill it first, it would run away. I will hold it down. Inanna, smash the metal device. It is around its neck. Got it. A flurry of quick back and forth between the black dog and the two occurred. The two parties followed a set pattern of attack, defending, and retreating. The black dog would attack the girls, but their better coordination would cause the attack to be unsuccessful. The girls would then pursue the black dog and counterattack. After suffering damage, the black dog would then retreat and turn invisible before the pattern would continue. As the battle ensued, the awkwardness within the black dog's movement became increasingly apparent. It was like someone who was thrust into a new body, wildly different from their own, and then having to operate the body in high-speed combat. The movements of the black dog were simplistic and straightforward, not taking advantage of its physique and abilities effectively. After the black dog was significantly weakened, Irene dashed directly into the snout of the black dog and swung Shamash in a massive arc, knocking the black dog into another wall, debris falling all over it. Rhea tapped Jaina on the ground, causing a ripple of light to spread throughout the floor. The black dog got up from the ground and shook the debris off its body. The black dog slowly backed off from Rhea and Inanna, preparing itself to flee. Inanna then quickly dashed forward and aimed for the neck, where she could just barely see the strange device attached around its neck. The black dog could easily avoid this attack of hers, but she trusted that Rhea would not allow it to do so, letting her strike be true. Vines of condemnation, Rhea commanded. A wave of vines burst from under her and surged towards the black dog. Surprised by the approaching vines, the black dog could not react in time and got struck by Rhea's attack. The vines wrapped tightly around the black dog's limbs and body, holding it firmly in place. The black dog thrashed around, but the grip of the vines was unyielding, refusing to budge a single inch. Just as the vines bound the black dog, Inanna's attack connected, shattering the metal device with a single strike. With the device destroyed, the black dog collapsed onto the ground like a puppet having its strings cut. Inanna then landed on the back of the black dog and stood there unmoving. Inanna, great work, Rhea commended as she ran up towards Inanna, the vines still binding the black dog tightly. But Inanna never responded and still stood atop the black dog without moving. Inanna, what's wrong? Rhea asked. I think I have awakened. 2 A1C16 Inanna and the Barghest. Here's the corrected version of the text with grammatical and punctuational mistakes fixed. You have awakened? So the trigger was to defeat an enemy? But I am pretty sure you killed a couple of revenants at least during the siege of 6th Haven. No, I think the trigger was to break down the will of an enemy. Break the will? We barely did anything to the black dog. Well, it's safe to say the black dog was being controlled. So I guess breaking that control counted? So what does your ability do? I think it's best for you to see. I can use it right now. After all, Inanna jumped off the back of the fallen black dog and landed in front of its head. She then placed her hand onto the head of the unconscious black dog. A large blue circle then appeared below the black dog, just large enough for the black dog to fit inside. The blue circle glowed softly, with intricate characters that looked like some sort of runes running along the outer edge of the circle. The center of the circle had a symbol of a large tree with 9 large branches sprouting off it. In the name of Inanna, the Fee Queen Morgan, and the 8 thrones which lay without ruler, I hereby declare, let my will be thy own, let thy body be mine shield, let thy fangs be mine blade, henceforth our fates shall be entwined, with my blood let the contract be completed. Inanna then used Shamash and sliced open her palm, dripping her blood on the shining blue ritual circle. When her blood contacted the circle, it glowed even brighter in response. Fairy contract. First the 9 Fee Queens of Avalon. The body of the black dog glowed brightly along with the ritual circle, its silhouette condensing into a small flame in the center, staying that way for a while. After a few moments had passed, the flame rapidly expanded and gradually took on a more humanoid appearance. Arg, where am I? The last thing I remember, no good. The new figure that appeared from the ritual circle grabbed their head in pain, trying to remember something. It was a female with long black hair and bright red eyes, her hair growing down to her knees. She was tall, standing at around 2 meters, with an intense and ferocious look in her eyes. She wore a long lab coat, a red inner shirt, half-rimmed glasses, and on her chest was an identity badge, but the details regarding where this badge belonged to and her name were scratched out. I have no name, I am a Barghest. I believe I would be a Duke-class Revenant according to the ranking system you humans use. I had an identity before turning into a Revenant, but the memories of that time in my life are foggy at best and completely missing at worst. Master Inanna, could you please assign me a name? Wait, I have a few questions for you, Barghest. And who might you be? The Barghest adjusted her glasses as she looked at Rhea. This is Rhea. You could say she is, my boss or master, I guess. Inanna answered the Barghest's question. I see, sorry for my rudeness, Master Rhea. I would be glad to answer any questions you two might have. Good. First, where did those clothes come from? Second, can you provide more details about yourself? I wasn't aware that Revenants had a mind of their own. Finally, how did such a strong Revenant get what I assume to be controlled by an external party? These clothes are just really my skin, they are part of my body. They are made in the image of the clothes I used to wear when I was still human. In fact, my appearance seems to be made to match my original appearance. Even I had forgotten how I looked like before. But once Master Inanna used that contracting spell on me, it feels like some memories from my human life returned. Interesting. It seems that even though the body might forget and the neural pathways that formed these memories long gone, something stores the information that even the corruption could not meddle with. Likely the soul, I presume. For your second question, most of the stronger revenants have a will of their own, these Duke classes as you humans would put it. I can't speak for the rest, but personally, I don't think I was compelled into aiding Origin. I helped it willingly. I probably had some close connection to it when Origin was still human. Wait, hold up. Origin? What is that? Rhea interrupted. Do you humans not know? Origin was the first revenant and the origin of the corruption that seeps through this planet. Likewise, he also serves as the leader and king of the revenants. I wasn't informed of this. And wait. He? Rhea then looked at Inanna, and Inanna shook her head in response. I am not sure, but I feel like Origin is a he. That's what something deep within me feels. Anyways, I am sorry for interrupting. Can you please continue? Right. Continuing from where I left off. I am a Barghest, a unique species of revenant. I am like the leader of the Canaan-type revenants. But now that I have been contracted by Master Inanna, my link to them has been severed. Though I could probably still influence them if they appear near me. Though I currently take on human form for ease of communication, I can transform back into my revenant form anytime I wish. The Barghest then extended her hand sideways and transformed it back into a massive claw with a pitch-black fur coat. I can control the size at will, so combat in tight spaces will not be an issue. Finally, to your third question, I am embarrassed to say it, but during combat with an awakened, I was quite gravely injured. I do not remember this person, but the color red comes to mind when I think of them. Anyways, during the fight, I remember a third party interrupting our battle. The next thing I know, a cold hard collar was placed on me, and I felt my consciousness grow hazy. I don't exactly remember when this took place, but I feel that quite some time has passed. So you are saying that ever since the battle with that Red awakened, you have no idea on what you have been doing all this time, and only after the collar was broken and Inanna contracted you, that you were able to think clearly again. Correct. That's all the questions I have. Inanna, you got anything? Yeah, I need to confirm a few things first. According to the discussion between Inanna and the Barghest, the contract prevented the Barghest from betraying Inanna's will, but otherwise, they had quite a lot of freedom in their actions. If they are slain, they would simply disappear for a period of time to heal, after which they could be summoned again. If Inanna died, they would also disappear along with her death. The Barghest didn't know what would happen if Inanna somehow got brought back from death, though. A portion of Barghest's ability could be supplemented onto Inanna's own, allowing Inanna to use the Barghest's abilities. This would be true for any summons she attains, in the future as well. Lastly, Inanna could not break the contract off, so she had to be really careful on who or what to use her ability on, as she had only 8 slots in total, 7 remaining due to the Barghest. Fortunately, the Barghest seemed to be a strong and useful individual, so the slot doesn't seem to have been wasted. From her outfit, she was likely a scientist or a researcher back when she was alive. She seems quite rational, so she and Celine could be paired together, and the Barghest could be used to make sure Celine doesn't do anything excessive. Right, one final question. I kind of contracted you without your input on the matter while you were unconscious. Do you have any thoughts on that? Inanna asks. The Barghest thought for a while before answering. Despite the lack of me consciously choosing to serve you, I do believe that somewhere deep inside me, I found this contract to be beneficial to me. I have an objective, you see, but I am unable to recall it at all. Subconsciously, or probably from somewhere even deeper than that, I likely accepted the contract. For you see, without both parties' consent, that ability would likely not have worked. It is a contract, after all, the Barghest truthfully answered. I see. That's good then. I tend to hate it when something is forced onto someone without them having any choice in the matter. Inanna's eyes darting over to Rhea momentarily before returning back to the Barghest. But it feels like you were truthful in your words, so I guess a name is in order. Inanna stood there wondering on what name to give the Barghest. Thetis, you will be Thetis from now on. Understood. I will now be known as Thetis. The Barghest, now named Thetis, acknowledges. With the situation now settled, Rhea ordered the dropship to continue its course and to land at their location. She then went into the abandoned building where Gregson's family was hiding in order to bring them out. She walked into the building. It was pitch black, the lights no longer functioning after years of abandonment. She walked around and searched room after room, trying to find where the 3 were hiding. As she was searching, Faint breathing could be heard in one of the rooms. "Hey, it's me, Ria. I am coming in," Ria shouted into the room. After giving sufficient time for the occupants in the room to process her arrival, she rounded the corner and entered the room. Inside, Clarissa was holding the pistol Ria gave to her earlier, pointing it towards the doorway. Holt and Clara were hidden behind her. The moment Clarissa physically confirmed it was Ria, she dropped the pistol and heaved a sigh of relief. "Is it still dangerous out there?" "No, it is safe now. The dropship will be arriving soon. Let's go." Clarissa, Holt, and Clara then left the room and slowly made their way out of the building, still wary of potential dangers, even though Ria constantly assured them that it was completely safe right now. Upon exiting the building, the whirling sound of engines could be heard, a spotlight shining down from above. "The dropship has arrived." The spotlight of the dropship scanned the area for a moment before managing to locate the group. Upon spotting them, the dropship turned around, showing its rear towards them, and descended. Landing skids were released from the inside of the dropship, allowing it to land softly and safely, the skids absorbing the shock and impact from landing. As the dropship landed, the rear of the aircraft opened up, the ramp unfurling. Once the ramp was deployed, a squadron of combat droids filed out of the aircraft, quickly spreading out to secure the area. Next, 3 droids dragging a transparent pod filled with green liquid each exited the aircraft, and behind them was Celine. "Celine, I wasn't expecting you to come over as well," Ria said, approaching the dropships with Gregson's family in tow. "I came to supervise the manufacturing process. It's more efficient this way," Celine replied. "Hey, some kind of cloning vats, I assume?" Thetis walked up, running her slender fingers along the edges of the pods. "Who is that?" Celine looked towards Ria for answers. "Don't worry about it. I will tell you later, but for now, you can trust her." Thetis was curious, inspecting the pods that Celine had brought with her, examining every nook and cranny she could get her hands and eyes on. "I was briefed on your purposes and background by Master Inanna earlier, but based on my understanding, cloning vats will take at least a day to produce something functional." "Why have you brought it here?" Thetis asks, directing her question at Celine. "Wrong, these aren't cloning vats." "Well, they are based on it but they aren't fully functional. Anything made by them would not function at all, as they are made to skip a few steps. I assume since we just need dead bodies, this will suffice. Though anyone who looks at the bodies closely will notice something wrong," Celine corrected Thetis. "Anyways, let's talk later. Let's get their DNA and begin the manufacturing process." Ria stopped the blossoming conversation between Celine and Thetis, sensing that if they could, they would be talking for a long time. "Right, you 3, come here," Celine ordered Clarissa, Holt, and Clara. Inside the tubes were already featureless, blank bodies that matched the age and build of the 3. Celine then directed Clarissa, Holt, and Clara to stand in front of their specified pod. Each pod already pre-programmed with supplementary data respective to each person, from information sent to Celine by Ria earlier. With Celine's instruction, the 3 placed their hands in a hole within the machine. When their hands were inside, a needle pricked their fingers, drawing blood. The blood flowed into the machine, allowing it to analyze their DNA. "Okay, it's done. It shouldn't take long for the machine to fine-tune the husks now. While we wait, why don't you tell me about what happened earlier?" Ria and Inanna then briefed Celine on the past few days. The attack by the Barghest, the metal collar that could control revenants, Inanna's awakening, and subsequent use of it which led to the Barghest. Now Thetis, into joining their party, and Origin. "This is interesting and worth looking into." "Ria, I suggest you quickly take control of the Haven. Slow subterfuge and infiltration will take too long." "Based on what you told me, I feel like the capital will take action soon. That clairvoyant is almost certainly from the capital, and the fact that Thetis was here of all places is either very unlucky for us or completely planned. That means that the capital has the technology to control revenants, and you just took down one of their prized possessions." "I agree with Celine. Your initial plan might have worked if everything went perfectly without deviation and information was not spread beyond the Haven. But now that information has been gleaned from this capital place where I assume the most powerful and influential people reside, you need to move fast." Thetis agreed with Celine's analysis. "Same here. I might not be as smart as them, but even I can see that a slow approach is quickly becoming unfeasible." Inanna commented, The three of them were right. An anomaly and threat like Rhea had appeared out of nowhere. The capital would likely not take this lightly. And the timeline available to Rhea was quickly shrinking. At first, Rhea planned to slowly worm her way into the inner circle of the underworld, before slowly sabotaging the leaders, gathering support on her side, and then usurping the underworld's leadership and replacing them with her own people. I suggest a fast and hard approach. Once you deliver the bodies and complete the mission, it would buy you some time, getting the attention of the underworld leaders off of you for a while. During this time, you need to find someone that can replace the heads of the underworld. I think that person you saw in the compound might do. She seems to have at least some influence within their organization. Work with her and eliminate the underworld leaders, then have her fill in the power vacuum created. Celine outlined her plan. I think that is the best, though you are the leader, so the final say is up to you. Thetis added on. Well, if you want things eliminated, just point them out, and I will settle it. If you show your power, even after eliminating the underworld heads, you should be able to temporarily hold the organization together. This should be long enough for you to secure the entirety of Thule. You can settle the smaller details later. Rhea thought about it for a while and immediately agreed to their plan. While they were discussing their further next steps, the cloning vats were finished adjusting the bodies. Celine then drained the fluids within and opened the vat, revealing the completely naked bodies of Clarissa, Holt, and Clara, with an accuracy to the actual people on the exterior. Without much fanfare, Rhea took a rifle from the dropship and started shooting up the bodies, causing damage that was obviously lethal, even to the most unobservant of people. "Hi!" Clara shrieked, seeing Rhea shoot up the bodies that looked exactly like her family. Holt immediately ran to Clara and covered her ears and eyes and shouted at Rhea. "What are you doing in front of Clara?" "What? They are dead." "Rhea, whether they were even alive or not, and even if I know they aren't my children, seeing someone shoot something that looks exactly like them is a bit. I swear, you are utterly hopeless with these things." Celine lamented. Celine quickly ushered the frightened Clara, the angry Holt, and the concerned Clarissa onto the dropship. She also recalled the nearby combat droids back onto the dropship and retrieved the cloning vats, leaving Rhea, Inanna, Thetis, and 3 shot-up bodies of Gregson's family outside. "I will head back and prepare a void pylon for activation. We will definitely need the reinforcements and support from Avalon soon. Once you are done with your business at the 6th Haven, contact me, and we can finally move on." Celine shouted from the open hatch at the rear of the dropship as it slowly ascends from the ground. Rhea gave a thumbs up in response, the rear hatch of the dropship fully closing up as the aircraft moves off, returning towards the fob. 2A1C17 The collaborator. With their objective now complete, the 3 returned to the 6th Haven with the fake corpses in tow. Now with 3 people available, each person could take 1 corpse each, preventing a repeat of earlier. The 3 quickly made their way through the abandoned city. The revenants stayed well clear of them due to the presence of Thetis. "Thetis, take the body I am carrying." "Inanna, can you show her the way?" "I will return to Irene's residence to collect the recording device." "All right." Rhea then passed the fake corpse she was carrying to Thetis before splitting up from the 2. By herself, she could move many times faster than with a group. She performed a series of chain teleports, leaping over the walls of the haven and onto the rooftops of the buildings to make her way to Irene's residence. She quickly entered her study through the window and went to the cabinet where she had sealed the recording device. After collecting the device, she left the study and made her way to the drop-off point, walking on foot so that anyone watching the house would see her leaving Irene's residence properly. After walking out of Irene's residence, the dimly lit street emerged, engulfed in a hazy shroud of light fog that wrapped around the city like a delicate veil. The cold and metallic empty street seemed to stretch endlessly, with only the lights embedded within the ground casting feeble rays that struggled to pierce through the mist. The surrounding buildings loomed like spectral sentinels, even more so than their usual sterile-looking selves. The silence was almost palpable. The atmosphere held an eerie sense of isolation, as if the street existed in a dreamlike state, disconnected from reality itself. Something is not right. Even though it is still pretty early in the morning, the streets shouldn't be this devoid of life. There should still be some people wandering around. As Rhea continued walking down the hazy street, another irregularity caught her eye, stopping her in her tracks. "I walked by this location before. and this street seems to truly stretch on endlessly. I have been caught in a trap of some kind. Awaken, Jaina. Eyes of Shamish. Her attire instantly shifted into her battle dress, both of her eyes turning a shimmering gold. Rhea's eyes quickly darted around the surroundings, looking for her assailant. She spotted a single soul further down the street. After identifying her target, she performed a chain of short-range teleports towards them, but when she got close, the target disappeared. When she looked around, the soul had completely changed position. Rhea chased after the soul again using the same methods, but once again, their position shifted. It seems I was caught in some kind of alternate dimension. I do not know how much control the user has over this area, but they seem to be able to relocate anywhere they wish within the area. At least. Vines of condemnation. Vines broke through the ground below Rhea and spread all over the area, moving through the streets and climbing up the buildings until every single inch of the surrounding area was covered in vines. The black vines were ready to capture anything that got within range, but that wasn't their purpose this time. Rhea snapped her fingers, causing the area around her to be ignited with the flames of Jaina. As the flames made contact with the vines, they quickly caught alight, and the flames rapidly spread throughout the area, using the vines as a medium. Before long, there was not a single spot within the false city that was not ablaze. Now with nowhere else to run, Rhea teleported towards her assailant once again. This time, they did not run and just stood still, waiting for Rhea's arrival. Rhea appeared behind the assailant, placing Jaina's edge against their neck. Care to explain yourself? I am feeling pretty tired today, so my hand might slip accidentally. I surrender. I didn't expect you to set ablaze the entire area. Were you not worried that the damage might affect the real world? A female voice came out from the figure. No. Quite confident. I see. Stop buying time. What do you want from me? You clearly were not trying to kill me, so you must have some other objective. I do, but I would appreciate if we could discuss this over a cup of tea instead of this. Stop trying to dodge the question. You really are careful. To keep things short, I want you to help me take over the underworld. So, could you release me? I won't escape. Rhea then withdrew Jaina from her neck, releasing her from her grasp. With the eyes of Shamish, she knew she wasn't lying, and she recognized the soul of this person from before, the one that she saw in the underworld compound. When Rhea released her hold on her, the person took a few steps away from Rhea and faced her. Much appreciated. Let me introduce myself. She placed a hand on her right chest and bowed. Maya, one of the 5 heads of the underworld, in charge of communications and external party relations. I also handle some unsavory business from time to time. As you can see, Maya wore a skin-tight bodysuit with a black hooded overcoat. The inside of the overcoat was lined with various bladed weapons, gadgets, and vials of different colors. Black flowery accessories adorned the sides of her head. She had short turquoise blue hair and eyes, and her height was around 190 centimeters. But first, allow me to apologize. I had been spying on you ever since we met in your office, including when you entered my office that very same night. Afterwards, I followed you around occasionally to judge whether you were trustworthy. Don't be surprised. I used my ability to follow you and hide from those eyes of yours. As a sign of trust, let me explain to you my ability. You should definitely be able to tell the validity of my words. According to Maya, her ability let her create a mirror dimension that exactly recreates the area it is deployed in, with the ability to slightly modify the environmental conditions within. Damage that occurs to the surroundings in the domain would not carry over into the real world. Maya can also set different conditions and restrictions within the area, up to a certain limit, like a point system where different effects will cost different amounts. For example, the current field was set to be an infinite corridor where the area constantly loops upon itself, a separate dimension so no one else could casually wander inside. The ability allows the creator to freely teleport within, and she added fog for atmosphere. That's how I was following you around. I just created one that was mobile and centered around me, allowing me to see and hear things outside but not vice versa. To the best of your knowledge, is that the full extent of your ability? Yes. There were no falsehoods in those words. Last question, what is your reason for doing this? Simple, I do not like what the underworld has become. You barely visited or walked around the city while you were here, so you might not have noticed. But the influence of the underworld permeates every facet of life within the city. In the beginning, The Underworld was an organization created to manage the refugees that flooded into the haven once the revenants broke through into the buffer city between the 6th and 7th haven. Their leadership was made up of elected people from the refugees whose job was to liaise between the refugees and the haven. To keep a long story short, within the refugees, there were a few hidden awakeneds who banded together and took over the organization. Despite this, the Underworld, the guards, and the interior army still had a decent relationship with each other, maintaining a balance. But when the 10th haven fell and the subsequent recall and redistribution of the awakened caused the interior army, where the awakened were stationed, to adopt an elitist mentality, there was massive friction between them and the guards who were not assigned any awakened. Using this friction and lack of cooperation to their advantage, the Underworld spread its roots everywhere, slowly gaining influence and power. Afterwards, it was only a matter of time before they took advantage of the interior army's elitism and caused corruption to run rampant within their ranks. The guards were a different story. Their members were usually made up of citizens unaffiliated with the Underworld, and when Irene arrived, it became even harder to try and corrupt their ranks. The Underworld these days essentially controls the food and water supply. They cause havoc and disruptions within businesses, demanding meaningless protection fees, and if they don't pay up, they would use their monopoly on the market to drive them out of business. They have become nothing but a rabble of thieves, gangsters, and madmen drunk on power. I just want the Underworld to go back to its roots, a place to help the less fortunate and a refuge for those who were outcast by the society they lived in. And I would do anything to make it happen, even if I have to get my hands dirty. As Rhea listened to Maya's explanation, the eyes of Shamish determined that her statements were the truth, except towards the very end when she explained her reasons for wanting to overthrow the current Underworld. There was a lie of a mission within it. She does want to return the Underworld to its roots, but there is another reason hidden. But Rhea decided that she didn't want to pry. Her intentions were already loud and clear, and she didn't care for any other motives she might have. I will help you. It was the original plan. Anyways, after we discovered you. But there has been a change of plans. We are expediting the process. Having you on board so quickly really helps. We're going to brute force our way into taking over the haven. Expedite? Brute force. If we take things too fast, I wouldn't be able to consolidate the power and people of the Underworld. The cleaner ones who have no choice but to be part of the Underworld should be fine, but the others will take time to bring over to my side. Maya argued. The capital forces are likely coming to 6th Haven soon. I need control of the haven by then. Going fast is also not an issue. We just need something to unite the Underworld against. What are you talking about? Maya asked, now confused. Don't worry about it. We will discuss it together with everyone else. But first, this assassination mission. Was it planned by you? Technically, yes. The 5 heads of the Underworld agreed on this mission. I took the mission as an opportunity to see your character. After knowing you would falsify their death, I knew you were at least trustworthy. Great, so let's head over to the drop-off point and pick up the other 2 waiting there. Afterward, we will discuss things in Irene's residence. So, can you drop your ability already so we can actually head over? Maya then disabled her ability, allowing the 2 of them to return to reality. They both appeared in the middle of the street, but luckily there was no one nearby to see them. They then headed off to the drop site and picked up Inanna and Thetis, bringing along the 3 bodies with them. Though Inanna and Thetis were confused at first by Maya, Rhea explained that she would introduce her later. Afterward, Rhea contacted Irene to meet with her in her study. Upon returning to Irene's residence, Rhea prepared her study for the meeting that was about to occur. First, she shifted her regular desk aside to make way for a hologram projector. The hologram projector deployed a large holotable, allowing Rhea to discuss their battle plans more easily. It also served to allow Celine to be fully present for the meeting. With the table activated, it displayed a large and detailed 3D diagram of the 6th Haven. Rhea, Inanna, Thetis, Celine, and Maya were already seated around the holotable, waiting for Irene to arrive. After about 10 minutes had passed, footsteps could be heard from outside, signaling that Irene had arrived. The doors opened, and Irene entered the study with Gregson in tow. Rhea, you don't mind if Gregson joins, right? I think he should. Irene's sentence trailed off towards the end, her expression replaced with shock and horror. Impossible. What? Why? Are you here," Irene stuttered out, barely audible to the other people present. Gregson was no different. A look of complete shock was plastered on his face. "No, you can't be alive," Gregson muttered under his breath. "What are you two standing there like a couple of logs for? We have been waiting for you two for 10 minutes. Close the door and hurry on in, so we can start already," Thetis chided, causing a visible recoil from both of them. The two then quickly entered the room and sat down at their seats, their gaze clearly avoiding Thetis, which was picked up by everyone else in the room. "So before we begin, I will introduce some of the new faces we have here. First is Celine, she's a close confidant of me and Inanna. Next, we have Thetis. I will explain about her later on in the meeting, but for now, she is Inanna's servant, in a sense." Irene and Gregson's gaze lingered over Thetis for a moment. "Lastly, we have Maya, a head of the underworld and our collaborator for the takeover. Now that we are introduced to each other, let's begin our meeting for taking over the underworld and our subsequent actions." 2A1C18 The two meetings. First, after rounds of discussion between them, the formulated plan was as follows. Firstly, Maya would kick off the plan by calling a meeting between the underworld's 5 heads, using the 3 false bodies as evidence that the mission had been completed. Rhea would follow beside Maya under the cover of her mobile domain. Once everyone was gathered, Rhea would discreetly kill all of them. After the heads were eliminated, Maya would intentionally get injured and declare that an awakened from the interior army had betrayed them. Her reputation among the underworld would make her words trustworthy. With the underworld united against a common enemy, it would prevent fractures, and Maya could temporarily take control as the leader. An all-out battle between the underworld and the interior army would likely ensue after negotiations broke down between Maya and the army. During the battle, the guards led by Irene would intervene to control the situation, and Rhea, Inanna, and Thetis would remove the more problematic members of the underworld. Once done, the underworld would pull back and let the guards and Avalon fight the army. Now that I think about it, I was never informed about what the army really entails, Rhea said. "The army isn't part of the Haven's forces. They belong to the capital, and all their troops are dispatched from there. From the way things are looking, you would have to get rid of them anyways," Maya replied. "If that's the case, everything works out well. Now let's discuss what will happen afterwards. Once the dust has settled, after occupying the city, we will likely have to face the capital forces, and I am pretty sure that even while we speak, they are already making their way here." Rhea then explained to those not in the know that the capital was likely spying on her through an awakened with clairvoyant abilities. They had also captured one of their pet projects. "Pet project?" Irene asked, her gaze wandering towards Thetis. "I don't know why you two seem so concerned about Thetis. From the start, you have been acting weird around her, but she is involved in this project the capital is doing. But why don't we let them speak for themselves?" Rhea gestured to Thetis to explain her true nature. "As you already know, my name is Thetis, given to me by Master Inanna, but I am not human to begin with. I am a Duke-class Revenant, Barghest, ex-leader of the K9-type Revenants. That's my actual form." "I don't know why you two are so concerned about Thetis. You're likely familiar with who I was before I became a Revenant, but now I am Thetis the Barghest. So please do not confuse the two." "So that's what happened." A vein almost could be seen bulging from Irene's forehead. "That's bad, she has got that look on her face," Gregson said, plugging his ears with his fingers. "Are you an idiot? Why the hell did you bring something so dangerous into the Haven?" "She is completely under Inanna's control, so I don't see the problem." "If I'd brought a reactive antimatter warhead into your ship and hand-waved it off by saying, 'Don't worry, I have complete control of the warhead,' you wouldn't be happy either, right?" "The Avalon can survive a blast from a reactive antimatter warhead." "That's not the point." Sigh. "Whatever, so I get that Thetis is a Revenant, but why would that matter to the capital?" "As I said, it's their pet project. They developed a way to control Revenants, and now one of their experiments has gone dark. They can't afford people to find out about this after all. I mean, if people find out that they're messing around with Revenants, I wonder what would happen?" "If that's true, that's pretty bad," Irene commented. "Why would that be?" "Gregson, certainly you couldn't have forgotten what happened to cause this mess to begin with, right?" "What do you?" "Shit. If that's the case, certainly. It would be bad." "I didn't think I would bring up this topic ever again." "Project Lazarus," Irene grimaced. "Project Lazarus. the cause of the entire mess that engulfs the planet. Details were sparse to those who were not directly affiliated with the project and even more so to the public. The origin of the Revenant outbreak was the sole research lab that researched Project Lazarus. No one knows for certain what happened in the laboratory that caused the outbreak to begin with. Only those who were present would know, but those people were all but gone at this point. It's got to be her, right? Maybe. She was never confirmed dead, right? Who are you talking about? Ria inquired. Me and Gregson worked together a lot back in the day. We were part of a black site intelligence group, so we were apprised of quite a lot of information that normal people weren't made aware of. Anyways, we think this is the doing of Rowena, the person in charge of Project Lazarus. Bang! The sound of wood being smashed resounded in the room. When everyone turned towards the source of the sound, they saw Thetis kneeling on the ground, her left hand having punched the floor so hard as to break it, her right hand clutching her head in pain. Rowena, that name, I can't remember. Thetis growled out those words in hatred. Are you okay? Inanna ran up and checked on Thetis. I am fine, but that name somehow lit the fire of hatred within me, even though I do not know the significance of that name. I apologize for interrupting the meeting. You may continue. Thetis stood up and dusted herself off. Right, there is only one person who probably has the specialty and knowledge for developing a device to control. Sorry for interrupting, but can we wrap this up quickly? After I reported about the assassination mission's success, they wanted to hold a meeting immediately. The meeting will be held in 3 hours, Maya said. That's fast. Do the other heads have nothing else to do? I didn't expect it to be conducted on the same day, but it is a good thing. I don't know, but the leader seemed pretty agitated and wanted to have the meeting as soon as possible. That doesn't leave much time, but we didn't have much time to begin with. Celine, get our forces here, double time. Inanna, coordinate with her. Irene, Gregson, get the guards ready and get rid of the moles before the operation. Maya, you and I will head over as soon as possible. Hopefully, by then everything else will be ready. We will continue with the rest after if we have the time, Ria commanded. Right, one more thing, Celine. Stay over at the base, and once you send over our force, then send a spy drone towards the capital to find out how long we have before their forces arrive. We should have about 1 to 3 days of time. After that, get ready the void pylon for immediate activation. We are on a severe time crunch here, and there is loads more to do. With the meeting adjourned for now, the group quickly dispersed to get ready on their own ends. Irene and Gregson left for the HQ. The workday had started anyway. After entering the headquarters, they quickly began arranging for the arrests of the 10 moles within the guards. Due to a lack of time, they decided to arrest them on bogus charges for now. They would definitely find some actual evidence afterwards with cooperation from Maya, but for now, they needed them out of the way. In order to get the guards ready for the battle, Irene called for an impromptu high alert drill for the entire day so that the guards would already be equipped and ready when the signal is given. Celine and Inanna worked together to concoct strategies and battle plans for various situations that could occur during the battle. They also discussed the various compositions of troops and vehicles that would be deployed to the 6th Haven. Dropships would be used to transport everything to the 6th Haven. Air support was also arranged, with heavy gunships and surgical strike craft standing by near the 6th Haven. Thetis was also busy. With Inanna's permission, she had left the 6th Haven to gather her pack. After the fairy contract with Inanna, she gained the ability to form her pack. There was no limitation on what could be recruited, but there was a number limit. Her authority was also specifically for canines, with a smaller effect for felines, which would then provide a bonus to their effectiveness. With this, she could create an army of her own to assist Inanna. Maya was now leading Ria to her personal compound, where she secretly stationed her own personal private forces. It wasn't uncommon for more powerful people to have their own private army, and each of the underworld's heads had their own forces in secret somewhere. Do you know where their forces are located? The other head's private force? No, but they will definitely show up during the confrontation with the army. With your help, there is no chance for them to make it out alive, even if they have an awakened or two with them. On the topic of the heads, why don't you tell me about them and their abilities? There are 5 heads in total. The first is Donovan, the de facto leader of the underworld. All the major and final decisions go through him. Even though on paper, all the heads are supposed to be equal. His ability is basic but strong. It drastically improves his physical abilities. His body can withstand gunfire, blades, and even explosions. He can run faster than a speeding car, and his punches can shatter even steel. Second is Garner, the head in charge of their goods and supply chain. He is also the second in command after Donovan. His ability is psychokinesis. He can move and control objects with his mind. If given enough time and information, he could even affect living things, but the time, energy, and concentration required makes it impractical in combat. Third is Yan Liu, the head in charge of their internal affairs, dealing with problematic members, conflicts of interest, disputes, and tying up loose ends, such as when someone defects or leaks information. His ability is to affect one's emotions. It can heighten or dampen specific emotions within his target, but only within his line of sight. Fourth is Amber, the head in charge of production, creating drugs, chemical weapons, and buildings. Her ability is a production ability. She can instantly replicate an item perfectly if she knows the detailed makeup of the item and has the materials on hand. Last is Maya, the head in charge of communications and external party affairs. Her ability is a customized domain creation, but she never displayed the full capabilities of her skill to anyone before, and if she did, they were likely already dead. To the other heads, her ability is simply to completely conceal and erase her presence. Isn't the power distribution a bit weird here? For example, with the power and influence you hold over external powers, couldn't you just use them to crush the underworld yourselves? I could, but the aftermath won't be pretty. Being the only one left, I wouldn't have much leverage anymore, and I would be very vulnerable to both the guards and the army. Without your help, and with the guards backing me against the army, and the other heads, I wouldn't dare pull something off. I mean, I could definitely escape by myself if I wanted to. So what is your suggested order in killing them? Garner, Yan Liu, Amber, Donovan. Garner and Yan Liu have no defensive abilities, but they would prove annoying if they helped Donovan. Amber is killed third because she is completely useless in combat, and Donovan is last because the assassination would likely fail on him. As soon as you finish off Garner and Yan Liu, I will send everyone into my domain so that no one can interfere. You think that my blade can't penetrate his defense? It is just my suggestion. If you think you can, you are welcome to try. I will think about it. After some more walking, they finally reached their destination, Maya's compound where her private forces are stationed. Maya's personal forces, just like her, are more suited to intel gathering and covert activities. They could also perform the odd disappearance act on someone. But in this case, their combat power is not necessary for the operation. Their jobs would be to quickly spread the information that the army had attacked the underworld heads, killing them all except Maya, who was gravely injured. They did not stay at the compound for long. Maya simply went to her second-in-command and told him her orders. He would then organize the necessary arrangements required to complete Maya's orders. This misinformation operation is quite huge, and thus, to spread the word quickly, the entire force will have to mobilize. After passing on the order, the two began to make their way to the underworld's main base where the meeting would be taking place. I looked around your forces earlier, and I did not spot any irregularities, but without talking to them directly, I can't ascertain whether they are on our side. Do you trust them? Rhea gave a sideways glance at Maya. I believe they won't betray me. Well, that is good enough, I suppose. If anything goes wrong, we could simply use force to solve the issue. That should be a last resort. The post-battle cleanup would be a pain otherwise. The two continued walking toward the underworld's main base. Maya told Rhea about life in the Haven. During her stay in the 6th Haven, Rhea had mostly confined herself within Irene's residence and the guards' headquarters. Even when she wandered the streets, it would be either near the walls where the guards had firm control, resulting in good public order, or around the guards' headquarters, where the public order was also good due to their presence. However, in other areas, public order wasn't as good. The guards' area of influence within the Haven was surprisingly small, only around the outer walls of the Havens, their headquarters, and around their few barracks. The army controlled a large area around the spillway, where the upper class resides. The rest of the Haven was controlled by the underworld. The areas under the underworld's thumb were not pleasant places. Crime ran rampant, and businesses had to turn to the underworld itself for protection to stay safe. Those businesses under their protection would not get burglarized or attacked. and even if they did, the underworld would compensate the business owner for their lost or damaged property and hunt down the perpetrators responsible. This led to an infinite cycle where businesses paid for protection, got robbed or attacked, leading them to trust the underworld more, and the underworld grew its influence and power. According to Maya, regular criminals would never attack protected businesses, and the attacks were orchestrated by the underworld itself. Within the underworld-controlled areas, poverty was also rampant, leading to more crime. The underworld ran many red light districts and flooded the streets with ridiculous amounts of highly addicting drugs. People fell into a perpetual spiral of poverty, taking the drugs, getting addicted, then spending their money on more. To earn money, they would join the underworld and spend more on drugs. Before they knew it, they were about to enter the area under underworld control. We are at the border between the underworld and guards controlled area. I will now deploy my domain around us. Don't leave my side, and you would not be able to be spotted. I also would not be able to hear anything you say. If you want to say anything, please physically write it out. Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go. We don't have much time remaining. 2A1C19 The two meetings. Second. Rhea and Maya quickly made their way down the streets of the underworld's territory. The meeting was about to start soon. Maya led Rhea down the abyss of dark, maze-like alleyways. The canopy of the surrounding buildings obscured the already limited light, creating a veil of impenetrable darkness. Maya navigated the winding alleyway like the back of her hand, her quickened footsteps against the damp metal floor echoing around the alley. Rhea was right beside Maya, closely following her every move. After moving around in the darkness for a couple of minutes, Maya stopped, having arrived at a dead end. She then walked up toward the wall and tapped at what appeared to be random spots on the wall. A slight tremble could be felt after she finished tapping on the wall. Light began leaking from the wall, forming the shape of a door. That particular portion of the wall slid backward and opened up, revealing a spiral stairway leading downwards. Rhea then followed Maya down the staircase and into the underworld's main base. With the path that needed to be taken and the highly odd method required to reveal the entrance, it was no wonder that no one could find their base. There was barely anybody in the base, as only higher-ranking members were even allowed to know the location, much less enter the base. The inside was made of bluish-white metal with lights embedded into the wall. The place was clearly an underground room constructed during the process of turning the planet into an ecomonopolis. The two headed straight for the conference room where the meeting was set to take place. Ignoring everyone on their way there, the pair walked through the facility until they stood in front of a large door. Maya opened the door and entered. Inside was a large circular table with 5 seats placed at regular intervals around it. There were already 2 people inside waiting and seated. With open arms and hearts aglow, we welcome you, a friend we know. Through years of toil and journeys shared, together, our bond forever bared. A bespectacled man dressed in a sutra cited Yan Liu. Even after the passing of many suns and the work we have done together, you are still as cold as ever. I see. There is no sun, and there hasn't been one for over 500 years, Maya coldly retorted. It's just a figure of speech, my ethereal lady. Ignoring any further remarks from Yan Liu, Maya briskly walked over to her seat and sat down. She then turned toward the other man already seated and spoke to him. Garner, why is the leader so agitated, to the point he scheduled the meeting so fast? No idea, I am also in the dark about this. A few hours ago, he came back from a meeting absolutely furious, killed a man trying to calm him down too. Where did he go? Meeting with the army. Guess it didn't go well. Timeline adds up with when we took down Thetis. Rhea wrote a note and presented it in front of Maya's face. The capital works fast. They already notified the army. This places the timeline of their arrival in 3 days most likely. The 3 heads and their mostly uninvited guests sat there silently and waited for the arrival of the remaining 2 heads, Amber and Donovan. I will wait towards the end of the meeting before striking. I want to use this meeting to gather information. The tense silence continued until the doors to the conference room opened up once again. A purple-haired woman dressed in a fairly revealing dress entered alongside a gruff man not wearing a top piece. Without saying much, they walked up to their seats and sat down. After a few moments of silence, the gruff man opened his mouth and began the meeting. Now that everyone is here, let the meeting commence. His voice boomed in the enclosed room. For the first order of business, I will now reveal what happened last night with the army. I am aware that most of you had some knowledge that something went down. After pausing for a moment and looking around the room to make sure that everyone was ready, he continued. Yesterday, all our contacts within the army severed their ties with us. Did you not threaten them with the dirt we have on them? Garner asked. I did, of course, but they still completely shut down all communication channels with us. I even tried to personally visit them but was turned away at the gate. Donovan shouted, his fist slamming down on the table, causing cracks to form on it. Is that why you pushed for this meeting? The moment we could compromise the guards? Maya asked. As expected of Maya to already deduce the purpose of this meeting. I also have to congratulate you for finding such a good pawn for us. They work fast. Now we have 2 high-ranking members of the guards in our grasp. We can use them to fill the void that the army leaving has left us. The meeting then continued on without much more important information being said. They talked about statistics and how well the organization was doing, as well as their future plans. Among other things. Such information was now useless and unnecessary, seeing as Rhea would not allow them to see the light of a new day. I am beginning. Please extend the domain to behind their backs. The rest is as discussed. Rhea alerted Maya that she was beginning the operation. Done. Words materialized in front of Rhea, which only she could see. Rhea walked behind Garner and raised Jaina into the air before swinging it down onto his neck. Before Garner could even react, his head separated from the rest of his body, blood slowly spurting out in every direction from the bisected arteries. Rhea then quickly teleported behind Yan Liu and Amber and did the same, sending their heads flying from their bodies. It took less than a second, and 3 of the heads had their heads removed from their bodies. With the 3 dead, Maya immediately took action. Let the world of dreams interlace with our own. By royal decree, the gates to the fairy kingdom now stand open. A Midsummer's Night Dream invitation to the dreamlike kingdom. The surrounding space cracked and shattered, revealing a whole different world. Under a serene and dark starless sky, the world seemed to hold its breath. A velvety expanse stretched overhead, blanketing everything in a calm, obsidian embrace. Stone monoliths stood unmoving in the air, towering over the dark, glass-like surface beneath them. After deploying her domain, Maya immediately escaped, concealing herself with the abilities of the domain. Within the center of this calm and serene battlefield stood Donovan and Rhea, facing each other. Who are you? And what do you want? That's for me to know and you to find out. Not willing to talk, eh? Well, we'll see about it once I bash your pretty little face in. Without giving any time to spare, Donovan charged toward Rhea with a speed almost akin to teleporting, leaving after images in his wake. Already aware of his capabilities, Rhea did not panic and simply swiped Jaina in front of her, parrying the strike that Donovan had sent her way. As Jaina made contact with Donovan's skin, there was a metallic clang along with the release of sparks. Her attack did not leave a scratch upon his skin. Despite having his first hit parried, Donovan continued releasing a flurry of punches and kicks towards Rhea, which, in turn, were completely parried by her. You have some good moves, don't you, young lady? But you should just give up now, your scythe won't leave a scratch on me, Donovan exclaimed, sending an even more powerful straight punch. The shockwave from it being parried pushed away Rhea and Donovan from each other. Donor already? Didn't take you for the sort to finish quickly, Rhea taunted. I will make you regret those words, Donovan annoyedly threatened, clearly provoked by Rhea's taunt. Before Donovan had a chance to mount an offense once again, Rhea teleported directly in front of Donovan and slashed at him with Jaina. The attack, despite being a surprise, was ineffective. Without allowing Donovan to counterattack, Rhea repeated her attacks, teleporting around Donovan and attacking, making sure to vary her speed, location, and rhythm of her attacks. I told you already, you can't hurt me. Within her onslaught, Rhea changed up her attack pattern. She teleported in front of Donovan, making sure that he was aware that she was right in front of him. She then swung Jaina down, but before the attack struck, she relocated once again and struck his back. But unlike the previous attempts, Jaina pierced his skin and flesh, drawing blood. The flames of Jaina immediately ignited on the wound of his back, causing Donovan to scream in pain. Gah! Impossible. To think you can damage me. You are too dangerous to be left alive. I will kill you. Hey, try to catch me if you can. Rhea teleported onto one of the floating stone monoliths, clinging to its edge as she stared down towards Donovan. Donovan jumped after Rhea, a shockwave originating from his jump point. He flew like a bullet towards Rhea, his arm drawn back and ready to strike. Right before his punch connected, Rhea simply teleported away to another monolith. The impact caused by his strike completely shattered the monolith. The broken fragments of the monolith slowly fell from the skies towards the ground below. Donovan stepped onto one of the large chunks of debris from the falling monolith before pursuing Rhea once again. The two repeated this constantly, more and more monoliths being destroyed until there were none left. The two then landed back in the center of the arena, where they had originally started, but while their positions were the same, their physical states couldn't be further apart. No more of those floating stones for you to hide in now, little mosquito. Donovan was breathing heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his face and body, as he stared down at Rhea. You seem pretty tired there. Should we take a break? Unlike Donovan, Rhea was completely fine, barely expending any of her stamina throughout the entire duration of combat. While Rhea was just casually teleporting around the stone monoliths, Donovan had to spend tons of his stamina in order to pursue Rhea. Since Donovan was also on the offensive, he had to spend even more stamina attempting to attack her, but Rhea could simply evade the attack, wasting his precious energy. I have more where that came from. Donovan charged Rhea, his speed drastically slower than before. Rhea effortlessly deflected the attack before countering back, leaving a massive wound on his upper torso. Blood spilled onto the ground from the massive gaping wound on his chest. Through the flames of Jaina that were burning on the wound, you could see his completely shattered rib bones, his lungs rapidly inflating and deflating as his breathing rate increased from the pain, his heart in his chest beating faster by the second. To think, everything I have built over the past 20 years will come crumbling down within a matter of minutes. Damn you, Maya, I know you are listening to me from somewhere, so, answer me. Not looking too well there, Donovan. Maya appeared behind Rhea and walked out in front of the kneeling Donovan. Maya reached into her cloak and brought out a knife, its blade coated in dried blood. Recognize this? Maya waved the knife in front of Donovan. That knife. Why do you have it? Maya pulled down her hood and removed the mask that she always wears, revealing her face to Donovan. That blue hair. I see you are his daughter? Yes, the day when you killed my father, I swore that I would one day have my revenge on you, Maya exclaimed coldly, her eyes burning with hatred. So you're gonna kill me? Well, do your worst. If you had asked me that question yesterday, I would have said yes, but I recently found a better way to have my revenge. It won't be by my hand, but I prefer it this way. Maya then walked off towards the side, allowing Rhea to take the stage. Earlier, before the meeting, Maya had properly talked to Rhea about her true intentions in trying to kill the underworld heads. Before the formation of the current underworld, its previous iteration as an organization to support refugees was led by Maya's father, Cole, and Donovan at the time was his assistant. The underworld at the time was very much at the mercy of external powers, especially the army, relying on them for basically all their daily needs. The army would regularly send food, water, and medicine to the underworld for their distribution to the refugees. At this point, the army had yet to become the elitist group of its current self and was more akin to that of a standard military army. Without going into the little details, Cole and Donovan had differences in opinion on how to handle the matter. Cole wanted to maintain the friendly relationship they had with the army and the guards and continue receiving their regular aid, keeping to the status quo. However, on the other hand, Donovan wanted to be more aggressive and sever the relationship they had with the army and guards, as he perceived that they were belittling them. Donovan planned to use the awakened they had to expand their power and become a third major power within the Haven. Cole was vehemently against the idea, as he knew that the awakened they had wouldn't be enough to take on the army and the guards. Cole and Donovan argued about the issue without resolution. Donovan then gathered other awakened and attacked Cole, taking over the underworld in the process. On the night of her father's murder, Maya saw the entire scene unfold from behind a hidden room. Afterwards, she swore vengeance on the awakened who killed her father, Donovan, Yan Liu, Garner, and Amber. After hearing Maya's story, Rhea offered her an alternate method of dealing with Donovan. Rhea walked forward and dug her hand into Donovan's chest, carefully removing his heart. The blood vessels were still connected to it. Donovan's heart in her hands, she directly injected the flames of Jaina into his heart, letting the flame spread through his entire body using his blood vessels as a medium. In response, Donovan screamed and flailed wildly in pain, his screams filling the entire area. His limbs contorted weirdly as Donovan struggled against the immense pain that flooded his entire body. Maya stood on the side, blankly watching the scene unfold. With her job done, Rhea tossed the still beating heart back into Donovan's chest cavity and walked towards Maya. "So, how do you feel?" Maya didn't respond immediately. Her gaze remained fixed on Donovan's still squirming body, her emotions hidden behind her mask. "This isn't something I can celebrate," she finally spoke, her voice carrying a mixture of sadness and relief. "But it's over now. I will deal with my feelings later. For now, there is still more to do." The two women left the domain, stepping back into the real world. The serene darkness of the domain gave way to the reality of the dimly lit underground chamber. "It's time to set the rest of our plan in motion," Rhea said, breaking the silence. "With the heads gone, we'll need to ensure that the underworld doesn't descend into chaos, especially their private armies." Maya nodded. "I have my forces ready to spread misinformation about the army's attack. We'll make it seem like they were all taken down in a confrontation with assassins sent by the army." 2. A 1C20 confrontation. Rhea turned to face Maya. "Now for the hard part, at least for you. Where do you want it?" "Don't worry, we can regrow them later," Rhea assured. Maya grew silent and thought for a while before answering. "Take my left forearm and left eye. I am ambidextrous, and I will still be effective with one eye." Rhea nodded, materializing Jaina into her hands and aiming at Maya's extended left arm. Maya took out a tourniquet from under her cloak and preemptively tied it around the upper part of her left arm. Once she made sure the tourniquet was tightly secured, she took out a small glass vial containing a mysterious glowing purple fluid. She popped off the cover that was sealing the vial and downed the contents. "Okay, I'm ready." Rhea concentrated, and with extreme precision and ease, she severed Maya's left forearm. She then quickly adjusted Jaina and slashed towards Maya's left eye. Maya slightly winced from the pain, but evidently, she did not feel much of it. The purple substance she drank earlier, likely a form of painkiller. Blood slowly trickled out from her left arm due to the tourniquet, but the wound on her now blinded left eye was bleeding profusely. Maya once again reached into her cloak and pulled out another small glass vial, this time containing a dull green liquid. She quickly popped the cap off and poured a few drops of the liquid over her left eye. After a few moments, the bleeding completely stopped. She then dumped the remaining contents over the wound on her left arm to stem the bleeding. Maya then quickly applied a rudimentary bandage over her arm and put on a blindfold over her blinded eye. "That wasn't too bad, but it is going to take some getting used to." "You are certainly made of sterner stuff than most." "I am very much used to it. Benefits of my job before the cataclysm. But that is a story for another time." "There should be 2 guards outside this door, and I will call them in now. You do not need to remain bidden anymore, but make something up if someone asks." Maya approached the wall directly opposite the door and sat down, her back leaning against it. Rhea also followed suit and crouched over Maya beside her, pretending to aid her wounds. After the two were in position, Maya shouted and called for the guards stationed outside the room. "Guards, guards, get in here immediately!" With their cries, the 2 guards outside burst through the door. "What the hell happened here?" one of the guards exclaimed. The 2 guards then ran up towards where Maya was located. "Executive Maya, what happened here and who is this person beside you?" one of the guards asked, turning to look at Rhea. Rhea looked towards Maya, and she nodded in confirmation. "I am Artie, Mistress Maya's right hand. I have the ability to place anchor points down and teleport to them when needed. Mistress Maya here holds one of the anchor points, and when she called for me earlier, I quickly rushed over to assist her." The 2 guards looked towards Maya for confirmation, and she nodded in response. "Enough about Artie. You two alert everyone and have them armed and gathered at the city square. This is war. The Interior Army has betrayed us and sent Awakened to assassinate the leader and the executives," Maya said, her voice a mix of pain and anger. But we checked the place before the conference, and no one entered after it started," one of the guards stammered out, clearly panicking as their necks were on the line if they had actually allowed intruders to enter. "Don't worry. You two are in the clear. They were Awakened specialized in stealth. You wouldn't have spotted them. But enough questions, quickly go and inform the others, now," Maya ordered. The two guards acknowledged her orders and quickly sprinted out of the conference room. "They seem to trust you quite well. There wasn't even much questioning," Ria remarked, helping Maya to her feet. "I have a very good reputation in the underworld. If it were the other executives, they would have likely been suspected very heavily. Those three have very publicly shown their power-hungry tendencies many times before, so the chances that they might have orchestrated something like this were very high, at least in the public eye. Also, it helps that I treat the lower-ranked members quite well compared to the others. Thus, I am quite well liked by them. If that was the case, maybe the injuries were a bit excessive then?" "Not really. I didn't know which guards would be on duty today. If it was one of the bad ones, then injuries like this would have been necessary. But those two were the good sort, so in this case, it would have been fine with lighter injuries." With their business settled, the pair left the conference room behind, leaving the mess to be dealt with by whoever was sent to clean it up. After leaving the underground base and returning to the alleyway, the two could hear a massive commotion occurring all around them. Though out of view, they could hear many people shouting and yelling, loud and forceful footsteps echoing throughout the pitch-dark alleyway. The two guards were very efficient, and it seemed the news had already spread pretty far in the immediate area. Maya's agents should also have started spreading the information further out, and the private army of the other heads were also informed by them about the incident. "How about your forces? Will they arrive on time?" "Don't worry, I already informed them to set off before the start of the conference. The Failnaught should already be right above the 6th haven, ready to deploy my forces, but I will confirm with Inanna." Celine should be at the FOB still dealing with the other matter. Activating her portable terminal, she contacted Inanna. "Inanna, where are you?" "I am currently aboard the Failnaught, which is hovering high above the air of the 6th haven. The combat droids are on standby aboard the dropships. They are equipped with a standard anti-personnel loadout, which consists of a high-capacity railgun and an assortment of anti-personnel grenades. A few droids on each dropship are also equipped with particle accelerator rifles and will provide sniper fire from above. We also have a few Cobra medium tanks and Spectre gunships armed and ready to be deployed." "Great. Watch the situation from above, and I will leave troop deployment to you." "Got it. In and out. It seems you are ready?" "Yeah. Let's go." Maya and Ria left the alleyway and headed for the city square, where the underworld members were gathering. Back in the guards' headquarters, Irene and Gregson were waiting for news signaling the start of the operation. The entirety of the guards were currently on high alert, and there was an increased number of patrols throughout the city due to this. With the increased number of patrols, Irene and Gregson would be quickly apprised of any underworld movement. Earlier in the day, Irene had ordered the arrest of the moles that were implanted in the guards by the underworld. Though the underworld would soon be an ally, she couldn't risk information that the guards were on high alert from leaking too early, even if the high alert was only a mock-up and not the real thing. As of now, the moles were in holding, held on various plausible suspicions that Irene and Gregson had made up on the fly. They would properly find evidence with the help of Maya afterward and deal with them accordingly. Though this wasn't exactly ideal, they required them to be out of the picture, at least for now. Gregson stood over a map of the city, looking at a particular spot on the map. "The city square. That place is right at the boundary of the districts controlled by the underworld and the internal army. So Ria plans to simply kick down the front door, I suppose. It is a straight shot to the spillway where the army headquarters is located from the city square. I don't think it really matters where they gather or where they are located. Ria would be able to have troops deployed anywhere regardless," Irene commented, ignoring Ria. "How do we convince the guard to fight the army?" "We don't have to. I think the army will likely reveal in front of the entire haven that the capital forces are arriving to wipe us out, wouldn't they? We can just use that as our cause to attack them." "That certainly is convenient. But what makes you so sure that they would reveal such information to the public?" "Knowing that man, he would surely do it. He can't ever keep his mouth shut after all. His ego is also observable from orbit. Wound his pride a little, and he will happily yap on all day." An hour passed uneventfully as Irene and Gregson coordinated plans for the attack and their movements towards City Square. They also had to consider how many guardsmen to bring along to the confrontation. They couldn't just abandon the walls and lookout duty. Suddenly, Hurried footsteps could be heard approaching, and the doors burst open. Report. The underworld has gathered in large numbers at the city square. Their numbers are still increasing. They are all armed and seem ready to fight. The army has responded in kind, and an increasing number of soldiers have been dispatched to the city square to roadblock the entrance into their territory. Irene and Gregson turned to look at each other briefly before Irene gave her orders. This is an order. Mobilize all combat units and head out to quell the situation. Those on duty at the walls as guards or lookouts will remain behind. Upon receiving the order, the young man who reported the situation saluted and quickly left for the communications room to dispatch the order to the rest of the guards. Gregson, let's go. I hope the years of boring wall duties have not made you rusty. There won't be a concern. Gregson stretched his body. It will be just like old times. Yeah, just like old times. Rhea and Maya were now standing in front of an ever-increasing sea of underworld members. Directly behind them were the private armies of the late underworld heads. Once they received the news from Maya's agents, they all quickly took up arms and set off from their respective bases towards the city square. When the first arrived, they were absolutely furious at Maya for being the sole survivor. But after a bit of persuasion from Rhea, they backed down temporarily and allowed Maya to take charge, at least for the fight against the army. Though the leaders of the private troops of the late underworld heads were very prideful, they were, in the end, normal humans, and Maya was an awakened. They couldn't do much against her, and since they were about to fight the army, which had a few awakened of their own, they would need her powers. Thus, they acquiesced. In front of Rhea and Maya was another large gathering of people, the interior army. Once word got out about their presence, the army came out in full force as well, leading to a standoff between the two forces. The formation of the army split apart, and from there, a large, pompous middle-aged man appeared. Leaders of the underworld, what is the meaning of this? Are you planning to start a war against us? It was you guys who started this war first. Are you trying to play dumb with us? Maya retorted. What the hell are you talking about? The man's gruff voice showed a hint of confusion. You sent your awakened to our conference earlier this morning and ambushed us. Besides me, the rest of the underworld heads have been killed at the hands of your awakened. If this is not an act of war, then what is? Maya shouted, pointing an accusatory finger toward the pompous man. What drivel? What proof do you even have that we conducted this supposed attack? Our leader had an argument with you yesterday, after a meeting. Everyone here knows that something must have gone wrong, and you set out to get your petty revenge because of it. How dare you? How dare you accuse me of being petty and a liar? You and the uncouth man always disrespecting a noble awakened such as myself. You're all dead, I tell you. Once the capital troops come, they will raze this filthy haven to the ground, and I will finally be able to go back to my life in the capital. The pompous man fanatically screamed for all to hear. Maya was stunned and looked toward Rhea. Hey, what is he saying? Is it true that the capital forces are coming to destroy the haven? She whispered. I was going to mention it during our meeting, but our schedule was pushed forward, so there wasn't much time. Yet, they are coming. We need to remove the army from the equation if we wish to defend the haven from the capital. Rhea replied. What the hell do you mean? A random underworld member yelled. Yeah? Explain yourself. Another chimed in. Soon, the entire underworld was in a frenzy, an unsettling cacophony of anger and confusion, emotions that seemed to feed upon themselves. Shouts and cries merged into an unsettling cacophony, echoing off the buildings. Tensions simmered beneath the surface, driving the mob's intensity higher. How are you doing there, Braun? Nice of you not to help us out during the previous siege. Braun's heart leapt as he turned to the source of the voice. Irene, and the guards, what are you doing here? Whatever could you mean? There is a massive disturbance in public order over here. It's our duty to break it up, is it not? Irene sarcastically said, giving a dismissive shrug. And when we came, we happened to hear something fairly outrageous coming from your mouth. Care to explain yourself? Panicked, Braun began looking around frantically. He ruffled his hair in frustration before giving out his final order. Arg, I don't care anymore. You all will be killed by the capital anyway, so I will just do it myself. Soldiers, you have your orders. End their pathetic lives. Yes, sir. The entire army responded in unison. 2. A1C21 Battle for 6th Haven. Maya turned around and faced the underworld forces. Members of the underworld, the army has shown their true colors. Their betrayal is fully on display. Let's show them our power for daring to cross us. Attack! Loud cheers erupted from the underworld forces as they rushed to meet the attacking army head. When we took up the mantle of guardsmen, we swore to protect the haven that we love and live in from any and all threats. Today we shall excise the tumor that has been festering unchecked within our very own walls. Take up your arms. Today we shall honor our oath and protect the citizens. Onwards. Yes, ma'am. The guards replied in unison, their weapons drawn and ready. With this, the battle that will shape the future of this world shall begin. Inanna, operation is a go. Deploy our forces. Rio alerted Inanna over the com. Roger. Heading down now. ETA 2 minutes. The guardsmen formed up to the right of the army and began shooting at them, suppressing their movements. The army soldiers specialized in close quarters combat. They wore heavy metal armor and wielded repulsor shields and molecular vibration spears. This afforded them considerable defense, and their spears allowed them to cut through most materials with ease. Their formation stood strong as they slowly marched forward, shields up and spears forward. The underworld forces, at least those who were currently participating in the battle, were not just a group of riffraff that were not properly trained and poorly equipped. With the underworld's considerable power and influence, they were able to equip their members quite well. Still, they were not suited for direct confrontation, especially against such heavily armored opponents. Instead, they ran up towards the approaching line of the army just out of their reach and began lobbing explosive and incendiary grenades into their ranks. They got up close and fired powerful short-range plasma blasters before retreating back. The guards, who normally fought on the front line against the revenants, were used to shooting from a distance without much close-quarters combat, combined with artillery support from the walls. Right now, they couldn't use their artillery pieces as they were not meant to turn inwards towards the haven and had to settle with small arms fire against the army. Their shots could not penetrate or disable the repulsor shields, but they could still significantly damage the army's body armor if they took a direct hit. The battle was in a complete stalemate as neither side could push up. The underworld was suited for hit-and-run guerrilla tactics, but the large open area of the city square did not allow for such actions. The guard was suited for long-range fire and suppression, but they could not effectively take down the soldiers. The army, on the other hand, boasted considerable defense and close-ranged power, but they could not get close due to the suppression from both the guards and underworld, hindering their already low mobility. Suddenly, more soldiers appeared on the rooftops, this time with rifles, and they began shooting towards the guards and underworld forces. Guards, deployable cover now. With Irene's order, the guards took out a small device and placed it on the ground. The device activated and surrounded them with a dome of yellow energy, blocking the incoming projectiles. Suppress those rooftops. The guards then began shooting towards the rooftops where the soldiers were, attempting to prevent them from peeking out and firing back. Back at the underworld forces, seeing the situation, Maya decided to change up their tactics. All of you, disperse through the city and secure those buildings where the army is stationed. Prevent them from using those rooftops. While you are at it, get rid of those up there too. We will let the guards handle the front lines. Seeing as the underworld was quite useless in fighting up front and were actually quite in the way of the guards' ability to shoot freely, Maya decided to send them out into the city to prevent the army from garrisoning more of the buildings and to remove the army from those that had been garrisoned. The underworld quickly dispersed as the leaders of the private forces took charge of the other members to follow Maya's orders. The battle was now spreading throughout the city as the guards held up the majority of the army's forces while the underworld forces prevented any reinforcements from entering the main battle in the city square. Rhea and Maya went towards the guards' location and regrouped with Irene. Irene, I've got a few questions. Those soldiers, are they modified humans? Rhea asked, bullets whizzing past her and impacting the deployable shields. Yes, they are. I don't know the specific details, but they go through a bunch of chemical therapy alongside some mechanical augmentations. I see, that explains their unnatural ability to suppress their fear. Even with bullets, grenades, and incendiaries tossed at them, they still managed to stand their ground. Bright spotlights suddenly illuminated the army soldiers, both on the ground and on the rooftops, as a large starship descends from the skies above. Inanna's voice came over the com. "Hey, heard you guys need a hand." The starship, which was actually one of the few Spectre planetary support gunships that were deployed on this operation, hovered above the guards' positions, its weapon systems aimed toward the army soldiers. "Inanna, weapons free on small caliber weapons, otherwise, you have full discretion." With Rhea's permission, the Spectre gunship opened up onto the army's formation with its laser pulse repeaters, showering them with a hail of individual laser fire. The lasers shredded through their shields and armor, tearing them to shreds along with their fleshy bodies within. Chunks of burnt flesh were separated from their bodies as the temperature of the laser immediately burnt off flesh and skin alike, causing a horrible smell to permeate through the entirety of the city square. Seeing this massacre, a lone figure could be seen running away in the darkness. It was Braun. The Spectre gunship's spotlights adjusted and followed him as he ran away. "Iron, what do you want to do with him? Just end him. There is no purpose in keeping him alive. It will just be more of a headache afterward." Nodding, Rhea relayed that information to Inanna. The Spectre gunship then fired a short burst of its laser pulse repeaters at the fleeing Braun. The lasers impacted and penetrated through his exposed and vulnerable back, killing him instantly. After the area was clear of hostiles, the Spectre gunship left the area. In its place, multiple dropships began descending from the skies and landed in the tower square. Their rear hatches opened, and contingents of combat droids filed out in an orderly manner, with Inanna exiting last. Rear scans from above show that the route to the spillway is completely clear. There are currently fights breaking out throughout the city. The scattered groups of the army have begun rampaging. I have deployed other squadrons of combat droids to protect the populace of the Haven, but it will likely be better if the guards took over this role instead. Irene took in the information and looked over to the guards standing behind her. "Guards, spread out throughout the city and control the situation. Prevent the populace from getting hurt in the crossfire. Gregson, coordinate the distribution of guardsmen squads throughout the city. I will leave the place to you." "All right. I wouldn't be of much use where you are going anyway. Take care." The rest of you, turning back to the guardsmen, Gregson yelled, "Guards, form up. I will stay here. I need to control the combat droids to clean up the remaining filth after all." Inanna said. Irene stretched her arms. "Then it seems that Rhea and I will be storming the gates. Well, with both of us there, it should be a breeze. I have no complaints either. Let's go." Irene and Rhea sprinted down the main street leading towards the spillway where the army's headquarters was. Over there was where they expected the awakened, who had never shown themselves before, to be waiting. Sounds of gunfire and explosions could be heard around them as they sprinted down the main street. The fighting within the city was growing more intense as the army rampaged around without care. Spectre gunships and dropships buzzed the nearby buildings as they fired their weapons into them, clearing the army's soldiers from them. Anyone attempting to stop the two's advance were dealt with airborne sniper fire. Before long, the two were standing in front of the interior army headquarters. The military headquarters exterior stood as a monument to excess, displaying opulence that seemed entirely at odds with its purpose. Gilded accents adorned every architectural detail, catching the various spotlights in a blinding dance of extravagance. Marble columns, their surfaces polished to an almost blinding sheen, lined the entrance like sentinels of wealth. It was as if every ounce of restraint had been discarded in favor of an ostentatious display. "You sure this is a military headquarters sitting atop the most important place in the Haven? It's not even the worst one. The one in the capital makes this one look like a pigsty. Come on. Let's head in and end this." Irene gestured for Rhea to follow her. Irene pushed open the intricately decorated double doors that served as the entrance into the building. Inside was every bit as gaudy and excessive as the building's exterior. Marble lined the entire floor, with red velvety carpets and gold accents draped over them. Towering pure white marble pillars with golden engravings supported the ceiling. Dangling from the ceilings were extravagant crystal chandeliers inlaid with beautiful gemstones. "This feels more like a palace than anything." "Yeah, I rarely come here, but every time I do, I can't help but feel disgusted at the opulence on display." "You can barely call it a military building. The spillway is down below. and that's where the awakened are probably at right now," Irene said in disgust as the pair walked down the winding corridors. "Ambush? Or do you want to talk to them first?" "There is no need to talk. They are all egotistical bastards who care for naught but their own desires. There would be no convincing them to stand down. We should just end them all at once in an ambush." "You really don't like them, do you?" "Of course. They are useless and do nothing but throw their weight around haphazardly to get what they want. Just kill them instantly without mercy." "You don't want to suffer the brain rot which is their words, I tell you." "Will do." They soon reached the center of the Army HQ, where the path leads to the spillway. Here was a massive cargo elevator that could fit well over 100 people at once. Irene and Rhea boarded the elevator and went deep underground. The elevator ride took a total of 5 minutes, and when they reached the bottom, they were greeted with a large staging room. Boxes were stacked randomly across the room, and loose items such as weapons, armor, and other miscellaneous items were strewn all over the floor. The chamber itself was fairly large, standing at around 20 meters in height, and had enough floor space to fit multiple large vehicles with room to spare. "Once we pass those doors at the end, we will be at the spillway. They're clearly gonna be expecting us to enter through the door. How about I teleport us through, high up into the air, and we swoop down from above to kill them?" "That works." Irene materialized Gaebog in her right hand and grabbed onto Rhea's waist with her left. "I am all set, let's do this." Rhea, with Irene in tow, phased through the walls of the staging room and teleported high into the air near the ceiling of the spillway. Below them were countless lines of barricades with heavy weapon emplacements installed behind them. The spillway was a large tunnel that seemed to stretch infinitely into the depths of the earth below. Blocking the entrance were many layers of repulsor fields that were stronger than those used around the exterior wall. Due to their smaller size, these could withstand blows from Markwise level revenants for a few minutes at least, enough time for either Awakened to eliminate it or to give a head start on the evacuation of the haven if there is no one capable enough to take down the revenant. Besides the weapon emplacements, there were around 10 people loafing around together around the center of the chamber. Some were simply sleeping, some were eating, and some were just talking to each other. None of them were paying attention to the surroundings, much less the doorway where Irene and Rhea would have entered from under normal circumstances. Irene let go of Rhea and kicked off the ceiling, diving towards one of the Awakened who was eating. Her spear pierced the Awakened's head, instantly killing him. She quickly pivoted on her foot and sent a spear thrust right into the heart of another nearby, ending his life. A nearby Awakened noticed the commotion and ran over to check the situation out but was immediately greeted with a spear thrown into his chest. Rhea did not dally for long either. As soon as Irene killed the first Awakened, Rhea teleported into the center of the 3 people talking to each other. "What? Who are you?" With a graceful twirl of her body and Jaina, the heads of the 3 Awakened were cleanly decapitated, a fountain of blood showering the area. With the 6 Awakened killed without even being able to resist, there were only 4 sleeping ones remaining. Without even knowing what happened, their consciousness was plunged into eternal slumber by Rhea and Irene. That was easy. They weren't even aware of their surroundings. They have barely any combat experience and are way too prideful for their own good. They might have special powers granted by awakening, but their bodies are still that of a normal person if their abilities do not augment it. With the armies Awakened killed without even being able to resist, there were only scattered groups of soldiers still remaining on the surface. But with the combined efforts of the guards, Underworld, and Avalon, it was only a matter of time before their resistance was squashed out. 1. A1C22 Activation Preparation. With the Awakened dealt with, the only thing left to do was to wait for the remainder of the army to be mopped up by the troops above ground. Besides dealing with the remaining soldiers of the army, there was also the need to remove the troublesome elements left within the underworld, namely, the private armies of the previous heads. The members of the private armies were simply regular humans. Though they couldn't do much damage by themselves, they could still cause major disruptions for the following plans ahead and thus must be eliminated. The plans to eliminate them have already been set in motion and are already being carried out by Inanna and Avalon's forces. Before the battle even began, the members of the private armies had already been tagged by the Failnord systems, and they were being constantly tracked throughout the entire battle. Inanna was controlling the flow of the battle and slowly but surely guiding the movements of the private armies further and further away, isolating them from any witnesses. When they have been completely isolated away from anyone else, they would then be eliminated by either the combat droids or Spectre gunships. Isolated elements of the private armies will be eliminated from the skies by the snipers stationed within the patrolling dropships. Rear. The remaining soldiers of the army have either been captured or eliminated. The operation is over. The private forces of the underworld have also been eliminated. All objectives have been completed. As planned, the combat droids and Cobra medium tanks will be left behind. The dropships and Spectre gunships are RTB, Inanna reported over the comms. Understood. Return back to base and prepare for the activation of the void pylon with Celine. I will discuss with Irene about the defense of the spillway before leaving. Alright, see you later. After the communication with Inanna cut off, Irene walked up towards Rhea. Now that the Haven is firmly in our control, I assume you have something else planned out? I believe you were about to brief us about it during the meeting before it was cut short. Yeah, as you know, the capital is coming to wipe out the Haven. If that is the case, the Haven will be sandwiched between the Revenants behind and the capital forces in front. That is true. But couldn't you do something about it? The battleship you have could likely bombard the capital's army into submission. Irene wondered aloud, clearly seeing the capital forces as a non-issue. That is possible. But more firepower never hurt, and we will definitely need more firepower in the future if we want to reclaim Terra. So, I have decided to activate the void pylon to try to contact the Avalon. I heard you mention that before, but wouldn't that draw all the Revenants in the area to you guys? Irene responded, remembering the conversation she had with Rhea that day. However, a gnawing feeling tugged at the back of her mind, warning her of impending trouble. Yes, I will take the current opportunity to eliminate the remaining Revenants behind us and allow us reinforcements and support from the Avalon. Well, good luck with it, I suppose? Irene encouraged, frankly denying the thought that she would have anything to do with it. Ignoring her feelings. No, it is not simply my problem. Rhea quickly corrected. There is a reason why I wanted to take control of the Haven before activating the void pylon. Rhea turned around and looked past Tyron, back towards the open spillway. Following her gaze, Irene turned around and saw the spillway. A look of understanding appearing on her face. You don't mean that the Revenants might try to go through the spillway to get to your void pylon? Her previous intuition coming true. That was what I am worried about. It will draw all the Revenants in a large area towards the void pylon. So, I am pretty sure those Revenants underground might come through the spillway to get there. The exterior will be safe as the Revenants on the surface will ignore the Haven and make a beeline towards my fob. But I am pretty sure the spillway will need to be defended. Sigh. More problems after problems. I guess there is no choice. But when do you even plan to do this? Another trouble that she was saddled with. It has always been this way, having to keep up with all these things that crop up out of nowhere constantly. Today. What? That is impossible. The guards will be exhausted after the battle for the Haven. They won't be able to effectively defend the spillway. If we manage to fail here, the Revenants will leak into the city, and Irene exclaimed, flatly rejecting the idea altogether, before Rhea interjected. The capital forces will be here in 3 days most likely. The first day, which is today, was used to secure Haven and later to activate the void pylon. The second day will be to clear out the Revenant bases within the fallen 7th to 10th Haven, and the third day will be when we have to fight the capital. As you can see, we have absolutely no time to spare. Damn it. How the hell do you expect me to defend the spillway with just the exhausted guards, especially when there is supposed to be a constant onslaught of Revenants? We could barely hold for an hour in that case, much less the multiple hours I expect this to take. Irene angrily stomped towards Rhea and grabbed her by the collar, slightly lifting her off the ground. She knew that the timeline offered no leeway with the activation schedule, but still, she needed to take out her frustrations. You won't be on your own. I have left around 8 squads of combat droids, which equate to 120 units, and 10 Cobra medium tanks for your use in the defense. If you need guards, just rotate those defending the exterior to defend the spillway. As I said earlier, there will be no need to defend the exterior walls during the void pylon activation. Reassured, not minding Irene's actions at all. Cobra medium tanks were decently armored vehicles with a personal shield battery. These tanks were specialized for defensive and siege engagements. Their breaker cannons, which were their main guns, were very powerful and had a large impact radius, but this caused them to be required to be anchored to the ground in order to fire them due to the high recoil. The Cobra tanks and combat droids will allow you to hold the spillway easily, due to the enclosed and funneled environment. You can also ask Maya for help if you need to. Irene sighed, releasing Rhea from her grasp. Fine. It isn't like I have any choice in the matter. You would activate it anyways, wouldn't you? With the guarantee of some support from Rhea's forces, she finally agreed to the matter. Their technology will make defending the spillway much simpler and easier on the guards. Good, I will transfer command of the Cobra tanks and combat droids to you. Afterwards, I will return to my fob to prepare for the void pylon activation. From her pocket, Rhea took out a small bracelet and tossed it to Irene, which she proceeded to catch in her hands. With that bracelet, you will be able to control the Cobra tanks and combat droids. You can use that to communicate with me as well. With command of the tanks and droids transferred over to Irene for her usage, Rhea left the spillway to allow Irene and possibly Maya to set up its defense. With Rhea already gone, Irene stared at the bracelet and sighed once again. Every single time, I have to keep up with your shenanigans without informing us. Just like. Who was it again? A figure from a distant past overlapped with Rhea, but Irene struggled to remember the person. After many futile attempts, she dismissed the thought and proceeded to prepare the spillway's defense, not knowing how much time she actually had to do so. As Rhea ran atop the rooftops of the haven, she could see smoke and the soft glow of flames illuminating parts of the city. On the streets, the guards were assisting wounded civilians and underworld members alike. The bodies of the fallen, regardless of which faction they belonged to, were respectfully laid on the ground with a piece of white cloth draped over their body at the city square. Despite the efforts of the guards and Avalon, there were still a bunch of civilian casualties from the army's rampage. Soon, Rhea left the haven behind and returned to the fob. Back at the fob, the communications beacon constructed at the top of the base had been removed and replaced with a tower with 3 prongs that jutted out into the sky. Between the 3 prongs was a softly glowing white-yellow ball that occasionally pulsed with energy, the void pylon. The area surrounding the base had also been altered. The open plains that the base sat in had a total of 3 entrances. Now those entrances had been completely fortified with various static defenses. Physical walls had been set up in front of them to prevent intrusion, followed by an energy barrier behind it. Behind those walls, the static version of the laser pulse repeater that could be found on the Spectre gunships and concentrated plasma dispersers were installed, which would launch streams of highly volatile plasma at enemy targets. A couple of medium-range field artillery pieces were also placed within the defensive emplacements. They were equipped with twin-phase destructor cannons, a much stronger variant of the weapon system that the Cobra medium tank fielded. Through records gleaned back at the haven, the presence of flyer-type revenants was also discovered. Thus, anti-air turrets were also constructed, nanite flak guns that fired shells that exploded into a cloud of nanites that would devour anything that flew through them, and particle disruptor turrets that rapidly fired particle disruptor bolts at enemy flyers. In front of the walls, there was a light cloud of green mist that was being dispersed from devices embedded into the ground. The mist was a light corrosive gas that should prove effective at damaging the bodies of lesser and greater revenants. Multiple shield projectors sat in the center of the defensive emplacement and generated a shield bubble that covered the walls and static defenses. Their purpose was to prevent projectiles from entering while allowing them to exit. In the skies above the plains, swarms of drones could be seen flying about between the bases and the multiple defensive encampments. They were logistic drones, likely supplying ammunition to the defenses. The field between the defensive emplacements and the main base was also covered in various static defenses and shield projectors. Countless combat droids lined the fields, supported by various vehicles and walkers. Rhea operated her terminal and contacted Celine. Celine, where are you? I am at the command center. I am at the void pylon. Just come up top and you should find me. Rhea went up to the command center and headed towards the void pylon. At the void pylon, she could see Celine tinkering with a terminal with great concentration. her fingers flying across the keyboard. Celine, how is the setup of the void pylon going? No issues so far. The void particulates in the area are pretty thin, so calibration shouldn't take much time. However, penetrating the void-infused cloud layer is another story. The entire process should take maybe around 5 hours in total. If we assume it will take an hour for the revenants to arrive, we will have to hold for 4 hours, Celine replied without looking back as she continued operating the terminal. That is longer than usual, Rhea muttered. The void energy down here is so little, so we need a lot of time to gather enough of it to punch through the cloud layer where all the void energy has coalesced, Celine replied. Her eyebrows frowned as she looked at the numbers being presented on the terminal. How long more till we can start? I would say in 6 hours should be fine, so you should get some rest beforehand. Inanna is already asleep in her quarters, crashed immediately as soon as she got back. The least she could do was offer some help. Celine might sound annoyed at the fact, but her tone suggested otherwise. Despite her usual seriousness, she deeply cared for the rest of the A.I.'S, as they were her family, and she was the first among them to be created, acting as sort of a big sister for all of them. How about you? Rhea asked as she approached behind Celine and peered over her shoulder to look at the screen of the terminal she was operating. On the screen, numbers and graphs fluctuated wildly, and though she understood individually what each parameter meant, she couldn't decipher it in its entirety. I have already started the calibration process. I would go and rest after I confirm that nothing will go wrong to delay the activation. I see. Well, be sure to rest well. You have been working non-stop for the past half a day, after all. Rhea then turned around and left, returning to her quarters. In her personal quarters, Rhea sent a message to Irene telling her that they would begin in 6 hours. The message having been sent, she immediately silenced her terminal and lay down on her bed, only setting it for emergency communication. She stared into the empty grey ceiling for a couple of minutes before slowly drifting off to sleep. 2. A1C23 The Void Pylon, 1/3. Upon waking up from her sleep 6 hours later, Rhea left for the mess hall and grabbed a quick bite to eat before heading for the Void Pylon. Up at the Void Pylon Control Center, Celine was already up and awake, performing the finishing touches on the preparation for the Void Pylon's activation. Noticing Rhea's arrival, Celine looked away from the control terminal and turned towards Rhea. I hope you got a good rest, Rhea. The activation procedure can be started in a few minutes. How is the status of our forces? Rhea asked as she leaned over the railings that surrounded the top of the command center, overlooking the entire open plains. Celine walked up beside Rhea and looked over the open plains along with her. Combat droids alongside their support vehicles were being deployed to their respective defensive positions. Our defensive lines have been set up, and the walls have been reinforced as best we can with the resources and technologies available to us down here. Rhea looked upwards towards the sky and could barely make out the silhouette of the Failnaut battleship. How about the Failnaut? Everything is fine up there. Production has been ramped up in order to supply our extensive battle lines. Ammunition is at max capacity. The Failnaut should be able to provide support throughout the battle. Seems like there is nothing else left to do. I will contact Irene and see whether she is ready for the activation. Rhea brought up her portable terminal and prepared to contact Irene, but Celine stopped her. There isn't a need for that. I already did so earlier. Irene has already stationed the combat droids and Cobra tanks in the spillway. She and Maya would be participating in the battle alongside some guards that have been taken from the wall to man the mounted gun emplacements. Where is Inanna, anyways? Rhea asked. She is currently in the Combat Information and Control Center, making last-minute checks for the battle ahead. With everything set and nothing left to do, Rhea waited atop the command center with Celine as she looked over the open plains now completely illuminated with searchlights and the soft glow of the energy shields being projected. In complete contrast to the dark starless obsidian skies that blanketed the entire world from above, a cool breeze blew through the area, a nice calm before the impending storm. Rhea, it is ready. We can begin any time, Celine informed as she interacted with the Void Pylon's master control terminal. Rhea looked towards Celine and nodded. Let's begin. With their command, Celine began the Void Pylon's activation sequence. The Void Pylon hummed as the energy ball suspended within changed into a vibrant green color with a black center, as it began drawing in nearby void energies. All awaken within Thule could feel a tug pulling at them as the void pylon interacted with the active void energies within their bodies. Those further away would have barely felt anything, but for those closer like Rhea, Celine, Inanna, Irene, and Maya, they experienced a short sudden bout of vertigo, which soon faded away like nothing happened. After the vertigo subsided, Rhea and Celine made their way to the Combat Information and Control (CIC) Center to meet up with Inanna and monitor the battlefield situation. Rumblings and screeches could be heard throughout the city as the revenants became increasingly agitated by the activation of the void pylon. From the bird's-eye view provided by aerial reconnaissance drones, scattered groups of revenants began approaching the choke points leading towards the open plains. As planned, the corrosive mist dispersers did their jobs exceptionally well. As the slow and weak lesser revenants attempted to breach the walls, their bodies were slowly being melted down into a pool of red goo by the corrosive mists lingering in the air. They did not even manage to approach the walls, and not a single shot was fired to take them down, but that was only for the lesser revenants. Greater revenants and above, with their more durable and faster bodies, would be unlikely to be solely taken down by the corrosive mists. It could work, but it would take a prolonged exposure to be effective. For now, there wasn't much opposition, as only small groups of lesser revenants had shown up, but it wouldn't be the case for long. Once the revenants rallied together in larger, more effective groups from both outside Thule and those from the bases in the fallen 7th to 10th Haven, along with titled class revenants, that's when the battle would truly begin. Minutes turned into an hour as nothing else but scattered groups of revenants approached the forward fortifications. Rhea, Celine, and Inanna still monitored the situation from the CIC center, waiting for any changes in the revenants' movements. Soon the slow trickle of lesser revenants stopped completely, and silence enveloped the battlefield. Just as the tides recede before the appearance of a tsunami, a massive wave soon approached. A horde was sighted approaching the 3 forward defensive fortifications by early warning observers stationed further out from the base's immediate perimeter. The streets were completely blotted out by the bodies of shambling revenants. They were so tightly packed that the horde seemed like a singular entity. As the observers moved further away from the base, the revenant horde did not cease. It seemed to continue on ad infinitum before the horde even entered visual range of the fortifications. The medium-range phase destructor field artillery activated and began lobbing their munitions over the walls. With deadly pinpoint accuracy, the shells detonated within the city streets, decimating large swathes of revenants. But before the next shell could land, the hole created within the revenant flood was immediately filled once again. The sounds of explosions echoed throughout the city as the phase destructor artillery constantly fired without rest in an attempt to thin out the revenants before they arrived. But no matter how many revenants were killed by the bombardment, their ranks would be immediately filled up once again. Eventually, the revenants arrived at the doorstep of the forward fortifications. Automatic laser fire from the laser pulse repeaters lit up the streets below, the laser pulses piercing the bodies of the revenants easily, like a hot knife through butter. The concentrated plasma dispersers opened up as large streams of plasma rained onto the revenant horde below, the heat itself even melting the streets into molten metal. Despite the overwhelming firepower, the revenant horde was not impeded and constantly made ground towards the walls. The revenants piled themselves onto the walls and began trying to batter them down. However, the walls weren't so fragile as to be damaged by such weak physical attacks. However, the sheer number of physical bodies piled up, creating a mountain of revenants. This allowed other revenants to climb over each other in an attempt to scale the walls. The laser pulse repeaters began trying to chip away at the mountains of revenants, starting to form a scalable pile that threatened to crest the top of the wall. The concentrated plasma dispersers would normally be the perfect weapon for a situation like this, but with the revenants now too close to the walls, Inanna manually made sure the plasma dispersers did not fire at the growing revenant mountain, but further out instead. The issue was that the highly energized and volatile plasma would slowly wear down the structural integrity of the walls themselves. The prospect of revenants cresting the wall was considered less of an issue than the destruction of the walls. The trickling of revenants over the top of the walls, where the fall would likely kill them, was preferable to the destruction of the walls, where it would be like a dam being busted, letting through all the water at once. Inanna, Is there anything we can do about the revenants scaling the walls? Ria looked away from the monitors and asked Inanna. No. Anything we try will be too destructive and might damage the walls. It's too risky. We could send inspector gunships to strafe the walls with laser fire, but even then, I doubt it would put a dent in their numbers. And if the laser hits the wall, we have the issue of damaging the walls, Inanna pointed out, rejecting ideas that would compromise the structural integrity of the walls. Which means until the walls were completely breached, any method of effective intervention would not be allowed. Already an extra hour had passed since the sighting of the horde by forward observers, with a total of 2 hours having passed since the void pylon's activation sequence had been started. Avalon had to only hold on for around 3 to 4 more hours. Whether the walls fell or not had no bearing on the actual success of the mission. The turrets on the front line did their best to thin out the herd piling onto the walls, the weight and pressure being placed on one face of the wall already starting to threaten the wall's balance. Eventually, the walls could not bear the extra weight being constantly applied at the top, and they began collapsing. The northern wall has collapsed. We have a breach. Revenants have begun flooding into the outer base zone. The western and eastern walls are holding, but it won't be long before they too will fall. Inanna reported as the battlefield footage played in her mind, sent from the aerial reconnaissance drones. Even with only lesser and greater revenants, they managed to breach the walls just from their sheer volume and weight of numbers. The titled classes hadn't even made an appearance yet. Even if the titled classes showed up, the ammunition used by Avalon had trace amounts of void energy infused into them, allowing them to effectively damage the weaker ones. Multiple species of Earl and Viscount class revenants have been spotted. They are coming through the breach. Selene. Havoc missiles, 6 shots airburst, trailing north from the northern breach. Ria turned to Selene and ordered. Once again, Inanna handled all battlefield control on the ground, from the static defenses to ground troop movements and aircraft deployment, while Selene handled anything regarding the fail-naught. Confirmed. Havoc missiles, 6 shots airburst, trailing north from the northern breach. Fire. From aboard the fail-naught, 6 missiles were launched from its various vertical launcher systems at the bottom of the ship. The Havoc missiles were high-yield chemical explosive missiles meant for use against ground targets. Due to their slow speed, the 6 missiles streaked through the air as their afterburners illuminated them against the dark backdrop of the night sky, like beacons in the dark. As the missiles approached the ground, they exploded in the air, spreading their destructive energies over a large area of land. Even without the void energies within the missile and thereby the explosion, there was enough destructive force to eviscerate the Viscount-class revenants. While the Earl-class were able to survive the explosion, they were heavily injured and were easily finished off by void energy-infused small arms fire. The explosion managed to cleave through a large number of revenants, but soon, the revenants flooded through once again, now making their way towards the main base and the void pylon. The only thing between them were squads of combat droids along with support vehicles such as self-propelled artillery and tanks, with lines of static turrets also supporting the troops. The tide of revenants approached the combat droid battle lines and was met with small arms fire. The tanks and artillery behind also started rapidly firing their main guns, pounding the revenants' front line into the ground. With the battlefield terrain now shifted to that of open plains, the revenant swarm was allowed to disperse across a wider area. Though they weren't packed together so tightly that they seemed like one big entity any longer, the wider area they now existed in made explosives not as effective as before. The eastern and western walls have fallen. The revenants are breaching the perimeter. Forward observers have also reported seeing revenant flyers approaching from the northeast. Inanna reported, also bringing up the surveillance footage from one of the forward observers. In the video, many small lights could be seen flying through the air. The revenant flyers seem to have some sort of bioluminescence causing them to glow brightly against the dark skies. It was not known why they glowed this way, as such a light against the dark skies would allow their targets to spot them from far away. Inanna. Ria called out. Yeah, I know. Deploying Phantom Air Superiority Fighters, ASF. From within the hangars in the command center, fighters were being deployed en masse from the installed gravitational catapults. As soon as they left the hangar, the Phantom ASF circled the base, waiting for the rest of the fighters to be deployed. Once all the Phantom ASFs had been deployed, they all made their way to the northeastern skies to intercept as many of the Revenant flyers as possible before they could approach the base. The group of Phantoms approached the group of Revenant flyers while they were still a ways away. They locked onto the signatures of the Revenant flyers and fired their Hellfire missiles. The missiles flew through the air towards their targets. The flyers, noticing the approaching missiles, took evasive maneuvers and dodged them, only for the missiles to turn around once they missed their targets and chase them. The flyers scattered into random directions, attempting to avoid the missiles. Occasionally the missiles would hit their marks, causing a large explosion to occur in the air. The flyers, their wings now too damaged by the explosion, fell towards the ground to their deaths. However, the engagement did not continue from extreme ranges. The two groups slowly closed the distance between each other. The Phantoms switched to their particle lance autocannons and prepared for a dogfight. The Phantoms were much faster than the flyers, but by virtue of being aircraft, they were less maneuverable than the Revenant flyers. The flyers, albeit much slower, were able to perform very tight turns as they hovered in the air, giving them great advantages in a dogfight. Even so, the Phantoms were able to put up a strong fight and managed to occupy the attention of many of the Revenant flyers. Still, not all of them bothered with intercepting the Phantoms, and the rest simply bypassed the fighters and headed on towards the base. "Damn, that is good enough, I suppose." "Much better than I expected," Inanna commented on the aerial engagement being watched through the various monitors in the CIC center. "But still, if this is all the Revenants can bear down on us, even with a couple of Marquis and Duke-class Revenants, we would still be able to hold for the remaining time." Just as Inanna mentioned that everything would go well, the ground suddenly started shaking violently. "What the hell?" "Seismic disturbance detected." "This is an ecumenopolis. The entire ground is a shell casing surrounding the entire planet. How is there seismic activity?" Inanna frowned as she quickly looked over the data presented to her over the console. The violent shaking in the ground got worse and felt like something was getting closer to the surface with each passing second. 2A1C24 The Void Pylon, 2/3. At the sixth haven, Irene received a message on the communications terminal that had been given to her by Rhea. "Activation of Void Pylon imminent. Awakened will feel a sudden bout of vertigo upon activation for a short few moments. Please bear with it." "Celine, it seems that we will be starting soon," Irene thought to herself as she looked over the forces currently stationed here for the defense of the spillway. The guards on duty on the walls were pulled from their posts and were made to assist in the spillway's defense, while the guards who were exhausted from the battle against the army were made to take their place. The guards here manned the numerous gun emplacements within the spillway. The combat droids lent by Rhea were placed on the front lines to hold off the Revenant horde that would make its way through the tunnels. The Cobra medium tanks were placed behind the gun emplacements to allow them to anchor themselves and provide covering fire. Earlier, Irene had controlled some of the droids to place rows of explosive charges in the spillway. These could be detonated when there was a need to quickly reduce the Revenant numbers within the spillway, although it was obviously only an at-time use mechanism. Maya was also with her at the moment, though she was not very effective in combat, especially against Revenants. Her job was to drag Irene and any titled class Revenants into her pocket dimension so that Irene could safely eliminate them without the titled class Revenant interfering with the rest of the battlefield. All of a sudden, a massive tugging sensation could be felt from within her body. Soon after, her head started spinning incessantly, and she began to feel lightheaded as she collapsed onto her knees. Nearby, she could see Maya grabbing her head as she slid down a supporting pillar on her back, experiencing the same symptoms. A minute passed, and the symptoms soon alleviated for both Irene and Maya. Although only a minute had passed, it felt like it had been going on for a much longer period of time. Properly briefed beforehand, Irene and Maya both knew that this was one of the most telltale signs that the Void Pylon had been activated. "Guards, get ready. It has begun." "Relax for now, but once the early warning signal goes off, prepare for battle," Irene commanded the guards. She also used the control terminal to switch the combat droids from standby mode to combat mode, allowing them to fire on any target that had not been previously whitelisted. The defense force stood ready for around 2 hours. The air crackled with electrifying tension, a charged silence that hung heavily upon the battlefield. The guards, equipped with their rifles and manning the gun emplacements, waited with clenched fists and bated breath. Their eyes reflected a mixture of determination and trepidation, in stark contrast to the cold, unfeeling combat droids, which stood unwaveringly in position, their weapons drawn and ready for anything that might come, be it hell or high water. Even Irene and Maya began to doubt whether revenants would appear, or if they and Ria were just overthinking things. However, such thoughts did not last. Just as they were about to relax, the ground slightly trembled beneath their feet. At first, the rumbling was barely noticeable, but soon the shaking grew more intense. Out of the corner of her eye, Irene saw a bottle of water shaking violently before falling off the table and rolling onto the ground, the water inside still vibrating intensely. Boom! An explosion rang out within the tunnel. It was the early warning system that had been crudely installed within the entrance to the spillway on the other side. This explosive device was rigged to motion detectors and pressure-sensitive devices, which would detonate when exposed to both constant pressure and multiple signs of movement. Get ready. They are coming. The end of the spillway below had been illuminated with chemical lights that had been thrown in earlier. Now the lights were flashing as something kept moving in front of it. Soon the light was completely blotted out as revenants rushed out from the abyss below. The guards and combat droids opened fire into the spillway, spraying the incoming revenants down with gunfire. They had plenty of ammo stockpiled behind them in the staging area, so they had no worries about running out of ammunition, assuming the battle didn't extend for far too long. The same could not be said for the Cobra medium tanks. There was limited ammunition available for them, so they couldn't fire down into the spillway without care. They would fire when there were huge groups of revenants bunched up and only when a designated officer requested it from the front lines. Another target for the Cobra medium tanks was titled Revenants up to Earl class. Their armor-piercing, AP, ammunition was capable of effectively killing Baron and Viscount classes and sufficiently damaging Earl classes. Anything stronger would have to be handled by Irene and Maya. Waves of revenants threw themselves into the grinder without end. Their bodies dissipated as soon as they were killed, making way for the next wave of revenants to move forward. For now, the number of revenants was manageable with gunfire alone. But whether the situation would remain that way only time could tell. 2 more hours passed since the onslaught began, totaling 4 hours since the start, with around 1 or 2 more hours remaining in the planned timeline. They only had to hold on a bit longer. Hey, supply team, I need more ammo here. I'm down to my last 2 mags. A guard on the front line shouted to the rear, where logistics teams were carrying boxes of ammunition from the staging room to the front lines. Conserve your damn ammo better. We're busy here. A logistic member shot back. Throughout the hours, the front line had been pushed further and further back from where it had first begun. The revenant onslaught was growing fiercer and more numerous. Cobra 1, I need fire support here. One of the designated officers shouted into the comms as he fired his handheld rifle into the approaching swarm. Please be more specific. There are revenants everywhere. One of the guards in charge of directing the Cobra tank's shots responded over the comms. Damn it, then shoot everywhere. We're about to be overrun here. The Cobra tank adjusted its barrel and fired multiple shots into the spillway, blasting away large portions of the approaching revenant swarm, providing a moment of reprieve to the troops in front. Damn it, fall back. We can't hold that position anymore. Irene ordered. Without the Cobra support fire, the position where the front was located would have undoubtedly been overrun. I don't know how much longer we can hold here. We've been pushed back so much. There are only 2 more battle lines remaining before they reach the repulsion field, and I don't trust that thing to hold on for long. Irene was pretty battered and exhausted. She had to single-handedly kill a total of 10 Earl classes and 4 Marquis-class revenants in combat throughout the entire battle. Maya was also not doing well. Even though she never directly participated in the fights, drawing the strong revenants into her ability was very taxing on her mental strength. If she forcibly drew in something that did not want to be drawn in, it would consume loads of mental energy on her part, increasing with the difference in strength between the enemy and herself. Commander Irene, there's another Marquis class on the front lines. A guard reported on the battle comms. Hearing the report, Irene picked up her spear from the ground and stood up. As she took her first step, she slightly stumbled, almost falling completely over. but was caught by Maya before she did so. "Are you okay?" Maya asked, her eyes slightly blank and empty, showing signs of extreme exhaustion. "I can still fight. But thanks," Irene mumbled as she separated herself from Maya. "Sorry, but I don't think I can use my ability anymore. I will likely collapse if I do," Maya said apologetically, looking at Irene with worry. The only reason Irene had managed to fight for this long was that when Maya dragged the enemy into her domain, she had purposely made it so that the inner environment perfectly countered the strengths of the Revenant, allowing Irene to have an easier time fighting them. "No problem. I can fight without it this time. I have no choice but to fight. If not, the front line will collapse," Irene muttered, fatigue evident in her voice as she rushed toward the front to intercept the Marquis-class Revenant. At the front, the Marquis-class Revenant blitzed through its allies as it rushed toward the guard's position. Cobra medium tank fire impacted the Revenant's body relentlessly in an attempt to halt its advance. However, each shot only slightly staggered the Revenant due to the force of the explosion. Without dealing any damage to its body, the Marquis-class Revenant's advance was essentially unimpeded, and soon it was just in front of the first line of combat droids. The Revenant leapt into the air, prepared to slam down on the droids, creating a hole in the defender's formation and allowing the Revenants behind to pass through. Before the Revenant could impact the ground, a bright red streak impacted it, disrupting its momentum and knocking it back. The spear, Gae-Bolg, did not penetrate the Revenant's skin and fell to the ground. Irene caught the Gae-Bolg and got into an attacking stance. She had to take the offensive. Fighting defensively would exhaust her too quickly. She had to kill the Revenant before her stamina ran out. The Revenant, tall and with very long and lanky limbs disproportionate to the rest of its body, had no known special abilities but had extreme physical capabilities. It had no eyes on its smooth, blank face, seeing with its various heightened senses. A large and wide grin was permanently plastered on its face, earning it the name Smiling Man. The Smiling Man was not bothered by Irene's interruption and simply charged toward her with extreme speed, breaking the sound barrier and causing a sonic boom. Irene instinctively reacted to its movements and parried the strike. The Revenant bear down on her with the same smiling face as always. Despite its attack being parried, a quick flurry of blows were exchanged between Irene and the Smiling Man. At first, they were on even footing, attacking and defending without mistakes. However, over time, Irene, having been unable to land a fatal blow, began to falter. Her movements became increasingly sloppy as she took glancing blows from the Smiling Man. Her frequency of attacks lessened as her exhausted mind and body could no longer effectively take advantage of the Smiling Man's openings. The Smiling Man also noticed this change and increased the tempo of its attacks. Soon, Irene could no longer keep up, and she took a massive hit to her body and was sent flying into a wall, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. The impact caused massive damage to Irene's body. Unbeknownst to her, multiple ribs were broken, and the bones in both her forearms were fractured as she tried to soften the blow from the Smiling Man. The Smiling Man walked toward Irene slowly, as if mocking her efforts, while she tried to stand up and defend herself. However, each time she attempted to stand up, waves of pain racked her body, sending her back to the ground. Her Gae-Bolg also turned translucent before being broken into fragments and fading away. Her stamina no longer sufficient to maintain its materialization. Seeing the scene, the guards and combat droids fired upon the Smiling Man in an attempt to draw it away from their fallen commander, but to no avail. The bullets and laser fire impacted the Smiling Man's thick skin and simply ricocheted off. The Smiling Man glanced toward the futile efforts of the guards and combat droids, its wide grin conveying its amusement. Ignoring the pitiful humans who could do nothing to stop it, the Smiling Man continued to approach the fallen Irene, stopping right in front of her. It stared down at Irene, and she met its mocking gaze. Perhaps offended by Irene's show of defiance, the Smiling Man grabbed her body and lifted her up toward its face, seemingly preferring to torture her slowly rather than outright killing her. It began to apply pressure to Irene's body, attempting to crush her slowly. Irene experienced intense pain as her bones were slowly crushed by the increasing pressure. Despite this, she didn't scream, determined not to let the Smiling Man have the satisfaction. As the Smiling Man relished in Irene's suffering, it failed to notice its surroundings. It didn't realize that gunfire around them had ceased. A large shadow looming over it. Seeing the figure behind the smiling man, Irene returned a smile to it. Though I might survive on pure luck, it seems I'll have the last laugh in the end. The smiling man appeared momentarily confused by her words before a large paw crushed it, killing it. With the smiling man's death, its grip on Irene was released, and she was sent rolling along the ground, gasping for breath. Pant. Pant. I didn't expect you to show up, but I'm glad you're here. Irene spoke to the large wolf that had saved her. My master likely doesn't need my help, so I chose to come here instead. It seems like it was a good choice. Definitely. Sorry, but I'm about to pass out soon. I leave the rest to you. Thetis. With their final words, Irene collapsed, and her consciousness faded as she drifted into slumber. From Thetis' shadow emerged a smaller wolf. It moved toward Irene, placing her unconscious body on its back. Once it ensured that Irene was securely placed, it retreated to the rear of the defenders' positions to get Irene medical aid. Well then, let's begin. Come, let the wild hunt commence. Thetis' shadow expanded and enveloped the entire area. From within the shadows, a black misty fog rolled through the battlefield. Various sizes of canines and felines manifested from within the fog, each exhaling a black billowing mist. Thetis raised her hands into the air and then pointed forward, signaling the wild hunt to attack. The shadow canines and felines rushed toward the revenant horde, tearing them apart quickly. The revenants fought back, but the beasts were much stronger and agile. Even when the revenants managed to take out one of the beasts, it simply reformed from the mists soon after. With Thetis and the wild hunt's arrival, the situation within the spillway stabilized, leaving the guards and combat droids with little to do as they watched the revenants being torn apart. An hour passed, and at the 5-hour mark since the void pylon's activation, the revenant numbers slowly decreased until there were none left approaching the spillway. Well, I suppose my job here is done, Thetis muttered to herself as she looked into the spillway. She recalled the wild hunt, absorbing the mist back into her shadow. Just as she was about to leave to return to Inanna, a massive shockwave occurred above ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. Seriously? What are they doing up there? 2A1C26 The void pylon, 3/3 seismic disturbance increasing. Something is coming, Inanna reported, as the three of them stared toward the monitors in trepidation. Something that can cause such massive seismic activity would likely not be a good thing, Inanna thought. Look over there. Celine stood up and pointed at a specific spot on the monitor. Following Celine's direction, Inanna zoomed in on the monitor toward the highlighted area. On the ground, cracks were gradually forming as the metal started bulging upwards, as if something was trying to push its way through. The location of the cracks was right under one of their defensive lines, further back, underneath a couple of mobile artillery platforms. Inanna, get those vehicles out of there. Celine, fire 3 shots of the Minotaur EPW, earth-penetrating weapon, on that location immediately. The mobile artillery quickly untethered itself from the ground and tried to escape the area. From the Failnaught, 3 missiles were launched from its onboard VLS. The Minotaur EPW missiles flew through the air and penetrated deep into the ground where the cracks were forming. Explosions rang out deep within the ground as the missiles detonated. Despite this, a massive worm-like creature with a mouth that had opened up into 4 parts burst forth from the ground, scattering metal fragments and debris into the air. The mobile artillery could not escape in time and was thrown into the air, crashing straight down to the ground soon after, disabling them. The worm-like entity released a massive roar as it made its entrance, settling back down into the ground with only its visible. Fire everything we have at it, Rhea quickly commanded. Even before she gave her order, Inanna had already turned a number of phase destructor turrets towards the massive worm, showering it with salvos of explosive fire. Despite suffering damage, the worm's outer skin proved to be very durable and resistant to impact, so no fatal damage was managed to be inflicted on it. The worm opened its gaping mouth, filled with rows upon rows of largest teeth, and from within its depths, revenants began spilling out. The revenants quickly made work of the nearby turrets and tanks. The front line, which was holding just fine a moment ago, was now in ruins due to a huge outbreak of revenants coming out from the worm's mouth from behind. If the worm was not dealt with, their defense would definitely be quickly overrun. Celine acted fast and commanded the Failnor to launch 2 more Havoc missiles. The missiles flew through the air and were manually guided into the mouth of the worm. The missiles detonated deep within its belly, causing it to screech in pain. Its body violently jerked out of the ground before crashing down on a surface dead. Though the outside might have been well armored, most creatures would not be well protected from attacks from within. The worm could not handle the massive explosions deep within itself and died, trapping and stopping the flow of revenants. Despite its death, it had already done its job and released large amounts of revenants into the defenders' backline. The revenants wreaked havoc on the less defended rear. Though they were unlikely to be taken out by the numbers released, it would surely cause enough havoc and disruption to negatively impact the front. The gate to the main base opened, and more troops were being deployed to fill in the ranks of those that were destroyed by the ambush of the giant worm. The revenant forces that came out from the worm had already been dealt with by the combat forces in the rear. The worm had been managed to be dealt with quickly. If not, who knows how many more revenants it could have released. More time passed as Avalon attempted to stabilize the front lines. However, they were slowly getting pushed back due to the disruption caused by the worm. During that time, the front lines lost much support from the rear as they were busy dealing with the revenants behind, allowing the revenants in the front to approach closer. Just then, lights could be seen moving in the skies ahead, signaling the arrival of the revenant flyers that made it through the Phantom ASF screen. The flyers were small bat-like creatures with some sort of stinger-like appendage coming out from their backs. The anti-air AA turrets tracked the flyers, and as soon as they got into range, they opened fire. Countless blue lasers illuminated the night sky as the turrets attempted to shoot down the flyers. Silvery white explosions occurred in the air as the flak cannon released their nanite-filled shells into the air. The bat-like creatures dipped and dived in the air, trying to avoid the AA fire. The flyers flew closer to the ground, approaching the AA turrets. From their stinger-like appendages, they fired glowing green projectiles. When the projectiles impacted the turrets, they scattered the green liquid everywhere. The liquid was apparently highly corrosive, as it began to slowly chew through the turret's material. Enough hits, and the turret would likely be disabled or destroyed. Release interceptor drones. Take out those flyers before they can deal any more damage. Drones were released into the airspace above from the hangars on the command center. They tried to take out the revenant flyers, which were attacking the AA turrets. If they switched to the other ground targets, it could cause untold damage. They homed in on the flyers and fired their 2 lightweight laser repeaters at the revenants. Though the lasers did not deal much damage, they were fast and very accurate, their damage slowly accumulating over time. The situation seemed to be going well. The front lines were slowly gaining ground again, and the flyers were being dealt with by the AA turrets and interceptor drones. However, the ground began shaking once again. Seismic disturbance detected once again. It's even worse this time. Multiple breach points detected. The monitor focused on 6 spots on the battlefield, where the same cracks began forming on the ground. Celine, how much longer before the void pylon is ready? Rhea hurriedly questioned Celine. Celine brought up her portable terminal and connected it to the void pylon's master terminal, checking the progress of the activation. 95%. We only need to hold on a few more moments. Alright, pull back the front line toward the outer walls, release all our reserves. Celine, fire everything we still have on the Failnaught. The combat droids at the front started retreating along with the support vehicles, the static defense covering their retreat from the Failnaught. The battleship released its remaining Havoc missiles into the densely packed Revenant horde. The worms soon broke through the ground and released their payload of Revenants onto the battlefield. The Revenants intercepted the retreating forces, surrounding them and tearing them to shreds. Come on, we are heading out. Rhea gestured towards Celine and Inanna for them to follow her as she left the CIC center. The 3 quickly left the command center and headed for the front lines to help hold the front lines for the final moments. Just as they left the gates of the main base, a loud screech echoed throughout the battlefield. Wait! High-speed object approaching from the north. Contact in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Contact. At the end of the countdown, a blinding blue light pierced through the dark skies, striking the Failnaught situated high above the battlefield. What is that? That attack just broke through the shielding in an instant. Hull breach across decks 3 to 5. Ground attack systems offline. In the skies above, the Failnord became visible as fires broke out throughout its decks. Another blue streak impacted the Failnord again, causing a massive explosion in its aft sections. Another hit. More hull breaches across all decks. All weapon systems have been disabled. From the heavens above, a massive red-winged serpent descended, a dragon. The crimson-red dragon roared in the air, having 4 limbs, a tail that ended in a spear-like shape, and a massive pair of wings on its back. Between the dragon's interlacing scales, a bluish gold light glowed. Its form inspired awe and terror in those that gazed upon it. Its presence was majestic yet solemn. The red dragon gazed down onto the battle below, a soft roar escaping its jaws. It raised its head, and within its mouth, a massive amount of bluish gold energy began gathering. The sheer amount of energy electrified the surrounding air, causing the illusion of the surrounding space to tremble. That is, get behind me. Celine ran up toward the front and gestured for the others to get behind her. From the deepest pits of the 7 hells to the 4 corners of paradise, our story has yet to end. Surge forth, blessed waters of the Isles, protect us from all adversity and heal our weary wounds. Insula Valleys, our journey shall not end here. From beneath Celine's feet, a spring welled forth, and the waters spread throughout the surrounding area, slowly covering the area of the main base. Once the waters had enveloped the surface of the main base, the waters at the edges rose up and enveloped the entire base, forming a protective veil of water. The red dragon then unleashed its breath. The beam of light crashed against the veil of water and scattered into smaller beams into the surrounding area. Anything that came into contact with the beams of light was instantly vaporized, be it friend or foe. The damage wasn't isolated to the area around the base, as stray beams crashed into the surrounding cityscape, destroying many of the surrounding buildings. The veil of water was buckling under the destructive force of the red dragon's breath. The waters were slowly being whittled away as Celine struggled to maintain the veil's integrity, quickly focusing on any weakened areas and reinforcing them. The struggle between Celine and the red dragon soon died down as the dragon's breath slowly lost its intensity and fizzled out, the blinding breath now gone. The 3 could see that their surroundings had turned into a scorched wasteland. Fire raged throughout the surrounding city, and the ground not protected by the veil of water had turned into a sea of molten metal. The water veil also collapsed as Celine could not maintain it any longer, the waters turning into particles of blue light and disappearing. Despite the destruction wrought on the surroundings, the 3 had managed to complete their objective. From above the command center, the void pylon released a beam of green energy into the heavens, piercing the dense clouds above. On the bridge of the Avalon, Elisha and Erez were set up around the master control terminal, waiting for any signs of contact from the surface below. The bridge of the Avalon was an absolute mess. Empty bottles and bags littered the ground. Elisha was lying face up on a mattress that she had set up on the bridge. In her hands was a game console that she was focused intently on playing. Also on the mattress was Erez, who had fallen asleep hugging a giant stuffed polar bear that was bigger than her, the sounds of her soft rhythmic breathing filling the area. Just then, the doors to the bridge opened, and Sebastian along with a wheelchair-bound Alyssa entered the bridge. What happened here? Alyssa's eyes looked around the bridge, spotting the trash littered about. Her eyes locked onto the lazing around Elisha, who was so engrossed in her game she did not realize that they had entered the bridge. Clean up your mess, Alyssa yelled at Elisha. Hiya! Alyssa's loud angry voice startled the sleeping Erez awake. Erez looked around and locked eyes with Alyssa. Her pupils dilated, and she looked like she was on the verge of tears. Sister Alyssa. Did Erez do something wrong? No, wait. Alyssa hurriedly tried to defend herself, feeling guilty for scaring Erez. Alyssa made Erez cry. What a bad person she is, Elisha teasingly chimed in, still focused on her game. Silence, you. The bridge is not your garbage dump, Alyssa exclaimed, pointing at the mountain of trash littering the ground. It's fine. The drones come in to clean the place daily, anyway. That's not the before Alyssa could finish her sentence, the master control terminal activated and displayed a 3D image of the planet, a ping originating from a corner of the planet. That is. Elisha finally put down her gaming console and stood up, walking toward the terminal. That is a void beacon. To think that could be activated. Over here. Elisha summoned a holographic display and let her fingers dance across it. Attuning to the beacon. Complete. Incoming emergency transmission. This is Rhea. Avalon. Do you read? Rhea's voice came over the comms, along with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Rhea. This is Alyssa. We read you loud and clear. Alyssa, are you? Never mind. We need assistance ASAP. Bring the Avalon over to our position immediately. Establishing battlefield uplink. From the master control terminal, live footage from a high-altitude surveillance drone was transmitted to the Avalon, showing the state of the battle. The turrets built on the main base itself were firing at the Red Dragon. The Red Dragon had landed on the ground of molten metal, with Rhea, Celine, and Inanna engaging it in close-quarters combat, trying to prevent it from taking to the skies again or firing its breath. Back on the ground, the three were cooperating with each other, trying to pin the dragon to the ground. Every time the dragon tried to take flight, Inanna would appear behind the dragon, slamming Shamash down on its back, knocking it back down to the ground. Celine was grabbing the dragon's attention. With her high-speed regeneration, she could take damage without much consequence. Rhea. We are positioned right above the battlefield. Transferring controls of the orbital bombardment cluster to you. Fire away. Alyssa's voice came through the comms. Got it. Celine, Inanna. We're bugging out. Rhea then quickly retreated from the dragon, followed by Celine and then Inanna, who had left the dragon with a final parting gift, sending it down to the ground once again. Coordinates locked, beginning solar lance bombardment. From the Avalon, a beam of concentrated solar energy was fired toward the surface. The temperature of the beam was hotter than even the core of a star. The solar lance parted a small portion of the clouds as it almost immediately reached the surface and swallowed the entirety of the Red Dragon's body. The solar lance did not let up as it continued to bore further into the planet, with the Red Dragon being exposed to its heat the entire way. The solar lance bombardment lasted for around 30 seconds before the beam stopped, and the clouds above closed up again. The air around the solar lance's strike zone had turned into plasma, and a massive crater was opened up in the ground, stretching deep down below the surface. Nothing could have survived that, being exposed to such temperatures for that long. But evidently, that was not always the case. From the depths below, a roar sounded out as a shadow flew out of the crater. The Red Dragon was grievously wounded. Its flesh had melted off its bones in many locations. Its body charred black. Its incandescent yellow eyes stared down hatefully at Rhea's group before it turned toward the north and escaped. 2. Announcement. Next. Announcement. Currently working on a rewrite. After reading through what I have right now, I feel like I did a pretty bad job. Thus I will stop updating this particular series. Thanks to those who stuck around till now, and I hope to see you around. 0.